Chapter 38:19. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Shua, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, the entire southern territory of the primogenitor realm was in turmoil, and there were signs that a storm was coming. This wasn't a good thing for Gu Fei, because he was in the center of the storm that was about to erupt. However, he was completely focused on his closed-door cultivation, as if he had forgotten about everything else. Grasping 9 perfect great Daos at the same time, Gu Fei became a living legend in the ancestral realm. Paragons of 9 paths were once the strongest existences in the primogenitor realm. An extreme Tao paragon had once appeared in the primogenitor realm. He was invincible in the primogenitor realm, suppressing all other paragons to the point that they had to lower their heads. However, time seemed to be able to erase everything. The primogenitor realm's 9 paths supremes had already become a legend. However, now, there was actually someone who cultivated 9 supreme beings, grasped 9 perfect great Daos, stepping on the path of unmatched power. This left all of the extreme Tao supreme beings in the entire ancestral realm indescribably shocked. No one was willing to see a truly invincible sovereign appear in the primogenitor realm. However, Gu Fei was simply too powerful. He had killed 2 of the Wood Tribe's progenitors as soon as he became a supreme being, and had even defeated the Thunder Tao's supreme being and the other supreme beings. In this way, who would dare to seek death from Gu Fei? Gu Fei had defeated 9 supremes, shocking the entire primogenitor realm's cultivation world. A legend was a legend. Gu Fei was a living legend. One had to know that those were 9 supremes. 9 supremes working together, and that Thunder Tao supremacy was a mid-level extreme grade powerhouse. Love go small, say net ku. Even if the Thunder Tao supremes and the others were to face an existence at the great accomplishment extreme Tao, they would still be able to put up a fight and might not necessarily be defeated. However, Gu Fei completely crushed the 9 supremes. Although the other 8 supremes were also at the initial level of the extreme grade, even if they were only at the initial level of the extreme grade, they weren't people that newly advanced supremes could compare to. The combat prowess that Gu Fei displayed caused the eyes of all the experts to pop out of their sockets. A legend was a legend. They had no choice but to accept it. It wasn't without reason that he was called a legend. Gu Fei's battle shook the world. Even those veteran supremes were stunned by him. Even if some of them wanted to make a move, they dispelled that thought. After Gu Fei's shocking battle, the entire ancestral realm's southern region gradually returned to peace. However, Ingtian forefather knew that this was only temporary peace. Many mysterious figures gradually appeared around the Ingtian sect's ancestral land. Ancestor Ingtian and the other 3 patriarchs were all in a heavy mood. There were signs that a storm was coming. Those mysterious figures that appeared near the ancestors' land were obviously the spies sent by the major forces. As long as these fellows did not enter the ancestral grounds of Ingtian sect, Ingtian ancestor would not care about them. However, once these fellows dared to enter the ancestral grounds, Ingtian ancestor would directly kill them. Boom! On the evening of the 10th day of Gu Fei's seclusion, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside the ancestral grounds. It immediately broke the peace of the ancestral grounds. In the next moment, countless figures rushed out from the surroundings of the ancestral grounds. 4 powerful figures instantly arrived at the place where the noise came from. They saw a black figure fighting with an elder of Ingtian sect. The black-robed man was actually a holy master and was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-supreme. The elder of Ingtian sect was actually at a disadvantage and seemed to be unable to hold on for long. There were more than a dozen corpses lying around. Judging from the clothes of these corpses, these cultivators were all disciples of Ingtian sect. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Ingtion was instantly enraged. Kill! Ancestor Ingtion roared and directly blasted a palm towards the black-robed man below. Violent power surged from his palm. What? The black-robed man on the ground suddenly raised his head, and his pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he could not move at all. Even moving a finger was difficult. He was actually directly imprisoned by his opponent. The elder of Ingtion's sect, who was fighting with the black-robed man, quickly retreated. Boom! With a loud noise, the black-robed man was directly slammed into the ground by Ancestor Ingtion. After the dust settled, the black-robed man had already been blasted into a mass of flesh and blood. Both his body and soul had been directly destroyed. Those who cross the boundary shall die. Ancestor Ingtion glanced around with a fierce glint in his eyes. His voice constantly echoed between the mountains. Seeing this scene, the spies of the major forces could not help but change their expressions. Some people quietly retreated, but of course, some continued to appear nearby and did not leave. Ancestor Ingtion had Gu Fei behind him. He had no scruples at all. Even if the most powerful force in the ancestral realm broke into the ancestral grounds, he would not hesitate to kill them. This feeling, Ancestor Ingtion had never felt so good, so carefree. Life and death were all in his hands. No one dared to resist, and no one dared to say anything, compared to the days when he relied on the wood race. This was simply the difference between heaven and hell. Relying on the wood race, Ancestor Ingtion lived in fear. He was afraid that he would offend the great figures of the wood race, and that they would destroy the Ingtion sect with one word. Ancestor Ingtion wanted to survive. Although he was a quasi-supreme being who ruled a sect and was the ruler of a region, he knew very well that in the eyes of the great figures of the wood race, he was merely an ant. But now, everything was different. He could breathe freely and raise his eyebrows. Ingtion, you are very impressive. Just as Ancestor Ingtion was feeling proud of himself, a sneer froze his smile on his face. Who is it? Get the hell out here. Ancestor Ingtion was angry, and so were the people around him. Hee, you can't even sense where I am, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. Swoosh! Ancestor Ingtion's divine sense spread out in all directions and instantly enveloped an area of 100,000 miles. However, what shocked him was that he could not sense the other party's existence even with his cultivation base. In other words, the person who spoke was definitely of a higher cultivation than him. Could it be that a supreme being had arrived? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on Ancestor Ingtion's forehead. If the other party was a supreme being, then he was just an ant under the feet of the supreme being. If it weren't for the sake of Gu Fei, I could kill you countless times with one finger. The voice said. This Ancestor Ingtion, the Green Cloud Path leader, and the others heard this, and their expressions changed drastically. Supreme being. The other party must be a supreme being. A supreme being had finally arrived. The thing that Ancestor Ingtion feared the most had happened. His master was in seclusion, so what should he do? Chapter 38:20. Genius in a second. Remember to go. Novel Network to provide you with exciting novel reading. Gu Fei was in seclusion on the ancestral mountain of the Ingtion ancestral land. Only a few of the higher-ups in the Ingtion sect knew about this. With Gu Fei in the Ingtion ancestral land, the Patriarch of Ingtion was naturally very confident. He acted unscrupulously and killed those who dared to cross the boundary with a raise of his hand. He did not bother to ask who the other party was and directly killed him. In his opinion, even if the sky collapsed, Gu Fei would be there. Gu Fei could even defeat the 9 Supremes. Who else in the ancestral realm could be his opponent? However, just as the patriarch of Ingtian killed the holy master who broke into the ancestral land, the voice of a guy who was suspected to be an extreme grade supreme master was heard. What made the patriarch of Ingtian's heart palpitate was that he could not sense the other party's existence with his cultivation. The hidden person's cultivation must be higher than his. Extreme grade supreme master. The other party was definitely in existence of the extreme grade. Humph, are you afraid? The mysterious voice was heard again. At this time, not only the patriarch of Ingtian, but even the Blue Cloud Path Master, Palace Master Shurju, and the Skyless Sect Master could not remain calm. They looked at each other with some fear. One should know that the extreme grade Supreme Master was the most powerful existence in the universe. In front of the extreme grade Supreme Master, the Quasi-Supremes were actually not much stronger than ants. Without reaching the extreme grade realm, one would never know the power and terror of the extreme grade Supreme Master. Humph, don't you know whose territory this is? If you dared to attack, why would you waste so much time talking to us? The patriarch of Ingtian said coldly as he constantly scanned the surroundings. Since the divine telekinesis could not sense the other party's existence, it was even more impossible to find the hidden guy with the naked eye. The person in the dark did not speak and remained silent. Gu Fei's battle record was simply too frightening. Not even a mid-level extreme grade expert was a match for him, let alone one against 9. Even the 9 Supremes were completely crushed by him. Even if the other party was an extreme grade Supreme Master, they would definitely not dare to offend Gu Fei. Humph, let's go. Ingtian ancestor sneered disdainfully, then turned around and left. The Green Cloud Sect Master and the others quickly followed. A supremacy cannot be humiliated. At this moment, the silent voice suddenly sounded. What Patriarch Ingtian immediately stopped when he heard that. A chill ran up from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, slamming towards Patriarch Ingtian and the others. An extreme might burst forth from the hand, shaking the surroundings. Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others were shocked to see the giant hand slapping towards them. Roar! Forefather Ingtian and the others desperately circulated their energy to protect themselves. Boom! Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others were directly slapped away by the giant hand and smashed into the depths of Ingtian ancestral land. The cultivators they brought with them were directly shattered in the void, turned into a cloud of blood mist by the mighty extreme grade power fluctuations, and were directly destroyed in body and soul. Those who could follow Patriarch Ingtian were naturally the top experts in Ingtian's sect. Now that more than a dozen of them had fallen, Patriarch Ingtian was probably vomiting blood. Currently, there were not many elite disciples left in Ingtian's sect after several major purges. Now that more than a dozen of them had fallen, there were not many elite disciples left in Ingtian's sect. It was the same for Green Cloud Sect, 10 Absolute Palace, and the Skyless Sect. Mu Jinghong had previously killed a group of loyal disciples, and after they regained the position of sect ancestor, they killed another group of traitors. In this way, the vitality of the 4 major forces had been greatly damaged, and they could no longer afford to be tossed around. At this time, Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others who were sent flying by the giant hand directly smashed into the depths of Ingtian ancestral land and fiercely smashed into the ancestral mountain. The supreme expert in the dark did not kill Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others, which was already merciful. However, Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others were seriously injured, and directly slid down from the ancestral mountain, collapsing at the foot of the mountain. The supreme expert was testing Yi Fujian. When the spies of the major forces outside saw this scene, they were all stunned because all kinds of information indicated that Gu Fei was now in Yingtian ancestral land. Someone actually dared to make a move here. Was he not afraid of provoking that fierce person? There's a good show to watch. Someone in the dark said. Swoosh. At this time, an immortal sword light directly rushed out from the top of Yingtian ancestral land's ancestral mountain, and instantly pierced through a mountain 1,000 miles away from the ancestral mountain. Boom. Immediately after, a loud noise was heard, and the entire mountain directly exploded. Dust flew into the sky, and rocks flew everywhere. With the mountain as the center, the area within a radius of tens of miles was instantly in chaos. At the same time, a figure broke through the layers of dust and rocks rushing into the sky, and an extremely tyrannical supreme expert aura spread out. It was a man in black. The man in black turned around and directly broke through the void, wanting to escape into the chaos. However, at this time, the man in black suddenly felt as if the void around him suddenly solidified, and his entire movement became slow. Humph! A sneer was heard, and in the next moment, a fist instantly hit the man in black. Boom! Amidst the extremely shocking sound, the man in black was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist by the fist, and a primordial spirit rushed out of the blood mist, wanting to escape. However, Gu Fei would not let go of the existence that dared to provoke him so easily. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, stretched out his hand, and the primordial spirit directly flew back to him, then was directly swallowed by him and directly refined. Come if you're not afraid of death. With the Yingtian sect's mountain of ancestors as the center, a wave of divine will shroud it in all directions. In just an instant, all the cultivators within a radius of 1,000,000 miles heard this voice. This voice was not heard, but it directly rang in the hearts of billions of living beings. Gu Fei is really inside. Someone said in shock. Gu Fei made a move and directly blasted the supreme expert who dared to provoke him into pieces. A legend is indeed a legend, living up to its name. Someone could not help but exclaim. It was not that the man in black's cultivation was not high, but it was a pity that he encountered Gu Fei, and he even dared to provoke Gu Fei. Was he not courting death? And supreme expert had fallen. This was not a small matter, and when the news spread, it shocked the entire cultivation world of the primogenitor realm. When countless cultivators heard that the extreme Tao sovereign was the newly ascended extreme Tao sovereign, they were shocked. It's that Gu Fei again. Who else could it be? This is too awesome. Everyone in the cultivation world of the primogenitor realm was talking about Gu Fei. Gu Fei had actually killed so many supreme experts. Since when did supreme experts become so weak? Chapter 38:21. Genius in a second. Remember Love Go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Supreme beings were not to be humiliated. The mysterious supreme being struck and sent old ancestor Yingtian, and the others flying with a slap. Then they were smashed into the ancestral mountain of Yingtian sect. Love Go small talk net Kuin, the face of such a blatant provocation. Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, immediately made a move and forced the supreme being out. Then he blasted the supreme being into pieces. Such a domineering Gu Fei really frightened many people. This ferocious person was indeed ferocious. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. The spies outside the Yingtian ancestral land immediately did not dare to act rashly. Even the supreme being could not fight back against Gu Fei, let alone them. Killing an extreme Tao supremacy was a piece of cake for Gu Fei. The primogenitor realm's extreme Tao paragons didn't die even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Extreme Tao paragons were extremely old existences. However, ever since Gu Fei successfully passed the Tribulation Transcendence, the entire ancestral realm seemed to be in a state of unrest. There were already a total of 12 supreme beings that died in the hands of Gu Fei. This was definitely a terrifying number. After all, they were not ordinary cultivators, but supreme beings. Gu Fei continued his seclusion, while old ancestor Ng Tian and the others took a trip to the gates of hell. If that supreme being wanted to kill them, they would not be able to survive at all. At this moment, Shooting Sun Supreme gathered all the supreme beings in the ancestral hall of Shooting Sun Temple. In the ancestral hall of Shooting Sun Supreme, there were a total of 11 supreme beings gathered in the main hall. Wisps of aura of the supreme being were emitted from their bodies. If the ancestral hall had not been refined by Shooting Sun Supreme, it would have been destroyed long ago. What's going on? Shooting Sun Supreme glanced at everyone in the main hall and said coldly, the extreme grade supremes in the main hall didn't dare to make a sound. The Shooting Sun Supreme Being was in a fit of rage. Anyone who dared to speak would be in trouble. I told you not to act recklessly. Why did Han Dong go to the Ng Tian sect to provoke Gu Fei? The Shooting Sun Supreme's voice grew even colder. The paragon killed by Gu Fei was called Han Dong, and he came from the primogenitor realm's Han clan. With his death, the primogenitor realm's Han clan was basically finished. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak like the primogenitor realm, a force without an autarch could be destroyed or swallowed by other forces at any time. He's courting death. He can't blame anyone else. Supreme Ziyang said in disdain, "What did you say? Are you saying that Han Dong died in vain?" Black Wind Supremacy immediately jumped out and shouted angrily at Supreme Ziyang. These two Supremes had always looked down on one another. When these two fellows encountered each other, they were already showing respect to the Shooting Sun Supremacy by not starting a fight. "Don't tell me you want to avenge him? Then go." Supreme Ziyang looked at the Black Wind Supremacy in disdain and said coldly, "You." The Black Wind Supremacy glared at Supreme Ziyang and didn't know what to say. He was so angry that his face turned red and green. "You want me to look for Gu Fei to avenge Han Dong? What a joke. I don't even have a close relationship with Han Dong. Moreover, even if he and Han Dong were brothers, he wouldn't foolishly look for Gu Fei to avenge Han Dong. That wasn't revenge, but death." The other Supremes in the hall didn't say anything. They were happy to watch the show from the side. "Gu Fei is too domineering. If you want to die, go ahead and provoke him," said the Shooting Sun Supreme indifferently. He didn't have any grudges with Gu Fei, so he didn't want to provoke this ferocious person. However, many of the extreme grade Supremes present had attacked Gu Fei during the battle in the primogenitor realm. Among these people, there were good friends of the Shooting Sun Supreme. In this way, the Shooting Sun Supreme couldn't just watch as his good friend was killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had killed 2 of the Wood Race's progenitors and defeated 9 Supremes with a single move, scaring the Sun Shooting Supremacy's best friend to the point of death. He had no choice but to come to the Sun Shooting Temple for protection. The Shooting Sun Supreme didn't care about the lives of the other Supremes. "I don't have any friendship with them. Since these people want to die, I won't stop them." All the supreme beings in the palace hall stopped talking. They were living under someone else's roof. What else could they say? If they angered the Shooting Sun Supreme Being and were chased out by him, they would really have no way out. The Shooting Sun Supreme left immediately and left the Shooting Sun Temple. His good friend quickly followed him out. The Supremes in the hall looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, no one said anything. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Fiend Valley, Mu Jinghong was still kneeling in front of the Black Mountain and kowtowing continuously. However, the old man in black was still sitting cross-legged on the black mountain with his eyes closed. He didn't move at all, just like a stone statue. It was as if Mu Jinghong didn't exist at the foot of the mountain. Mu Jinghong didn't dare to say anything. He only repeated the same action, which was to kowtow continuously. The aura emitted by the mysterious old man on the Black Mountain was very shocking. The ominous aura in the entire Heaven Fiend Valley came from this old man. It was as if he had become one with the entire Heaven Fiend Valley. Endless ominous aura gathered in the Heaven Fiend Valley. From the outside, it seemed like an ordinary valley. However, it was indeed a whole different world inside. Even though it was daytime and the sun was shining brightly, the valley was still shrouded in ominous aura. There weren't many things in the valley except for bones. There were all kinds of bones. Most of them were the skeletons of humans, but there were also many skeletons of birds and beasts. In the depths of the valley, there was even a skeleton that was even larger than a small mountain. The skeleton was crystal clear, and there was an aura of the divine way lingering around it. Under the corrosion of the ominous aura, the aura of the divine way did not dissipate. One could imagine how powerful this beast was when it was alive. In the valley, there were actually many skeletons that had this kind of aura of the divine way. Mu Jinghong was determined to get the mysterious old man out of the mountain. He wouldn't give up so easily. However, this Heaven Fiend Valley wasn't a place where ordinary cultivators could stay. Even Mu Jinghong would be in danger of being corroded by the ominous aura if he stayed for too long. Gu Fei naturally didn't know about these things. At this moment, Gu Fei was inhaling and exhaling essence energy from all directions at the peak of the Yingtian ancestral ground. Endless essence energy gathered from all directions, and it madly gathered towards him according to the rhythm of his breathing. The spirit energy could be seen with the naked eye. What's happening? Why do I feel that the spirit energy in the world is rapidly decreasing? Outside the Yingtian ancestral ground, a middle-aged cultivator standing at the peak of the mountain looked up at the constantly flying spirit light in the sky. He was extremely shocked. He looked towards the Yingtian ancestral ground and saw countless spirit lights flying towards it from all directions. They disappeared into the Yingtian ancestral ground. Could it be the middle-aged cultivator seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically? The sudden strange noise in the sky above the Yingtian ancestral ground immediately startled everyone. They all looked towards the Yingtian ancestral ground in shock. Chapter 38:22. The news that Gu Fei was in seclusion in the Yingsky Sect's ancestral ground spread. In an instant, almost all the extreme grade supremes in the southern domain of the primogenitor realm were attracted. Without a doubt, Gu Fei had successfully attracted the attention of all the extreme grade supremes in the southern domain of the primogenitor realm. Even the extreme grade supremes of other domains knew that an incredible existence had appeared in the southern domain of the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei's domineering rise made all the forces in the southern domain of the primogenitor realm feel a great pressure. After all, the territories of the major forces were limited. If this newly risen extreme grade supremacy wanted to establish a sect, it would definitely harm the interests of other forces. In that case, some people would be out of luck. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gu Fei attacked the wood race the moment he became an extreme grade supremacy. As a result, the wood race was out of luck. They were directly exterminated, and even their ancestral ground was destroyed. Of course, the wood race had been operating in the southern domain of the primogenitor realm for countless years. Although Gu Fei killed 2 of the wood race's primogenitors and destroyed their ancestral ground, the remnants of the wood race still existed. However, the remnants of the wood race still existed. Right now, the problem that Gu Fei had to face was not the remnants of the wood race. In his eyes, the remnants of the wood race were like ants. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The problem that gave him a headache was that the wood race had been exterminated. The territory left behind was not small, and he didn't have enough manpower to take over such a large territory. Moreover, Gu Fei had defeated the 9 Supremes. These Supremes were all overlords of a region. Their territories were not necessarily smaller than the wood races. Unless he could help the 9 Supremes recover their cultivation as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to suppress those covetous fellows outside. The wood race's territory, the 9 Supremes' territory, and the Han race's territory were all fat meat in the eyes of others. They all wanted to take a bite. It was believed that no one was willing to miss this rare opportunity. However, the other forces were intimidated by Gu Fei's might and didn't dare to act rashly. However, once they found a way to not fear Gu Fei, they would pounce on Gu Fei like hungry wolves. The first to make a move was the Li clan. The sovereign of the Li clan directly made a move and actually occupied the territory of the Lightning Dao sovereign. After that, it was the Qin clan. The Qin clan acted domineeringly and directly swallowed up the territory of the Han clan. This caused the territory of the Qin clan to almost double. The bigger one's territory was, the more cultivation resources they would possess. Cultivation resources were something that all the major forces coveted. Some of the major forces would even fight over a spiritual vein. The Li clan and the Qin clan were both large clans in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. Both clans had extreme Dao sovereigns overseeing them. This was especially so for the Qin clan. In the southern regions of the primogenitor realm, there were rumors that the Qin clan's primogenitor came from another world and wasn't a native of the primogenitor realm. This Qin clan's primogenitor actually managed to carve out a place for himself in the primogenitor realm. The Qin primogenitor was a famous battle ancestor in the southern regions of the primogenitor world. It was said that a paragon of the southern regions of the primogenitor world had once challenged the Qin primogenitor and was directly killed by him. Therefore, it was said that the Qin clan's battle ancestor was a ruthless person who had killed a paragon before. The Qin clan was very domineering. After swallowing up the territory of the Han clan, they continued to swallow up the territories of other paragons. In fact, they even started a war with the Li clan for territory. Right now, the southern region of the primogenitor realm was in chaos. Battles would break out between the major forces from time to time. Smoke rose everywhere as if it was the era of heroes contending for hegemony. In the eyes of old ancestoring Tian and the others, they were both shocked and furious. Those territories belonged to them, but they could only watch helplessly as the territories that were supposed to be theirs were taken over by other forces, and they were powerless to do anything about it. I heard that the ancestral land of the Zhao clan was attacked by the Black Tortoise Supreme. In the ancestral hall of Yingtian sect, the 4 sect masters gathered together. All sorts of news flew in like snowflakes, but none of it was good news. The Black Tortoise Supreme? That bastard. He's simply a bandit. How is he a paragon? Old ancestoring Tian clenched his fists tightly and said, hatefully, the dragon clan of the primogenitor world seems to have their eyes on the ancestral land of the Zhao clan as well. Seems like these two forces are going to fight it out. Green Cloud Path Master said, thoughtfully, when Master comes out of seclusion, these guys will regret what they've done today. Palace Master Shurju sneered. Although they were all rulers of a region, in their eyes, these Supremes were not strong enough. Strange. All the major forces are getting restless. Why hasn't the Shooting Sun Temple made any moves? Patriarch Wu-Tian suddenly said, "The Shooting Sun Temple, old ancestor Ing Tian, and the others immediately became solemn when they heard this. Not bad. The Shooting Sun Temple was one of the strongest forces in the southern region of the primogenitor world. Why hadn't they made any moves when everyone else was fighting for the territory? This is a little unusual." Green Cloud Path, Master frowned. The Shooting Sun Supreme is an existence of the great accomplishment of Extreme Path. Old ancestor Ing Tian said with some fear. He knew very well how terrifying an existence of the great accomplishment of Extreme Path was. Although the Shooting Sun Supreme did not make any moves to fight for the territory, no one knew what he was planning. This made old ancestor Ing Tian and the others very uneasy because the Shooting Sun Temple was an unpredictable variable. We'll deal with it when it comes. Who cares? Patriarch Wu-Tian said disapprovingly. However, old ancestor Ing Tian, Palace Master Shijue, and Green Cloud Path Master did not say anything. Although Patriarch Wu-Tian said it lightly, they knew that if a Supremes attacked them, they would only have a dead end. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from the ancestral mountain in the depths of the ancestral lands, causing the entire world to tremble. Even the ancestral hall of the Ing Tian sect shook, scaring the 4 experts inside into rushing out of the ancestral hall. Old ancestor Ing Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw the spiritual qi gathering from all directions, still converging towards the figure, which was directly devoured by the figure. That figure was Gu Fei. He was devouring the spiritual qi from all directions to refine his martial body. He wanted to refine the 9 Dao sovereign martial body to the minor accomplishment realm. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, he actually exploded with a bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, whether it was old ancestor Ing Tian or the other experts, they were all shocked. In the next moment, the cloud of blood mist gradually condensed and turned into a huge blood cocoon. A powerful wave of energy gradually spread from the blood cocoon. A powerful force that could make the heavens pale was being nurtured in the blood cocoon. Chapter 38:23. A blood-colored cocoon appeared at the peak of Ing Tian clan's ancestral mountain. Gu Fei had actually turned into a cocoon, which shocked Patriarch Ing Tian and the others. What's going on? Qingyun Pathmaster asked. They could only watch from afar, not daring to approach. One should know that the cocoon was surrounded by the aura of 9 perfect great paths. Although it was not strong, even a wisp of aura that leaked out was enough to crush the void. Although Patriarch Ing Tian and the others were quasi-supremes, they still could not withstand the powerful coercion of the extreme path. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, he had already set up an extreme Dao grand formation at the top of the mountain to seal the aura, preventing it from spreading out. Otherwise, all the living beings in the ancestral ground would die. Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, Master is going to transform. Patriarch Ing Tian stared at the blood cocoon at the peak of Ancestral Mountain and sighed. Master was already so powerful. If he were to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, who in the entire ancestral realm could be his opponent? One should know that breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly was a leap. The news of Gu Fei turning into a cocoon spread quickly, once again shocking the entire southern cultivation world of the ancestral realm, especially those forces that were fighting for territory. Soon, an extremely powerful figure of the extreme path appeared near the ancestral ground. The aura of the extreme path was mighty, and all the living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even their souls were trembling. This was the terror of the extreme path supreme. Once the power of the extreme path erupted, all the living beings near the ancestral ground, except for the existence of the extreme path, would die immediately. All the living beings were trembling, even Patriarch Ingtian, and the others were the same. What's going on? Old Ancestor Ingtian was extremely shocked. Another extreme grade sovereign had actually descended, and this extreme grade sovereign was much stronger than the previous one. Scram! At this moment, a figure walked out from an inconspicuous corner of the ancestral ground. It was a skinny old man with messy hair. He walked out slowly and glanced at the terrifying figure in the distant sky with contempt. Humph! The figure in the distant sky sneered and pointed at the disheveled old man. Swoosh! A beam of extreme divine light tore through the void and arrived before the disheveled old man instantly. The disheveled old man waved his hand casually and dispersed the extreme divine light. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Roar! In the next moment, a furious roar sounded from afar. Then, the terrifying figure immediately retreated. The disheveled old man's figure appeared in the distant skies before he strolled back slowly. By the time he returned, he was holding onto a wing, a white wing. Every single feather on the wing was glowing. It was the divine light of the extreme path that had been condensed to the extreme. A powerful aura of the extreme path emanated from the bloody wing, suppressing everyone so much that they could barely breathe. It's just a feathered beast. How dare it act so impudently in front of me? It's really asking for it. The disheveled old man returned to a mountain near the ancestral mountain with the wing. He took out an ancient cauldron, drew out the primordial true fire from the ancient cauldron, and then placed the wing above the ancient cauldron to roast. The eyes of Patriarch Ingtian and the others almost fell to the ground at the sight of this. This old man was too amazing. He actually tore off a wing of a supreme being. That was the wing of a supreme being, under the burning of the primordial true fire. The feathers on the wing began to fall off. They were then refined by the true fire and burned to ashes. What a pity! Patriarch Ingtian and the others stared at the scene, dumbfounded. That feather was a supreme treasure, yet it was refined just like that. One must know that everything on the body of a supreme being was a supreme treasure to cultivators below the extreme path. The flesh and blood of a supreme being could be refined into great medicine, while the hair could be refined into a quasi-supreme Tao weapon. There was even a chance that it could evolve into an extreme Tao weapon. The disheveled old man was not like Patriarch Ingtian and the others. Soon, all the feathers on the wing fell off. The extreme essence chi contained in the feathers was naturally refined and devoured by him. Soon, the fragrance of meat spread from the top of the mountain. Patriarch Ingtian and the others did not dare to go near. They could only swallow their saliva at the sight. That was the flesh and blood of a supreme being, yet it was being roasted. It was unimaginable. Roasted chicken wings. I like them. The disheveled old man hummed as he roasted the chicken wing. Seeing that the wing was roasted until it was golden and glossy, he took out a pot of wine. How can there be no wine when there's meat? The disheveled old man could not help but pull out the cork of the wine pot. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Then, not caring if it was hot or not, he directly grabbed the wing and ate it. Of course, this was not a chicken wing. Even Patriarch Ingtian was not sure what kind of wing it was. It could very well be from the Phoenix clan or the Rock clan. In the primogenitor realm, it was rare for birds to cultivate to the extreme path. However, there were still a few bird supremes in the primogenitor realm. Needless to say, the Phoenix clan definitely had an extreme path supremacy. As for the Rock clan and Bluebird clan, they had been passed down for countless years and should have an extreme path supremacy as well. The primogenitor realm was truly huge, almost boundless. There were thousands of clans, and no one knew if there were experts in other unknown places in the primogenitor realm. Don't tell me a phoenix's wing was ripped off, Palace Master Shurjua said with a trembling voice. The others did not speak as they stared at the disheveled old man on the top of the mountain. That's too extravagant. A thought suddenly popped up in the minds of Patriarch Ingtion and the others. Soon, the entire wing was eaten by the disheveled old man. The disheveled old man licked his lips. Such a delicacy was hard to come by, and the aftertaste was endless. One must know that this was the wing of an extreme path supremacy. Who would dare to provoke an extreme path supremacy? It's a pity that the feathered beast escaped quickly. Otherwise, I would have caught it and roasted it. The disheveled old man shook his head and said, hearing the disheveled old man's words, Patriarch Ingtion and the others were speechless. With the disheveled old man guarding here, there was nothing to fear even if those extreme path supremacy came. What happened just now was a good example. The disheveled old man was an existence that could injure an extreme path supremacy. However, the provocation of the two supremacies had let the outside world know the truth of the Ingtion ancestral land. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. Just when the disheveled old man was full, a black line suddenly appeared in the distant sky. In just an instant, the black line approached. Rumble. Chapter 38:24. The news that Gu Fei was in seclusion in the ancestral land of Ingtion sect spread, and the entire southern region of the ancestral realm was in an uproar. Soon, there were supreme venerables who tried to test him. Gu Fei's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. One supreme venerable was killed with a single punch, while the other supreme venerable had a wing torn off by the mountain river cauldron's deities willed the old man and had to flee in a sorry state. The supreme venerables of the southern region of the ancestral realm were shocked that there were supreme venerables protecting Gu Fei. At this moment, at the peak of the ancestral mountain of the ancestral land of Ingtion sect, a giant blood-colored cocoon was beating rhythmically like a huge heart. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was attracted by the giant blood-colored cocoon and continuously converged towards the blood cocoon. The massive spiritual energy of Ingtion ancestral land that had gathered for countless years was rapidly disappearing. The speed at which the blood cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into devoured the spiritual energy was too fast, and the ancestral land of Ingtion ancestral land would soon become a barren land. However, Gu Fei did not care about that. Even if he devoured all the essence of the spiritual vein in this treasure land, it was just an insignificant matter to him. However, old ancestor Ingtion felt extremely pained at this moment. This treasured land was the foundation of Ingtion sect, and the sect had developed from this treasured land. Old ancestor Ingtion naturally did not want to see his old nest destroyed. Just as the blood cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into was devouring spiritual energy from all directions, a monstrous demonic aura appeared in the distant sky. That direction, old ancestor Ingtion, and the others looked in the direction where the demonic aura was coming from. The demonic aura was actually sweeping over from the direction of the ancestral mountain range. Could it be that the ancient demon venerable was making a move? When Gu Fei was undergoing his tribulation in the ancestral mountain range, an ancient demon venerable that had been suppressed in the depths of the ancestral mountain range had broken the seal and emerged into the world. This was no secret to the southern cultivation world of the ancestral realm. However, after the ancient demon venerable was scared away by the sudden appearance of a mysterious expert, he had never appeared again. Why would he appear at this time? No, this is demonic aura of Een, Green Cloud Pathmaster, who was standing beside old ancestor Ingtion, suddenly said, "What old ancestor Ingtion was startled. How could it be baleful im demon chi? Baleful im demon chi was the unique demon chi of the Heaven Fiend Valley in the Primogenitor mountain range. Could it be that the demons of Heaven Fiend's Valley had come into being? The Heaven Fiend Valley was a dangerous place in the Primogenitor mountain range that even sovereigns did not dare to easily set foot in, not to mention the Heaven Fiend Valley. Even the area within 1,000 miles around the Heaven Fiend Valley was a forbidden zone. In reality, the secret of Heaven Fiend Valley was only known to the two progenitors of the wood race and Mu Jinghong, the descendant of the ultimate martial artist. At this moment, the demonic aura that had just appeared on the horizon quickly swept over. Like a black curtain, it enveloped the entire sky. The whole world suddenly darkened, as if night had suddenly descended, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. The devil chi turned into clouds and covered the entire Ingtian ancestral land. Within the billowing devil chi, there were vague shadows of devils. At this time, all the cultivators in the Ingtian ancestral land were terrified to the extreme. The demonic aura coming down from the sky made everyone's soul tremble. Yet another one with a death wish. On a mountain beside the Ingtian ancestral mountain, the disheveled old man sat on a rattan chair with his legs crossed. He held a wine flask and a cup in his hands, enjoying the immortal brew. One had to admit that this guy really knew how to enjoy life. A cup of wine, after a meal, was better than a god's. Humph! Trying to break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly? At this moment, a voice rang out from the demonic clouds. Although it wasn't loud, it reverberated through the mountains for a long time. Hey, little devil, go back to where you came from. I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to start a massacre. On the mountain top, the disheveled old man looked up at the demonic clouds in the sky and said, "You're just a weapon spirit. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? You deserve to die." A cold voice rang out from the demonic clouds. Then, an extremely powerful demonic energy erupted from the demonic clouds. The demonic clouds rumbled violently, forming a huge hand that slammed down towards the disheveled old man on the mountaintop. The great demon hidden in the demonic clouds had actually seen through the disheveled old man's background. Sigh, why is there someone who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? The disheveled old man stood up from the rattan chair and stretched lazily. He then put away his wine flask and cup before punching upwards, unhurriedly. Old ancestor Ingtian and the others quickly retreated 1,000 miles away. A battle of this level was not something they could intervene in. They could not even withstand the mighty divine might of the extreme Tao that was being released from the bodies of these two great existences. Boom! With a loud bang, the disheveled old man's heaven-defying fist force collided with the demonic hand that slammed down from the skies. The next moment, the entire void trembled. Then, the two gigantic hands dissipated in the void, and a small portion of the demonic chi that shrouded the skies was dispersed. The mountain beneath the disheveled old man's feet exploded as he burst into the skies, breaking through the layers of demonic chi. He charged into the demonic clouds in an extremely domineering manner. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the demonic clouds. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the entire Ingtian ancestral grounds to shake. Everyone in the Ingtian ancestral grounds was shocked. If not for the extreme Tao-level formation enveloping the entire ancestral grounds, the roar of the great demon hidden in the demonic clouds would have destroyed the entire Ingtian ancestral grounds. Two extreme powers erupted in an instant as the two experts engaged in a great battle. In an instant, the demonic clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and chaotic chi surged. Just as the two supreme-level existences were fighting in the skies above the Ingtian ancestral grounds, a figure appeared on top of a mountain, staring nervously at the demonic clouds that were rolling violently in the skies. This person was Mu Jinghong. He had finally managed to invite the mysterious person from Heaven Fiend Valley to come out. The strength of the mysterious person had far exceeded Mu Jinghong's expectations. This surprised and delighted him. This time, would Gu Fei and the others still survive? Very soon, Patriarch Tian and the others discovered Mu Jinghong. This guy actually dares to appear here? He's simply courting death. Patriarch Tian and the others exchanged glances before charging towards Mu Jinghong. Mu Jinghong, die! Patriarch Tian roared as he attacked. Countless divine lights rushed out of his body, covering the sky and earth as they pierced towards Mu Jinghong on the opposite mountain. Blue Cloud Path Master, Palace Master Shijue, and the Skyless Sect Master also attacked at the same time. Even though Mu Jinghong was a descendant of a supreme martial artist, he could not help but change his expression when faced with the four quasi-supremes. However, he suddenly sneered and quickly grabbed an unknown object from a black bag beside him. In the next moment, Mu Jinghong blew, and a cloud of black gas immediately rushed out of his hand. It instantly enveloped a region, including Patriarch Tian and the others who were charging towards him. What? Chapter 38:25. The fact that Mu Jinghong still dared to appear near Tian ancestral land surprised and delighted Tian ancestor and the others. Without any hesitation, they charged towards Mu Jinghong. The four great quasi-supremes attacked at the same time, their killing intent shocking the heavens. A chilling aura spread out, and the void seemed like it was about to be frozen. Ha ha! Mu Jinghong, you still dare to show up? You're simply courting death. Old ancestor Tian laughed as he made his move. Countless rays of divine light shot out from his body, turning into countless divine spears that pierced through the void and pierced towards Mu Jinghong. The Azure Cloud Path Master, the Palace Master of Sure Absolute Palace, and the Skyless Sect Patriarch laughed as they made their moves. In their opinion, even though Mu Jinghong was a descendant of a supreme being, even a descendant of a supreme being would have to kneel before them. Humph! You're courting death. Old ancestor Tian and the others thought that they had Mu Jinghong in their grasp. Even the surrounding experts thought that Mu Jinghong was courting death. After all, Mu Jinghong was facing four quasi-sovereigns at the same time. All four of them were sect founders, and any one of them was almost on par with Mu Jinghong in terms of cultivation. Of course, if it was a one-on-one, one-on-two, or even one-on-three fight, Mu Jinghong would be able to win. However, with the addition of forefather Tian, the result was different. However, old ancestor Tian and the others did not see Mu Jinghong panicking. Instead, they saw him sneer in the face of their killer moves. In the next moment, he grabbed something unknown from a bag beside him and blew on it. A gust of black gas immediately erupted from his hand and instantly enveloped ancestor Tian and the others who were charging towards him. The countless divine spears formed by Tian great ancestors' divine light suddenly dissipated in the black gas. The black gas seemed to be able to destroy everything. Not only was Patriarch Tian's attack obliterated, but even the attacks of Patriarch Skyless, Palace Master Shijue, and Tao Master Qinyan were also obliterated by the Black Qi. The power of the great Tao triggered by the quasi-supreme level Tao pattern was actually unable to block this extremely strange Black Qi. Hee hee, you want to kill me? Just you guys? Stop joking. Mu Jinghong's voice rang out from within the black gas, his tone filled with disdain. You, Patriarch Tian, and the others were both shocked and furious. their protective divine light was actually dimming rapidly. Countless Tao patterns were dissipating, and the black gas was corroding their protective divine light. Once their protective divine light was completely corroded, they would be in danger. Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others quickly retreated, wanting to rush out of the area enveloped by the black gas. However, in the next moment, they discovered that the void around them seemed to have solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The black gas seemed to be even heavier than the primordial divine mountain, and it was so heavy that they almost couldn't breathe. What's going on? Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others were truly shocked. They never expected Mu Jinghong to have such a trick up his sleeve. Roar! The Green Cloud Path Master roared angrily and took out his quasi-supreme Tao artifact with all his might. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and broke through the black gas outside his body. However, in the next moment, the divine light completely dimmed. In just a few breaths of time, it dissipated in the void. The quasi-supreme Tao artifact that was enveloped by the divine light was directly exposed to the black gas. The Green Cloud Pathmaster was inexplicably shocked. He could sense that the essence of his quasi-supreme Tao artifact was constantly being obliterated. Soon, his quasi-supreme Tao artifact became a pile of scrap metal, and no one knew where it had fallen to. Seeing this scene, Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This black gas was simply too powerful. It was simply heaven-defying. They desperately circulated their mystic arts to resist the corrosion of the black gas, but the protective divine light outside their bodies gradually dimmed. Damn it! Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others finally understood why Mu Jinghong dared to appear here. This fellow was fearless. At this moment, Mu Jinghong was also extremely shocked. This was because he knew very well how terrifying this black gas was. This was a type of corpse poison refined by Supreme Tian Sha using the corpse of a supreme being. Corpse poison refined from the corpse of a supreme being. Even a wisp of corpse poison could poison a quasi-supreme being to death. Mu Jinghong felt that using it against Old Ancestor Ingtian was overkill. Master, save us! Old Ancestor Ingtian directly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. In the next moment, the divine light of the great path bloomed from his hand and enveloped him, blocking the corrosion of the black gas. However, at this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion. Who could save them? The Qingyun Path Lord and the others also crushed a jade talisman. In the void that was shrouded in black gas, it seemed as if 4 divine suns had suddenly appeared. Each ball of divine light was blooming with the divine light of the great path of the ultimate path, enveloping the 4 patriarchs. Master is in seclusion. What should we do? Palace Master Shurju was a little flustered. He didn't want to die under this black gas. Rumble. The black gas surged violently, and the void was constantly annihilated and repaired by the power of heaven and earth. The cycle repeated. It had to be said that the power of heaven and earth in the ancestral realm was really strong. The laws of heaven and earth would not be easily broken, and the void of heaven and earth was extremely stable. Even if it was shattered, it would be repaired by the power of heaven and earth in a very short time. The power of the jade talisman could only temporarily block the corrosion of the black gas. After all, the power of the jade talisman was limited. As long as the power of the jade talisman was exhausted, it would be the time for them to die. However, Old Ancestor Ingtian and the others could not do anything. They were trapped in the black gas. Quickly think of a way. I don't want to die in such a useless way. Palace Master Shurju transmitted his voice to Old Ancestor Ingtian. However, He found that his divine thoughts were also corroded by the black gas and could not be transmitted at all. Old ancestor Ingtian could not receive the transmission of Palace Master Shurju at all. At this time, the battle between the disheveled old man and Supreme Tian Sha was still going on. Everyone's attention was attracted by this battle. Boom, bam. The two great experts continued to collide. The terrifying and monstrous aura of the great path spread in all directions. The ancestral realm below Ingtian was shaking. Mountains continued to collapse, and countless stones rolled down from the mountains. All the creatures in the ancestral realm were trembling. Even the powerful quasi-supremes were the same. If the great formation of the ancestral realm had not been activated, everyone in the ancestral realm would have died long ago. Haha, little guy, not bad. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. The disheveled old man's laughter spread from the sky and shook the sky. He punched a demonic shadow thousands of miles away. It was extremely powerful. Humph! Supreme Tian Sha sneered coldly and retaliated with a palm strike. The essence energy of the entire heaven and earth was triggered as a gigantic demonic palm the size of a mountain appeared in the void and slammed towards the disheveled old man. Chapter 38:26. The Supreme Tian Sha of the Heaven Fiend Valley had arrived. His demonic might was shocking as he fought with the disheveled old man. They were evenly matched in the sky above the Ingtian ancestral land. A torrential amount of chaos chi burst forth from the disheveled old man's body, clashing continuously against the innate malevolent demonic chi of the supreme sky ferocious. The two forces were constantly canceling each other out as the resulting shock waves shook the entire world. This was a battle of the extreme Tao. The divine might of the extreme Tao enveloped an area with a radius of billions of li. All the cultivators were shocked to the extreme. The battle in the Primogenitor mountain range had just ended, and now another extreme grade battle had erupted. What was wrong with these extreme Tao Supremes? One had to know that in the past, the frequency of extreme Tao battles was pitifully low. Sometimes, these supreme beings wouldn't even take action once in thousands of years. In the Primogenitor realm, extreme Tao paragons were considered a force that could intimidate others. They were the rulers of a region. But now, these supremes were actually fighting one after another. This was definitely a disaster for ordinary creatures in the Primogenitor's realm. At this moment, the disheveled old man was extremely excited. It had been a long time since he had met someone who could play with him. Even back at the Primogenitor mountain range, when Gu Fei was transcending the tribulation, he did not make a move and only watched from the side. This supreme heavenly fiend's cultivation was definitely not below that of the ancient extreme Tao Devil Lord and that mysterious elder. In fact, it might even surpass them. This was definitely a supreme existence that had achieved great success in the extreme Tao. Tian Sha actually left Heaven Fiend Valley in the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple. The Shooting Sun Supremacy could not help but feel surprised when he sensed the auras of the disheveled old man and the sky ferocious supreme. A Primogenitor mountain range, Heaven Fiend Valley. For other supreme beings, they might be forbidden lands, danger zones that they couldn't set foot in. If they entered, they would definitely die 9 times out of 10. However, for the sun-shooting supremacy, Heaven Fiend Valley was just a place where Fiend Demon Chi was gathered. The cultivation level of the Heavenly Fiend supremacy inside was similar to his. Shooting Sun Supreme walked out of the ancestral hall. At this time, the extreme supremes of the other forces were also alarmed. Powerful extreme divine senses descended on the Ingtian sect's ancestral grounds and turned into blurry figures. Although these figures were blurry, every one of them exuded an extreme Tao-level aura. Gu Fei is in seclusion here, and that fellow Tiansha actually dared to fight. Is he courting death? The extreme grade Supremes Divine, while incarnations were conversing. Gu Fei actually turned into a blood cocoon. Someone exclaimed inexplicably, "Cocoon transformation? This was truly unbelievable. One must know that if Gu Fei broke out of the cocoon and was reborn, how powerful would he become?" At this time, the Ying Tian ancestral land's Great Formation was in operation, enveloping the entire ancestral land. Only the power of the extreme Tao could break the formation. Countless formation patterns intertwined in the void, forming a mysterious formation diagram that covered the entire Ying Tian ancestral land. Some of the Supremes who had grudges with Gu Fei had the urge to attack. At this moment, Gu Fei had turned into a blood cocoon, and his aura had become very weak. However, Gu Fei's previous battle achievements were simply too heaven-defying. Those Supremes were stunned by Gu Fei and did not dare to attack recklessly. One must know that Gu Fei was a ferocious person of his generation who could even kill Supremes. Who would dare to provoke such an existence? At this time, the disheveled old man also noticed the other Supremes Divine, will incarnations. He waved his hand, and layers of formation patterns immediately rushed out of his hand, turning into a killing formation that enveloped the entire Ying Tian ancestral land. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This fella was much more powerful than any formation grandmaster. 10,000 formations, kill! The disheveled old man roared angrily. Countless formation patterns rushed out of his body and intertwined in the void, turning into a killing formation that rushed towards Supreme Tiansha. Boom! Supreme Tiansha directly punched the killing formation that was rushing towards him. With a loud bang, the killing formation that was rushing towards him was directly smashed into pieces in the void. The killing formation exploded, and countless formation patterns dissipated in the void. The disheveled old man was a little surprised. This fella was much stronger than he had imagined. However, killing formations appeared around the disheveled old man, one after another. Each of the killing formations emitted energy waves that were at the extreme Tao level. Rumble, the disheveled old man grabbed a killing formation and threw it at Supreme Tiansha. If there wasn't one, then there would be two. He refused to believe that he couldn't get rid of this fella with a monstrous demonic aura. At the sight of this, those extreme Tao's divine will incarnations were inexplicably shocked. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the void around Sovereign Tian Sha exploded apart. A terrifying killing array descended from the sky, trapping him within it in an instant. Roar! Supreme Tiansha let out a furious roar, and the energy waves of the extreme Tao level spread out. The Tiansha demonic chi enveloped the entire region and blocked the destructive power of the formation. In the next moment, the killing formation that had trapped Supreme Tiansha immediately collapsed. Countless runes dissipated into the void and disappeared without a trace. Baleful capture. Supreme Tiansha roared and reached out with his right hand towards the disheveled old man. His gigantic palm shrouded the void, as though he was grabbing the entire world in his hand. The disheveled old man moved his feet and moved dozens of feet away in an instant, dodging the gigantic hand. Buzz. In the next moment, the void rumbled and countless killing formations gathered to form a ball of divine light. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the disheveled old man threw the ball of divine light at Supreme Tiansha at an extremely fast speed. This was a ball of divine light formed by the power of 10,000 formations. There was no time for Supreme Tiansha to dodge it, and he could only brace himself to protect his chest with both hands. Bam! With a dull thud, the ball of divine light smashed onto Supreme Tiansha's arm. The next moment, the sound of bones cracking could be heard as Supreme Tiansha was sent flying. Everyone was shocked at the sight of this. What kind of secret skill did the disheveled old man execute? To think that it could send Supreme Tiansha flying. Supreme Tiansha rarely left Heaven Fiend Valley. He had always been cultivating and condensing the baleful demonic chi in Heaven Fiend Valley. This time, he didn't want to come. However, he couldn't stand Mu Jinghong's pleading and agreed to help. However, Supreme Tiansha didn't expect Mu Jinghong to trick him. The extreme Tao Supremes here were incredible. Even the soul of an extreme Tao weapon could fight him endlessly. Chapter 38:27. The disheveled old man's strength had far exceeded Supreme Tiansha's expectations. In his opinion, this fellow was even stronger than a Supreme who had attained phenomenal success in extreme Tao. It was truly hard to imagine that this fellow was merely a god born from an extreme Tao weapon. However, no one would have expected that such an existence would actually possess three types of great Tao powers. The first was naturally the power of chaos, the second was the power of array Tao, and the third was the power of primordial chaos. For the god of the mountain and river cauldron to possess three types of great Tao powers, he was naturally much stronger than the average Supreme who had attained phenomenal success in extreme Tao. At this moment, the power of array Tao displayed by the disheveled old man had already moved Supreme Tiansha. With the power of 10,000 arrays unleashed, even Supreme Tiansha was about to be pushed back. Damn it! Supreme Tiansha tried his best as boundless innate demonic chi surged from his body. One after another, demonic shadows walked out of the demonic chi and pounced towards the disheveled old man. The menacing demonic shadows seemed to have no flesh and blood. Like phantoms, they pounced towards the disheveled old man in an instant and were about to pounce on him. However, the disheveled old man merely laughed out loud. The next moment, countless array patterns surged out from his body and imprinted themselves onto the demonic shadows. However, those array patterns pierced right through the demonic shadows, unable to disperse them at all. This is an indestructible, innate demonic body. How can it be destroyed by you so easily? Supreme Tiansha's voice rang out from all directions, as though every single demonic body was his true self. Even an existence like the disheveled old man could not determine where his true self was. This is interesting. The disheveled old man laughed. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. Where do you think you're going? Supreme Tiansha was naturally not going to let the disheveled old man off. Countless innate demonic shadows surged into the sky, bringing with them a torrential demonic chi. The boundless innate demonic chi surged into the sky in defiance of the heavens. This scene shocked everyone to the extreme. Even some of the extreme supreme beings felt their hearts palpitate at the sight of this. To think that the old demon Tiansha would be this powerful. The shooting sun supreme's figure appeared in the distant sky. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be moved. The Heaven Fiend Valley was a place that even he was unwilling to set foot in. In the southern region of the progenitor realm, only some of the older supremes knew the secret of Heaven Fiend Valley. The other supremes didn't even know who Heaven Fiend's sovereign was. Supreme Heavenly Fiend had been in seclusion for far too long. It had been so long that the world had almost forgotten about this extreme great demon. No one had expected this Supreme Heavenly Fiend to appear at this moment. At this moment, the disheveled old man had already rushed into the starry skies. The countless demonic shadows formed by Supreme Tian Sha chased after him as well. They were going to fight in the depths of the starry skies. As the disheveled old man and Supreme Tian Sha left, the entire Ingtian ancestral grounds appeared before everyone's eyes. At the peak of the ancestral mountain, in the middle of the ancestral grounds, a blood cocoon was beating like a huge heart. By this time, the blood cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into had already stopped devouring the surrounding worldly essence. The entire Ingtian ancestral land had no defensive power other than the extreme Tao Grand Formation protecting the ancestral land. Brother Shooting Sun, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A white-haired, middle-aged man beside the Shooting Sun Supreme suddenly transmitted his voice to the Shooting Sun Supreme in excitement. A mere extreme Tao Grand Formation definitely wouldn't be able to stop the Shooting Sun Supreme, who was an extreme great mastery expert. What did you say? You want me to take action? The Shooting Sun Supreme was a little displeased. He didn't want these guys to use him as a tool. Brother, as long as you can get rid of Gu Fei, my piece of immortal metal will be yours. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said to the Shooting Sun Supreme, Immortal metal? That's not enough. The Shooting Sun Supreme shook his head. He had to get rid of an extremely dangerous fella just for a piece of immortal metal. That was definitely not enough. He didn't want to fight with Gu Fei for a mere piece of immortal metal. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Even if the 9 Supremes joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Who would be willing to provoke such a powerful and heaven-defying opponent? What if I add another extreme Tao Origin Divine bead? At that moment, a blurry figure walked over from behind the Shooting Sun Supreme. Extreme Tao Origin Divine bead. The Shooting Sun Supreme's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was a good item. The divine bead of extreme path origin was a divine treasure nurtured by nature. Legend had it that Khanate life forms were born from the divine bead of extreme path origin. The extreme Tao divine bead was extremely mystical. It could be refined into a world and give birth to Khanate life forms. It could also be refined by an extreme Tao Supreme to improve their cultivation and skills. The Shooting Sun Supreme was a little tempted. A piece of immortal metal wasn't enough for him to take action. However, an extreme Tao Origin divine bead was different. Brother Shooting Sun, what do you think? The Supreme's voice rang out in the Shooting Sun Supreme's mind. The Shooting Sun Supreme pondered for a moment and said, Give it to me. It just so happened that the Shooting Sun Supreme needed the extreme Tao Origin divine bead. His cultivation had been stuck at the extreme Tao large success realm for countless years. He needed the extreme Tao Origin divine bead to improve his cultivation. However, the extreme Tao Origin divine bead was very rare. Even an existence like the Shooting Sun Supreme couldn't find a single extreme Tao Origin divine bead after searching for tens of thousands of years. That supreme martial artist was rather straightforward and took out a jade box right away. This wasn't an ordinary jade box. It was a jade box sealed with extreme Tao markings. Inside the jade box was the legendary extreme Tao Origin divine bead. Only extreme Tao markings could seal the essence chi of the extreme Tao Origin divine bead. The Shooting Sun Supreme took the jade box and opened it. He saw a fist-sized divine bead lying quietly in the jade box. There seemed to be a world evolving above the divine bead. This scene was really shocking. The divine bead's aura was restrained. People who didn't know better would definitely think that it was an ordinary divine bead that didn't have any use. The Sun Shooting Supremacy closed the box and put it away. He extended his right hand, and rays of divine light immediately rushed out of his body and gathered in his hand. Then a simple and unadorned bow appeared in his hand. This was the Shooting Sun Supreme's extreme Tao treasure, the Shooting Sun Divine Bow. The two Supremes behind the Shooting Sun Supreme exchanged glances and retreated when they saw this. If the Shooting Sun Supreme attacked, even if Gu Fei was stronger, he would still be killed by the Shooting Sun Supreme. Nobody thought highly of Gu Fei. Chapter 38:28. Ancestor Ng Tian and the others were undoubtedly lucky if they did not have the jade talisman refined by Gu Fei, which saved their lives at the critical moment. They would have died under Mu Jinghong's extreme corpse poison. However, under the corrosion of the extreme corpse poison, the protective divine light formed by the jade talisman was still being corroded and gradually dimmed. What should we do? Palace Master Shijue could not remain calm. Sect Master Qingyun could not remain calm either. Sect Master Wuqian was even more restless. They were simply waiting for death. Only Ancestor Ng Tian sat cross-legged in the void, with his eyes closed. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him, and he was still very calm. At this moment, the blood cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into was undergoing some sort of change. 9 types of Tao patterns began to emerge and interweave on the blood cocoon. 9 streams of power were exploding, and the life nurtured in the blood cocoon was about to be born. At this moment, in the distant sky, the Shooting Sun Supreme had already drawn his Shooting Sun Divine Bow. A divine arrow immediately appeared on the Shooting Sun Divine Bow. A shocking, murderous aura erupted from his body. The mysterious Supremes nearby could not help but be shocked when they sensed the murderous aura from the Shooting Sun Supreme. When did Gu Fei offend this fellow? The appearance of the Shooting Sun Supreme Venerable shocked the other Supreme Venerables. The Shooting Sun Divine Hall was one of the most powerful forces in the southern region of the ancestral realm. The Shooting Sun Supreme was an existence who had achieved great mastery of the extreme grade. His cultivation was probably stronger than that of the Heavenly Fiend Supreme. At this moment, the essence of the universe in the entire world frantically gathered towards the Shooting Sun Divine Bow in the hands of the Shooting Sun Supreme. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the Shooting Sun Divine Bow in his hands. The aura of the extreme grade was vast and mighty, and all living beings trembled under the pressure of the Shooting Sun Supreme. At this moment, the Supremes who had a grudge against Gu Fei laughed gloatingly when they saw this scene. As long as the Shooting Sun Supreme shot this arrow, Gu Fei would be annihilated. The Shooting Sun Supremacy cultivated the Tao of archery. He had once shot an arrow through the heavens, destroying everything. Inside the blood cocoon that Gu Fei had turned into, a figure was faintly discernible. Gu Fei was about to complete his transformation. Once he broke out of the cocoon, no one in the southern region of the primogenitor realm would be his match. The sun-shooting Supreme pointed his arrow at the blood cocoon on the peak of the Ancestor Mountain. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and his gaze became extremely sharp. Kill! The sun-shooting Supreme roared furiously. In the next moment, the divine arrow condensed on the sun-shooting divine bow immediately turned into an arrow light that pierced through the void. It broke through the protective formation of the Ingtian ancestral ground and shot towards the blood cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into. Without any suspense, the divine arrow shot by the Shooting Sun Supreme pierced into the crimson cocoon under everyone's extremely shocked gazes. The next moment, boom! With a loud sound, the divine arrow that was inserted into the crimson cocoon suddenly exploded. The terrifying power of the extreme path destroyed half of the Ancestor Mountain, and dust covered the surroundings. There was no scene of rocks piercing through the void, as they were all turned into dust by the power of the arrow shot by the sun-shooting Supreme. The arrow shot by the sun-shooting Supreme seemed to be able to destroy everything. Cracks that looked like black lightning appeared in the surrounding void, and the power of the great success of the extreme path spread out, causing half the world to tremble. Gu Fei is dead. Everyone stared at the peak of the Ingtian ancestral mountain anxiously. Humph! Since Daoist sun shooting has made a move, Gu Fei will die even if he has 10 lives. A supreme said in disdain. He who said otherwise? An extreme grade supremacy echoed. In particular, those supreme supremacy who held a grudge against Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Gu Fei was dead, they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, the sun-shooting supreme, who had shot the arrow, wasn't happy. Instead, he stared at the crimson fog on the peak of the Ingtian ancestral mountain with a solemn expression. At this moment, a figure walked out of the crimson fog. What? How is this possible? The supreme supremacy, who had been elated just a moment ago, were now dumbfounded. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Even the sun-shooting supreme couldn't shoot this guy to death. The supreme supremacy couldn't believe it. The sun-shooting supreme was an existence at the great accomplishment of the extreme path. The power of the arrow shot by him could definitely kill a beginner or even a middle-level supreme supremacy. Even the sun-shooting supreme himself couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, Gu Fei walked out of the crimson fog. His entire appearance had changed. He was taller and more handsome. His skin was like immortal jade, and there was a layer of divine light circulating around it. This fella is simply a monster, and supreme supremacy said with a trembling voice. In their eyes, Gu Fei wasn't just a monster. He was also a monster that couldn't be killed. There's no enmity between us. Why did you attack me? Gu Fei stood at the peak of the ancestral mountain and stared at the sun-shooting supreme in the sky as he spoke coldly. Someone paid a sufficient price for me to kill you. The sun-shooting supreme didn't hide anything. At his level of cultivation, he didn't want to lie to anyone. Gu Fei smiled when he heard this. Then he said, "It seems like the person who asked you to attack was really willing to pay a high price. I'm curious, what exactly did he offer you to get someone like you to attack?" "The item is on me. Come and take it if you can." The sun-shooting supreme's right hand was on the bowstring. He could shoot his strongest arrow at any time. The sun-shooting divine bow didn't require a real arrow. Instead, it used the archery power cultivated by the sun-shooting supreme. The power of this archery power was much greater than any other arrow. "All right," Gu Fei nodded. A moment later, his figure disappeared from the void and appeared in front of the sun-shooting supreme in an instant. He was so fast that the sun-shooting supreme didn't even have time to draw the bowstring. The sun-shooting supreme was extremely shocked. How could this fella's speed be so fast? He hurriedly retreated in an attempt to distance himself from Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into his chest. Bam! Boom! A dull collision sound was heard. Almost at the same time, the sun-shooting supreme's supreme body exploded from Gu Fei's punch. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They couldn't believe it. Gu Fei had exploded the sun-shooting supreme with a single punch. Swoosh! While everyone was still in shock, the bloody mist that the sun-shooting supreme had turned into instantly condensed. The sun-shooting supreme's figure appeared once again. He had reformed his supreme body in an instant. Chapter 38-29. Gu Fei had come out of seclusion in time and killed the shooting sun supremacy with a single punch. The supreme venerables who were watching from afar were dumbfounded when they witnessed this scene. How is this possible? The shooting sun supremacy could not be compared to the first and second primogenitors of the Wood clan. the first primogenitor of the Wood clan who had been killed by Gu Fei, was only at the intermediate level of the extreme grade. However, the Shooting Sun supremacy of the Shooting Sun Palace was at the phenomenal level of the extreme grade. Even if 10 first primogenitors of the Wood clan joined forces, they would not be a match for the Shooting Sun supremacy. However, such a powerful being had been killed by a single punch from Gu Fei. This made the Supreme Venerables who had attacked Gu Fei feel a chill in their hearts. They had no choice but to accept this fact. This fellow had risen completely, and no one could suppress him anymore. Boom! At that moment, the power of the phenomenal level of the extreme grade erupted from the Shooting Sun supremacy. In the next moment, he drew the Shooting Sun divine bow in his hands to the fullest. Boundless essence of heaven and earth instantly gathered towards the bow and arrow. It was as if all the essence of heaven and earth had been sucked dry. Countless extreme grade Tao patterns circled around the bow and arrow. A terrifying destructive aura spread from the bow and arrow in the hands of the Shooting Sun supremacy. Gu Fei crossed his arms and smiled at the Shooting Sun supremacy, who was desperately urging his power. Gu Fei allowed the Shooting Sun supremacy to increase his combat strength and did not stop him. Die! The moment the Shooting Sun supremacy's aura erupted to its limit, he roared furiously and let go of the bowstring in his right hand. In the next moment, an immortal arrow light with a terrifying destructive power instantly shot towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Chaos of yin and yang. Gu Fei chuckled and hugged the void in front of him. A surge of yin and yang reversal power was released. The arrow light was reflected back at the Shooting Sun supremacy and reversed the attack. The Sun Shooting supremacy was extremely shocked. He hurriedly turned around, and the arrow light that was reflected back at him actually brushed past his body. Boom! The arrow light hit a mountain 100 miles away. The mountain directly exploded, and a destructive aura spread out. With the mountain as the center, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles shook violently. A single arrow destroyed a region of 10,000 li. This type of power was enough to make even supreme beings moved. One had to understand that this was the primogenitor realm, the world incomparably stable. Moreover, the Sun Shooting Supreme's arrow had not only destroyed a mountain, but it had also pierced through the void. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. His face was filled with disbelief. No one knew better than him how powerful the arrow he had shot out was. Such an arrow was actually easily reversed by the other party. Could it be that after this guy underwent a metamorphosis, his cultivation was actually above his own? Breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was a metamorphosis that all cultivators dreamed of. Even a veteran extreme grade supremacy like the Sun Shooting supremacy had never experienced such a thorough metamorphosis. However, no one knew how powerful Gu Fei had become. At that moment, the two Supreme Venerables who had instigated the Shooting Sun Supreme Venerable to make a move were nowhere to be seen. Kneel down and apologize. I'll write off all the things that you've done to me. Gu Fei looked at the Shooting Sun Supreme Venerable coldly. The veins on the Shooting Sun Supreme Venerable's forehead twitched when he heard that. Who did this guy think he was? He actually wanted him to kneel down and apologize. Even the other Supreme Venerables were extremely shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. One had to know that Supreme Venerables could not be humiliated. It would be better to kill the Shooting Sun Supreme Venerable than to make him kneel down and apologize. Impossible. The Shooting Sun Supreme Venerables were prideful. They definitely could not lower their heads to other Supreme Venerables, let alone kneel down to someone. Impossible? Then I'll hit you. As Gu Fei said that, he disappeared into the void. A moment later, the void he was in exploded. At the same time, a fist landed on the shooting sun, Supreme Venerable's body. This speed was much faster than the arrow light shot by the shooting sun, Supreme Venerable just now. Even an old Supreme Venerable like the shooting sun, Supreme Venerable, had no time to dodge Gu Fei's fist. Bam! With a dull sound, the shooting sun, Supreme Venerable body was once again blasted into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's fist. Even the Supreme Tao weapon in his hand, the shooting sun divine bow, shattered in the void. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and an illusory shadow of a bow immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful aura surged from the shadow of the bow. He actually grabbed the Supreme Tao weapon soul of the shooting sun divine bow. As long as the Supreme Tao weapon soul of the shooting sun divine bow was not destroyed, the Supreme Tao weapon would continue to exist. However, once the Supreme Tao weapon soul was destroyed, the Supreme Tao weapon would become useless. The power of Gu Fei's fist made everyone's hearts palpitate. The power of this punch was simply too heaven-defying. Even an extreme Tao Saint weapon could not withstand this punch and was directly smashed into pieces. This Gu Fei was simply a peerless killing weapon in human form. At that moment, a bloody mist floated in the void. It did not gather, nor did it disperse. Every drop of blood was emitting a supreme Tao divine light. The blood essence of a Supreme Venerable contained terrifying power. A single drop of blood essence could annihilate all living creatures in a domain. No one below the level of a Supreme Venerable could withstand this kind of power. After a while, the bloody mist gradually condensed, and a figure appeared in the void. The shooting sun, Supreme Venerable, had once again reconstructed his body. However, the speed at which he reconstructed his body was much slower than the previous time. If Gu Fei had really wanted to kill him, the shooting sun, Supreme Venerable, would have been killed countless times over. As Supreme Venerable could not die and be indestructible. However, that was only relative. A Supreme Venerable could also fall. The shooting sun Supreme was both shocked and furious when he saw that Gu Fei had actually grabbed the Supreme Tao Bao soul of his shooting sun divine Bao. This was a Tao weapon that he had refined his entire life. If it was destroyed, his cultivation would also be damaged. The majority of the shooting sun Supreme's abilities were on the shooting sun divine Bao. It should be known that he cultivated the archery Tao. Kneel down and apologize. Gu Fei looked at the shooting sun Supreme indifferently. He wanted to trample on the shooting sun Supreme to intimidate the other Supreme Venerables. He wanted to let the Supreme Venerables of the ancestral realm know that he, Gu Fei, was not someone to be trifled with. That's impossible. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to let me go? The shooting sun Supreme had no choice but to lower his head. However, he could not kneel to Gu Fei in front of everyone. Let you go? It's very simple. Kneel down. Gu Fei stared at the shooting sun, Supreme standing opposite him. A chilling, murderous aura erupted from his body, and a terrifying pressure of the extreme way spread out, causing the entire world to tremble under his pressure. The shooting sun Supreme's expression changed. He was both shocked and furious. Sir, please don't go too far. So what if I go too far? Gu Fei said nonchalantly. He made a grabbing motion, and the fragments of the shooting sun divine Bao immediately flew into his hand. Then they fused with the Bao soul. Very soon, a flawless Supreme Tao divine Bao appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It was simple and unadorned. An imposing aura spread out from the divine Bao. Preposterous. The shooting sun Supreme clenched his fists tightly and glared at Gu Fei angrily. At this moment, he hated the two fellows who had instigated him to attack. He was filled with regret. The price he had paid was simply too great. Even his life was in danger. A divine pearl of extreme Tao source was simply worthless in front of his own life. After all, everything would be over if he died. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then he disappeared into the void again. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the shooting sun supreme. Bam! Gu Fei immediately used the sky-trampling footwork and stepped on the shooting sun supreme. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets when they saw this. That was the shooting sun supreme, the master of the shooting sun divine hall, and a supreme of great mastery. However, he was being stepped on by Gu Fei. In the eyes of all the supreme martial artists who witnessed this scene, this was simply like a dream. Roar! The shooting sun supreme roared furiously as he was being stepped on by Gu Fei. He wanted to struggle free, but no matter how hard he tried, Gu Fei's foot continued to step on his body. This is the consequence of offending me. Gu Fei stood on the shooting sun supreme and scanned his surroundings. His gaze was extremely cold. All the supreme martial artists didn't dare to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads. He had intimidated all the powerhouses and made all the supreme martial artists lower their heads with his strength alone. For a moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. No one dared to speak. This made everyone jealous and envious. This was truly unrivaled power. In the southern region of the primogenitor's realm, Gu Fei was the true ruler. The shooting sun supreme was extremely humiliated. However, he was still a supreme that had lived for countless years. If he didn't have the mental capacity to endure this, he wouldn't have become the master of the shooting sun divine hall. At that moment, Gu Fei formed a seal with his right hand and sent a seal into the shooting sun supreme's body. The seal fused with the shooting sun supreme's spiritual soul. The shooting sun supreme was really in despair this time. Given his cultivation, he naturally knew what Gu Fei had done to his body. Only then did Gu Fei let go of the shooting sun supreme. "Greetings, master." The shooting sun supreme knelt on the ground. From now on, Gu Fei was his master. His life and death were in the hands of this new master. "Get up. Whatever you want to do, just do it," Gu Fei said calmly. He could feel the shooting sun supreme's anger. Of course, this anger wasn't directed at him. After all, the shooting sun supreme didn't have the guts to do so. "Yes, master." The shooting sun supreme stood up slowly. At that moment, the supreme martial artists nearby watched this scene in shock. They knew that someone was going to be out of luck. Chapter 38:30. The shooting sun supreme was enraged. He directly shattered the void and disappeared from everyone's sight. He was going to kill someone. Gu Fei had already returned the shooting sun divine bow to the shooting sun supreme. He naturally knew what the shooting sun supreme was going to do. This guy probably wanted to die now. Ha ha! Of course, as a supreme who had lived for countless years, the shooting sun supreme wouldn't die so easily. Compared to his own life, what was the big deal about being humiliated? No one expected this battle to end like this. Not only was Gu Fei not killed, but he also subdued the shooting sun supreme. This way, Gu Fei's forces became even stronger. In the entire southern region of the ancestral realm, there was no force that could contend against Gu Fei. "All of you get lost. I will kill anyone who dares to barge into the ancestral land of Yingtian again, no matter who it is." Gu Fei looked around and said this indifferently. All the supremes present didn't dare to make a sound. Some supremes directly retreated. They couldn't afford to offend him, so they could only retreat. At this time, enduring silently was the wisest choice. Everyone looked at the figure standing in the void and was incomparably shocked. The power of a single person intimidated countless supremes. Such might hadn't appeared in the entire southern region for many years. I'm afraid only that person has such grace. A supreme being of the older generation said these words. Countless supreme figures had appeared in the southern region of the ancestral realm. However, there weren't many who could suppress a supremacy of a region and become a true ruler of a region. After today's battle, the name of Gu Fei once again shook the southern region of the ancestral realm and even the entire ancestral realm. Of course, the ancestral realm was too big. The name of Gu Fei was still very unfamiliar to those who were extremely far away. Only supremes knew that an impressive figure had appeared in the southern region. The impact of this battle was undoubtedly huge to the southern region of the ancestral realm. The various major forces were reshuffled. Gu Fei didn't care about this. He looked up at the sky and frowned. What's wrong with this old man? It's been so long and he still hasn't settled it. In the depths of the starry sky, supreme divine might of the extreme path continuously descended. Even though they were extremely far away, all the living beings on the ground were still extremely terrified. When Gu Fei defeated the shooting sun supremacy, some of the extreme grade supremacies had already entered the depths of the starry sky to watch the battle. Boom! With a loud explosion, millions of stars trembled, and an extreme Tao-level energy storm instantly spread out. The entire starry sky trembled, and stars exploded one after another. This was an apocalyptic scene. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would feel their hearts palpitate at the sight of it. These two fellows, some of the unlucky extreme grade supremes, were directly affected by the energy storm that erupted and were sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. Countless stars were directly wiped out by this extreme Tao-level energy storm. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, not a single star existed. It was pitch black. A puny demon dares to be so impudent in front of me? Kneel down and admit defeat, and I might spare your life and take you in as my little brother. An extremely insolent voice was heard. Then an extremely insolent fellow rushed out of the void while shouting and yelling, "Don't run if you're so capable." In the next moment, endless demonic aura rushed out of the shattered void behind this fellow. Terrifying demonic shadows rushed out and pounced towards that fellow. I'm not running. I'm walking a dog. Be good, come and catch me. Ha ha. The disheveled old man laughed and ran wildly. In an instant, he ran from one end of the starry sky to the other. Even Gu Fei's heaven-treading step was not as fast as him. This fellow, Gu Fei, entered the depths of the starry sky and saw this scene. He couldn't help but laugh. This disheveled old man was still as playful as ever. Walking a dog, The heavenly fiend supreme was so angry that he was about to explode. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. How dare this fellow be so impudent in front of him? Rumble, endless demonic aura engulfed the entire starry sky. Within the demonic aura, terrifying demonic shadows roared and pounced towards the disheveled old man. Each of the demonic shadows exuded a powerful aura. This was the demonic avatar of the heavenly fiend supreme. This demonic avatar was very strong and strange. It seemed as though it could destroy everything. Even a star would be turned into nothingness when the demonic avatar pounced on it. The heavenly fiend supreme had been in seclusion for countless years. He had refined all the demonic power that the entire heavenly fiend valley had gathered. This power was way too strong. Even the disheveled old man wouldn't be willing to face it head-on. This fellow seems to be even stronger than the shooting sun supreme. An extreme Tao supreme exclaimed in shock when he saw this scene. Of course, this disheveled old man was someone who had mastered 3 perfect Great Tao powers. The reason why he was acting like this was just for fun. Gu Fei knew this fellow's character very well. Once he got serious, it wasn't a joke. As the disheveled old man rammed around in the endless starry sky, the entire starry sky was destroyed. Countless stars were wiped out and completely disappeared from the starry sky. Fortunately, the starry sky of the ancestral realm was big enough. If it was the human realm, heaven realm, chaos demon realm, or ancestral god realm, the starry sky of the entire world would have been destroyed and irreparable damage would have been caused. The disheveled old man fought with the heavenly fiend supreme. From time to time, he would turn around and unleash devastating attacks to force the demonic avatar to retreat. At the sight of this, apart from Gu Fei, the other extreme Tao Supremes were indescribably shocked. In particular, the Supremes of the older generation were even more shocked. This deranged fellow had actually infuriated the heavenly fiend supreme. It was truly unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly fiend supreme was one of the strongest extreme Tao Supremes in the entire southern region of the ancestral realm. Great success of the extreme Tao realm was enough to sweep across a region. Yet, even with the capabilities of the heavenly fiend supreme, he couldn't catch this fellow. All right, I've had enough fun. The disheveled old man suddenly stopped running. He turned around and flipped his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist immediately appeared in his hand. "Ha, you're not running anymore? Then die." The heavenly fiend supreme laughed out loud and chased after the disheveled old man. As he attacked, countless ferocious demonic shadows rushed towards the disheveled old man in an attempt to tear him into pieces. The disheveled old man suddenly laughed and raised the ancient cauldron in his hand. At the next moment, a heaven-devouring force surged out from the ancient cauldron in the disheveled old man's hand. It actually devoured the countless demonic shadows that were rushing towards him. What? Chapter 38-31. Genius in a Second. Remember, love, go. Speaking net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The god of the mountain and river cauldron, that disheveled old man, was a ruthless character. Even though he was frivolous, he was terrifying when he was serious. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. The ancient cauldron in the disheveled old man's hand swallowed everything. Endless demonic aura and demonic shadows were devoured by the ancient cauldron and turned into its own power. Given the current situation, there was no doubt that Supreme Tian Sha would suffer a crushing defeat in the end. This Supreme Heavenly Fiend's shock was no small matter. In the next moment, Supreme Tian Sha tried his best to gather his demonic power. However, the demonic power in his body was still forcefully devoured by the ancient cauldron in his opponent's hand. At the sight of this, all the supreme martial artists in the starry sky were indescribably shocked. Supreme Tian Sha was just chasing after this disheveled old man majestically a moment ago. Why was he the one being killed by the disheveled old man now? Roar! Sovereign Tian Sha roared out in rage. Boundless demonic energy surged out as the faint and illusory sovereign demon phantoms suddenly exploded as a terrifying destructive power burst forth. This was the destructive force of an extreme Tao. Even the extremely stable void was blasted into a gigantic black hole. Even the chaotic aura was blasted out by the demonic shadows. Love, go, little, say, net. Chu, the extremely violent demonic power successfully blocked the devouring power from the mountain and river cauldron. Supreme Tian Sha made use of this opportunity to retreat hundreds of millions of miles away. He successfully broke free from the devouring power of the mountain and river cauldron. He broke out in cold sweat. He had sacrificed the countless demonic bodies that he had refined for countless years to break free from the devouring power. This made his heart bleed. At this moment, the disheveled old man charged towards Supreme Tian Sha with the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. The power of chaos, primordial chaos, and the power of the array Tao. 3 perfect great Tao powers circled around the ancient cauldron in the disheveled old man's hand. Countless array patterns, chaos patterns, and primordial patterns intertwined. The might of the extreme Tao that erupted from the ancient cauldron made even Supreme Tian Sha's heart palpitate. This supreme heavenly fiend was dumbfounded. Was this guy really just an extreme Tao artifact spirit? He had attained the Tao for countless years, yet he had never encountered such a freakish, extreme Tao artifact spirit. It was actually as powerful as a true extreme Tao sovereign, and even more powerful than ordinary great accomplishment extreme Tao sovereigns. In the next moment, the disheveled old man suddenly grinned. His figure immediately became blurry, and 3 figures appeared in the void. Among the 3 figures, one was surrounded by vast and mighty chaotic aura, as though a primordial chaos sovereign had descended upon the world. Another was surrounded by nebulous aura, as though a primordial chaos sovereign had descended upon the world. As for the last figure, it seemed as though it was completely formed from interweaving runes. The aura emanating from each figure was extremely shocking. At this moment, let alone Sovereign Tian Sha, even the other supreme beings were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What kind of mystic ability was this? 3 incarnations of the great Tao. Little devil brat. Today I will let you know what it means to be invincible under the heavens. The figure shrouded in nebulous aura said coldly. He then took a step forward and appeared before Supreme Heavenly Fiend in an instant, throwing a punch at him. It was a simple punch, but Supreme Heavenly Fiend was unable to dodge it. All he could do was take the primordial chaos clone of the disheveled old man head-on. Bam! Supreme Heavenly Fiend's Heavenly Fiend demon palm collided with the primordial chaos clone's fist. With a dull thud, Supreme Heavenly Fiend was sent flying backward. A clone is able to repel Supreme Heavenly Fiend. An old voice rang out as an old man in white robes appeared in the starry sky. When the other supreme beings who were spectating the battle saw this old man, all of them were shocked as they hid far away from him. This old man was none other than the old man who had fought against the primordial demon Lord back in the primordial mountain range. Even though this old man looked like he had 1 foot in the grave once he unleashed his might, it was no laughing matter. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled as chaotic aura surged. The primordial chaos clone of the disheveled old man had made his move as well. He dashed forward and collided with Supreme Heavenly Fiend. The might of the collision of the primordial chaos clone was just like a chaos divine mountain crashing down, causing the entire void to tremble. What Supreme Heavenly Fiend was shocked as he hurriedly used his Heavenly Fiend demon palm to block the attack. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the void trembled. Supreme Heavenly Fiend was sent flying once again. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. One must know that Supreme Heavenly Fiend wasn't a nobody. Countless years ago, this fella was a terrifying god of death in the southern domain of the primordial ancestor world. Even though countless years had passed, Supreme Heavenly Fiend was still that terrifying god of death in the eyes of the older supreme beings. However, such a god of death was now being suppressed and forced to retreat by someone else. This didn't match Supreme Heavenly Fiend's reputation as an extreme god of death. It seemed as though he didn't live up to his reputation. Could it be that Heavenly Fiend has stayed in Heaven Fiend Valley for too long that his cultivation has regressed? The mysterious old man stared at Supreme Heavenly Fiend, who was constantly being forced to retreat, and asked doubtfully, "It's not that Heavenly Fiend's cultivation has regressed. It's just that his opponent is too strong." Someone said as a blurry figure appeared beside the mysterious old man. The mysterious old man was still watching the battle in front of him. "To think that an old monster like you is still alive. Haven't you lived long enough? TSK, you're not even dead yet. How can I bear to die?" The mysterious black figure said disapprovingly. The mysterious old man chuckled before saying, "Interesting, interesting. Seems like my other old friends are still around. This is going to be fun. I didn't think that such a talent would appear in the southern domain after I went into seclusion for 100,000 years. What a surprise." The black figure lamented. He wasn't referring to the disheveled old man. Instead, he was looking at Gu Fei. Given the mysterious old man's and the black figure's cultivation, they could tell the disheveled old man's cultivation with a single glance. Although the disheveled old man was strong, he was only an extreme Dao weapon soul after all. However, Gu Fei was different. He had defeated the Shooting Sun Supreme, an extreme Dao weapon soul. His cultivation and battle prowess were enough to shock the world. This was because Gu Fei had just become a Supreme not too long ago. Which of the Supremes in the ancestral realm hadn't been a Supreme for hundreds of thousands of years? However, these extreme Dao Supremes who had been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't even defeat a brat who had just become a Supreme not too long ago. This was a genius, a demon-like genius. Even that existence in the southern domain wouldn't be able to match up to Gu Fei in terms of cultivation speed. At this moment, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked in the direction of the mysterious old man and the black figure. Chapter 38-32. Genius in a second remembered to go away? The web provides you with exciting novels to read. Gu Fei's limelight was too strong. It was impossible not to notice him. That was because everything he had done was shocking. Whether it was the tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range, killing the 2 primogenitors of the wood race, annihilating the entire wood race, defeating the 9 Supremes, or even defeating the sun-shooting supremacy just now. Such a battle record was enough to show disdain for the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm. It was enough to suppress all the Supremes. In fact, even Gu Fei hadn't expected himself to reach this stage. He had kept a low profile when he had come to the primogenitor realm. He didn't want to attract the attention of the Supremes too early. However, he had now become the most dazzling supremacy of the southern region of the primogenitor realm. At that moment, Gu Fei seemed to sense that someone was watching him. He turned around and saw the mysterious old man who had appeared in the primogenitor mountain range, standing with a black shadow. They were both looking at him. The mysterious old man even nodded at Gu Fei. Gu Fei ignored the two of them and continued to watch the battle. It wasn't every day that he would encounter a battle of this level. Humph! Before the mysterious old man could say anything, the black shadow beside him snorted coldly. "This young fella is quite arrogant." The black shadow was a little displeased when he saw that Gu Fei was ignoring them. "He has the ability to be arrogant," the mysterious old man said disapprovingly. In the cultivation world, cultivation time didn't matter. As long as one was stronger than oneself, they would be the boss. Even super antiques that had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years wouldn't dare to call themselves seniors as long as their cultivation was weaker than Gu Fei's. In front of Gu Fei, even those super antiques that had cultivated for countless years would have to bow down. At that moment, the battle between the disheveled old man and Supreme Sky Fiend had reached a critical juncture. The disheveled old man's 3 clones were extremely powerful. Supreme Sky Fiend couldn't even retaliate. Boom! A fist smashed fiercely against Supreme Sky Fiend's chest. In the next moment, his chest caved in, and a fist mark appeared on his back. Violent primal chaos energy erupted, and Supreme Heaven Fiend was sent flying backwards. At the same time, Hongming's clone also rushed over. Taking a step forward, he instantly caught up to Sovereign Tiansha, who was sent flying. Then he stomped down on Sovereign Tiansha. Roar! Supreme Sky Fiend bellowed out as he raised his hands in front of his body to protect himself. A powerful Sky Fiend demonic power burst forth. Bam! The disheveled old man's primordial incarnation stomped down as a violent primordial force burst forth from beneath his feet, turning Supreme Sky ferocious into a mist of blood. However, in the blink of an eye, the body of the Supreme Sky Fiend that was crushed by the disheveled old man's primordial chaos clone was instantly reconstructed. At this level of cultivation, it was impossible for ordinary methods to harm his life. Wung. The void vibrated as billions of Tao patterns were imprinted in the surrounding void. This was the disheveled old man's Tao body of array formations, making a move. Terrifying killing arrays stacked one after another, emitting a murderous aura that was enough to change the color of the heavens. With the power of the Tao of array formations sealing the void, Supreme Sky Fiend couldn't escape at all. As such, Supreme Sky Fiend was met with misfortune. Even Supreme Sky Fiend himself didn't know how many times he was beaten up. Eventually, he was sucked into the mountain river cauldron by the disheveled old man's primordial incarnation. At the sight of this, all the supreme martial artists were astonished. This disheveled old man was truly strong to the extreme. This was merely an extreme Tao weapon. If an extreme Tao weapon was already this strong, wouldn't the existence that had refined this extreme Tao weapon be even more insane? The battle came to an end without any suspense. Those supreme martial artists who had a grudge with Gu Fei had all retreated quietly. At this moment, three figures that were so strong that even an extreme Tao supreme martial artist would feel their hearts palpitate clash together. A ball of divine light appeared, and the three figures fused into one. The divine light dissipated, and the disheveled old man's figure appeared. You're getting stronger and stronger. I'm really starting to suspect if you're really just an extreme Tao weapon. Gu Fei appeared in front of the disheveled old man. The disheveled old man glanced at Gu Fei before waving his hand. Beams of extreme Tao divine light flew out from his sleeves. Within the divine light were several extreme Tao weapons. These were the extreme Tao weapons that Gu Fei had lent to the disheveled old man to set up the array formation. He hurriedly kept these extreme Tao weapons. One had to know that even in the entire ancestral world, there weren't many extreme Tao weapons that were stronger than the Mountain River Cauldron. Master, save me! At this moment, Patriarch Ing Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. It was only at this moment that Gu Fei recalled Patriarch Ing Tian and the others. He looked down from the starry sky and saw a black fog shrouding a mountain ridge nearing Tian's ancestral land. The black fog condensed and did not dissipate. Even if the mountain winds howled, it would not move. Patriarch Ing Tian and the others were trapped in this black fog. Corpse poison? That's good stuff. The disheveled old man's eyes lit up when he saw the black fog. He then charged down from the starry sky. Corpse poison refined from the corpse of an extreme Tao supreme being? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw the black fog. It wasn't that he had never seen such corpse poison before. Back in the moon deity's palace in the heaven realm, he had seen how powerful it was. This was something that even an extreme Tao supreme being would not dare to touch. However, it was also a great killing weapon. If he could keep it and refine it into a Dharma treasure, It would definitely be one of the most terrifying Dharma treasures in the world. Gu Fei then charged down from the depths of the starry sky. When Gu Fei arrived above the mountain ridge, he saw that the black fog was shrinking rapidly and was kept away by the disheveled old man with the mountain river cauldron. Patriarching Tian and the others appeared in the void. "Greetings, Master." When Patriarching Tian saw Gu Fei's arrival, he hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. Hey, you bastards! I saved you guys. Why aren't you bowing to me?" The disheveled old man yelled in displeasure. When Patriarching Tian and the others heard the disheveled old man's words, they could not help but exchange glances, not knowing what to do. "All right, stop teasing them," Gu Fei said. He saw that Patriarching Tian and the others looked exhausted, as though their bodies had been hollowed out. "What exactly happened?" Gu Fei asked curiously. "It's Mu Jinghong. That guy actually plotted against us," Patriarching Tian said hatefully. "If not for Mu Jinghong, they would not be in such a pathetic state." "Mu Jinghong still dares to return?" Gu Fei was surprised to hear that. One must know that he had already annihilated the wood race, but he had forgotten about Mu Jinghong. In the next moment, a powerful divine thought swept out in all directions with Gu Fei at the center, instantly enveloping the area within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, he could not sense Mu Jinghong's presence at all. "Let's go back." With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void instantly. The disheveled old man was in a good mood after obtaining the extreme Tao corpse poison. He took a step forward and disappeared in front of Patriarching Tian and the others. It was only then that Patriarching Tian and the others stood up and rushed towards the Ing Tian ancestral grounds. Before long, they returned to the Ing Tian ancestral grounds and flew towards the ancestral hall. Patriarching Tian and the others raised their heads and saw that Gu Fei was already sitting on the throne in the middle of the ancestral hall, talking to the disheveled old man beside him. "Master, while you were in seclusion, a lot of our territory was taken over by other forces." Patriarching Tian hurriedly told Gu Fei what had happened during this period of time. "Li Clan, Qin Clan, Supreme Black Tortoise?" Upon hearing that, Gu Fei could not help but frown. These guys really don't know what's good for them. They even dared to invade my territory. It seems like they're tired of living. Gu Fei had defeated the 9 Great Supremes, so the territory of the 9 Paths Supremes was naturally his. He had also killed the progenitor of the Han clan, so the territory of the Han clan was also his, especially the territory of the Wood Race. Gu Fei had killed 2 of the Wood Race's progenitors directly, so the territory of the Wood Race was not small. It could be said that these territories were all fought for by him. How dare the Li Clan, Qin Clan, and Supreme Black Tortoise loot a burning house? It seems like I'll have to make a trip. Gu Fei slowly stood up from his seat. "Are you going or not?" Gu Fei turned around and asked the disheveled old man beside him. "TSK, you want me to teach these guys a lesson? You can go by yourself." The disheveled old man waved his hand at Gu Fei. He was looking for a place to study the extreme path corpse poison. "All right." Gu Fei smiled bitterly and walked out of the ancestral hall, disappearing outside. More than 2 hours later, Gu Fei appeared outside the city gate of a huge city. It was almost noon. He raised his head and looked at the city gate. There was a plaque on the city gate, and the words Nanzuan City were written on it. The ancestral ground of the Qin clan was in Nanzuan City. Gu Fei headed straight for the city gate. Just as he was about to enter the city, the 2 soldiers guarding the city gate stepped forward and stopped him. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks and frowned. These 2 guys were merely immortal-level soldiers, yet they dared to stop him. Were they forcing him to start a massacre? "You're new here? Cultivators have to pay 1 gene of immortal crystals to enter the city. One of the soldiers with a spear said to Gu Fei. He was sizing up Gu Fei. Although he looked respectful on the surface, there was a hint of disdain and impatience in the depths of his eyes. Gu Fei had completely concealed his aura, not letting any of it leak out. At this moment, Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. These guys actually dared to collect the entrance fee from him. Gu Fei could go wherever he wanted. Who would dare to collect the entrance fee from him? Seeing that Gu Fei did not take out 1 gene of immortal crystals, the 2 soldiers were even more disdainful. It seemed like this guy was a country bumpkin who had crawled out from God knows where. No immortal crystals? Then get the F***CK out of here. One of the soldiers shouted at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei was instantly infuriated. A chilling, murderous intent erupted from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Chapter 38-33. Genius in a second. Remember love, go away? We provide you with exciting novels to read. What's going on? Just as Gu Fei was about to make a move outside the city gates of Nanzuan City, a voice came from inside the city gates. Then a figure walked out. This person was a young woman with a graceful figure dressed in silver armor. Gu Fei looked at the lady with a playful smile. This woman was naturally very beautiful, but she also gave off a valiant and formidable-looking temperament. Sir, I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. I can't believe he doesn't know the rules of Nanzuan City. A soldier guarding the city gates hurriedly reported to the lady with a smile. Oh, is that so? The young lady was a little surprised to hear this. Perhaps this is his first time coming to Nanzuan City. Let him enter this time. The young lady glanced at Gu Fei and said, the cultivator aura on Gu Fei's body wasn't very strong. He was only at the immortal realm, so the soldier guarding the city gates and the young lady in silver armor couldn't see through his cultivation level at all. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was able to see through these people with a single glance. This young lady was actually a holy venerate, a peak holy venerate that was only 1 step away from breaking through to the quasi-supremacy realm. Cultivators who were successful in their cultivation could maintain their appearance forever, and they could also change their appearance at will. However, their souls would never change. Given Gu Fei's cultivation level, he could naturally see through these people's souls at a glance. This way, he would be able to know how long these people had lived and whether they were young or old. According to Gu Fei's judgment, this young lady in silver armor hadn't cultivated for a very long time. It seemed like she had only cultivated for a little more than 1,000 years. Of course, for mortals who only had a few decades of lifespan, a cultivator who was more than 1,000 years old was already an old existence. However, for a cultivator who could break through to the peak holy venerate realm after cultivating for a little more than 1,000 years, such a cultivation speed was indeed shocking. One had to admit that the living beings of the primogenitor realm were much more talented than living beings from other worlds. Yes, my lord. The 2 soldiers guarding the city gate hurriedly stepped aside to make way for them. Gu Fei smiled and said, wouldn't I owe you a favor? What? The young woman was taken aback. Brat, since my lord has allowed you to enter, you'd better scram. A soldier guarding the city said impatiently. Humph. Gu Fei looked at the battle soldier, and a glint of light flashed across his eyes. If this guy had spoken to him like this before he became a supreme martial artist, he would have slapped him to death long ago. However, the death penalty could be avoided, but the punishment could not be forgiven. A beam of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. This beam of divine light directly rushed into the other party's eyes. Even the young woman didn't notice Gu Fei's little trick. Get lost, another soldier said. Gu Fei also glanced at this guy. Then Gufei smiled and walked into the city. He then walked towards the city lord's mansion. The young woman looked at Gufei's back. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Soon, Gufei's figure disappeared into the crowd on the street. When Gufei disappeared, the two soldiers guarding the city suddenly stood there like statues. They didn't move at all. Soon, their eyes were filled with madness. Without any warning, the two warriors raised the spears in their hands and stabbed towards each other. Uffed, uffed, blood splattered everywhere. The two soldiers actually started killing each other. Are you guys crazy? The silver-armored woman was shocked when she saw this. Could it be him? She thought of that person just now. At this time, the two soldiers guarding the city had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Their bodies were covered in blood, but such injuries weren't fatal to immortal soldiers. Meanwhile, Gufei was walking slowly on the street. Nanzuan City was indeed one of the bases of the Qin clan. It was very prosperous. The main street of the city was crowded with people. Shops lined both sides of the street, making it a lively place. This huge city was the largest city within a radius of 10 million miles. There were more than 10 million living beings living here, and most of them were cultivators. Of course, there were also many mortals in the city. However, the status of cultivators and mortals was worlds apart. To cultivators, mortals were merely servants that they could order around. Stone gambling. The immortal crystal raw ores that have just been transported back from the heavenly pit. Fellow Taoists who are interested, don't miss it. Suddenly, a shout came from the front. Immortal crystal raw ores? Interesting. Gufei looked in the direction of the voice and saw many cultivators gathering at a stall on the side of the street. There were still cultivators gathering there. Immortal crystal raw ores transported back from the heavenly pit? Are you kidding me? Do you think it's that easy to dig out the immortal crystal raw ores in the heavenly pit? Someone questioned. Hey, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Fellow Taoists, is there anyone who wants to try? A young cultivator continued to shout at the side of the stall. Gufei squeezed forward to take a look. The stall was filled with immortal crystal raw ores of different sizes. From the looks of it, those below the sage level would not be able to tell if there were immortal crystals in the ores. Beings above the sage level no longer needed immortal crystals to improve their cultivation, so sages wouldn't come here to gamble on stone gambling. Gufei glanced at the raw gemstones on the stall and immediately knew which raw gemstone had material inside and which raw gemstone didn't have any material inside. The thick outer layer of the immortal crystal raw ores could block the divine sense of cultivators, but it couldn't block the divine sense of supreme beings. I'll take this. Gufei squatted down and picked up a raw ores that weighed more than 10 kilograms. Haha, fellow Taoist, you have a good eye. This raw ores has a high chance of producing top-grade immortal crystals. The stall owner quickly said, Name your price. Gufei said, I'll only exchange it for immortal medicine of 5 elements lotus or a heavenly god fruit. The stall owner quickly said, 5 elements lotus, heavenly god fruit. Gufei couldn't help being stunned, but there was nothing strange about it. Cultivators usually obtained what they wanted by exchanging what they needed with each other. Gufei was about to take out the 2 immortal medicines. However, a group of people walked over at that moment. Seeing this group of people coming over, the onlookers quickly retreated and made a path for them. I'll take this raw ores. The young man in white said proudly. He then took out a storage pouch and threw it to the stall owner. Chapter 38-34. The Sky Pit was the name of an immortal crystal mine in the Primogenitor mountain range. It was an old mine that had once produced incredible items. Rumor had it that more than a decade ago, someone had dug out living beings sealed inside immortal crystal ores from the sky pit. Someone had also dug out a supreme, immortal source from the sky pit. This immortal source contained the most primitive immortal Tao aura. A single drop of it could allow an ordinary person to transform into an immortal. Someone had even dug out a primitive, extreme Tao origin from the sky pit. This was a connate origin that even an extreme Tao supremacy coveted. The Sun-Shooting Supreme had agreed to eliminate Gu Fei for the sake of a divine pearl of extreme Tao origin. Unfortunately, the Sun-Shooting Supreme had failed to kill Gu Fei. Not only had he failed to kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei had also placed a restrictive technique on him and turned him into Gu Fei's slave. Because the sky pit was so famous and had produced countless heaven-defying items, the immortal crystal ores excavated from the sky pit were far more valuable than those excavated from other mines. In front of a stall on the street of Nanzuan City, Gu Fei picked out an immortal crystal organ. However, at that moment, a young man surrounded by a group of subordinates walked over and threw a storage bag to the stall owner. The young stall owner caught the storage pouch and was momentarily at a loss as to what to do. He couldn't afford to offend this young man, but Gu Fei didn't say that he didn't want this immortal crystal ore. Interesting. Gu Fei stood up with the immortal crystal ore in his hand and glanced at the young man. The young man had a smug look on his face as he glanced at him disdainfully. Beside the young man stood a gray-haired middle-aged man in a gray robe who was holding a feather fan. These two fellas were like ants in Gu Fei's eyes. This arrogant young man was only a quasi-sage, while the middle-aged man beside him was a sage. Apart from these two, the other fellas were completely ignored by Gu Fei. "Brat, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our young master and say that our young master and wants this immortal crystal?" Or a black-clothed fiendish slave took a step forward and shouted at Gu Fei, "Put down the immortal crystal or and scram." Another black-clothed fiendish slave fiercely said to Gu Fei, "Young masterin'? Never heard of it." Gu Fei shook his head and said indifferently, "What?" When the surrounding people heard Gu Fei's words, they immediately looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. At this time, everyone retreated far away, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. "Brat, you're courting death." The black-clothed fiendish slave raised his hand, and a black light immediately shot towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. He wanted to take Gu Fei's life, right from the get-go. Humph! Gu Fei grew angry. It seemed these fellows were the tyrants of Nanzuan City. They dared to kill people as they pleased. If he was just an ordinary cultivator, wouldn't he have died here today, killing without a word? Gu Fei did not move at all. The moment the black light arrived in front of him, it actually stopped in the air. It was only a few inches away from his forehead. Everyone was startled. The black-clothed fiendish slave was dumbfounded. He looked at Gu Fei in horror. Gu Fei smiled as he stretched out his hand and flicked the black light. The black light immediately shot towards the black-clothed fiendish slave. Pooh! A flower of blood bloomed between the fiendish slave's eyebrows. The black light had directly pierced through his forehead, and he died instantly. After the black light pierced through the fiendish slave's forehead, it continued shooting towards young Master An, who was behind him. Young Master An was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, the middle-aged man standing next to him reached out with his right hand and grabbed the black light. Young Master An was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Uncle Lou, kill him for me." Young Master An ordered the middle-aged man next to him. This guy actually wanted to kill him. He deserved to die. However, Uncle Lou did not move. Young Master An turned around impatiently, only to see Uncle Lou staring at Gu Fei in shock. His right hand was dripping with blood, and there was a bloody hole in his palm. This even young master and was stunned. "Who exactly are you?" Uncle Lou's expression was incomparably solemn as he stared at Gu Fei. "Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know." Gu Fei smiled indifferently. In front of him, a saint was simply inferior to an ant. "Humph! Our clan is not to be trifled with. Do you know that we are in an alliance with the Qin clan? If the clan and the Qin clan join forces, even the Shooting Sun Shrine wouldn't dare to provoke us." Young master and said coldly, his face filled with disdain. "I am the grandson of the clan's clan leader. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg me to spare you." Young master and was still spouting nonsense. He had no idea who he was facing. "You want me to kneel down and beg for mercy?" Gu Fei's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, a divine light flashed and disappeared. Even Uncle Lou couldn't see how Gu Fei did it. In the next moment, young master and was speechless. His face was filled with shock. Then, a bloody mark appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. What? He killed young master and... Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all extremely shocked. Young master and was the young thug of Nanzuan City, with the clan and the Qin clan as his backing. However, this young man actually killed young master, and just like that. Uncle Lou's expression changed drastically. He never thought that Gu Fei would kill someone so cleanly. Young master and's evil slaves were already scared out of their wits. If young master and died, they would definitely be buried with him. They didn't want to die just like that. In the next moment, young master and subordinates scattered in all directions with a loud bang. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was like crushing an ant. "You've pierced through the sky. No one can save you now." Uncle Lou stared at Gu Fei with both shock and anger. In his opinion, since Gu Fei dared to kill young master, and the clan naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Gu Fei didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could a single person be a match for two major clans? At this time, a group of soldiers rushed over from afar, led by the woman in silver armor that Gu Fei met at the city gate when he entered the city. "It's you." The woman was stunned when she saw Gu Fei. Meanwhile, Gu Fei paid no attention to the woman, and he took out the 2 immortal medicines that the stall owner urgently needed. After that, he waved his right hand, causing a ray of divine light to shoot out from his hand and cut open a hole on the immortal crystal Oregon. A dazzling light immediately rushed out from the hole, and the density of the surrounding spiritual energy rose rapidly. This, Chapter 38-35. The clan and the Qin clan were the rulers of Nanzuan City. Of course, the Nanzuan City lord's surname was Qin, not an what a bold thief. How dare he kill people and steal their treasures in Nanzuan City? As soon as Gu Fei cut open the immortal crystal or in his hand, a loud roar came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. "That's... run!" When the surrounding people heard this extremely shocking voice that was like a thunderclap, their expressions immediately changed greatly, and they dispersed in an uproar. Apart from Uncle Lou of the family, only the young thug slave and the female general who led the group of soldiers were still around. The bustling street was now completely empty. Uncle Lou's face turned pale when he heard the voice. His forehead broke out in cold sweat, and his hands and feet trembled in fear. The lackeys of young master and who had been killed by Gu Fei were already kneeling on the ground in extreme fear. Only Gu Fei was able to stand as if nothing had happened. Even the female soldier, who was at the great perfection holy venerate realm, was doing her best to resist the mighty holy aura descending from the sky. "Humph! Ants will always be ants." A voice came down from the sky, and it was filled with disdain. At this moment, a terrifying figure appeared in the sky. It was as if a supreme ruler was looking down on ants beneath his feet. An overwhelming divine might descended from the sky. The unclanned slaves and the soldiers brought by the female soldier were so scared that their souls were trembling. Even Uncle Lou couldn't withstand it and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Senior," Uncle Lou said with difficulty. "Trash, how did you protect Chung?" The supreme expert in the sky said coldly. This Uncle Lou hurriedly knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the ground. He was extremely terrified. Although Uncle Lou was a holy venerate, he didn't even dare let out a fart in front of this expert. He was usually in fear and trepidation, but now he was even more unbearable. "So the guy I killed is called Chung," Gouffet muttered to himself. Only now did he know what this guy was called. "Get lost." The peerless expert in the sky waved his sleeve, and Uncle Lou, who was kneeling on the ground, was immediately sent flying. With a bang, he smashed into the city gate hundreds of feet away. Then he rolled on the ground and fainted. Seeing this, the evil servants of the infamily were scared out of their wits. How majestic! Gouffet crossed his arms as he looked up at the old man in the sky and said indifferently, "Humph, you are the first person who dares to kill someone in Nanzuan City and rob their treasures in broad daylight. You have guts." The old man in the sky looked down at Gouffet and said coldly, "Ha ha, killing someone to steal their treasure, which eye of yours saw me kill and rob." Gouffet laughed. "If I say you killed someone to steal their treasure, then that means you killed someone to steal their treasure. Those who kill and steal their treasure will die." The old man in the sky said coldly. He stared at Gouffet and narrowed his eyes. This young man is still so calm. Does he have something to rely on? The old man was a little surprised. "Is that so? It turns out that whatever you say is true," Gouffet said with a faint smile. "Are you crazy? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the chief elder of the infamily? Are you really not afraid of death?" At this moment, a voice rang in Gouffet's mind. It turned out that it was the female battle general he met at the city gate, who was transmitting her voice to him. The chief elder of the infamily? Gouffet only smiled and said nothing. With his current cultivation, even if the leader of the infamily came in person and provoked him, he would kill him with a slap. "Humph!" The chief elder in the sky snorted coldly. He stared at the female battle general, but said nothing. "Kid, obediently kneel and beg for mercy. Hand over the treasure." "If I am happy, I might not kill you," said the great elder of the infamily as he stared at the primordial immortal crystal in Gouffet's hand. Gouffet clearly saw the greed in the chief elder's eyes. This chief elder didn't care about the life or death of young master, and at all. It seemed that young master and status was not even comparable to an immortal crystal in the chief elder's eyes. "So you've taken a fancy to the item in my hand. Humph! What's the point of talking so much nonsense? If you have the ability, come and take it. If not, then come and die." Gouffet said disdainfully. He hated these sanctimonious people the most. It was clearly this guy who wanted to kill someone and steal their treasure. Yet he said that it was Gouffet who wanted to kill someone and steal their treasure. How hypocritical! At this time, the female battle general who heard Gouffet's words was already dumbfounded. Who exactly was this guy? How dare he not put the Inclan's chief elder in his eyes? The Inclan's chief elder was a quasi-supreme being, although he was only a quasi-supreme being. In the entire South Soon City, the only person who could suppress the Inclan's chief elder was the city lord of South Soon City. The female battle general knew very well how powerful and terrifying the Inclan's chief elder was. Rumble! Right at this moment, thunder suddenly sounded in the void. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the sky above South Soon City, without warning. What's that guy doing again? At this time, in the courtyard behind the city lord's mansion, an old man and a young man were playing chess next to a stone table under a big tree. The sound of thunder could be heard. The white-robed old man showed a trace of displeasure on his face. "My grandpa is a little hot-tempered. My cousin must have made him angry again," said a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s opposite the old man. "People say that the clan has produced 2 dragons, but your cousin is far inferior compared to you." The old man sighed. This young man had only cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he was already at the peak of the holy venerate realm. He was only a step away from the quasi-supreme being realm. Even the genius of the Qin clan couldn't compare to this cultivation speed. The old man looked at the young man opposite him with some envy. Boom! At this time, a loud sound was heard. The entire South Soon city seemed to shake. In the next moment, a powerful energy wave arrived. What? At this time, the old man and the young man who were playing chess couldn't help but get up in shock. At this time, on the streets of South Soon City, Gu Fei stared at the existence in the sky that seemed to have turned into the ancestor of the Thunder Dao. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. He didn't expect the clan's chief elder to cultivate a Thunder Dao cultivation technique. A terrifying aura of destruction burst out from the great elder of the family who was hovering in the sky, and all the cultivators in South Soon City were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 38-36. How dare an ant-like fellow act so presumptuously in front of me? I really have to admire your courage, Gu Fei said indifferently as he looked up at the figure shrouded in lightning in the sky. You're boasting shamelessly. Die, little fellow. The great elder of the clan roared like a thunderclap. He then waved his hand, and countless lightning balls fell from the sky and smashed toward Gu Fei. Each of the lightning balls emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. However, to Gu Fei, an extreme Dao-level brute, the clan's first elder's move was simply insignificant. The female warrior had already closed her eyes, not wanting to see Gu Fei being blasted to smithereens by the lightning balls. At the same time, Gu Fei suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The lightning balls that filled the sky were completely devoured by him. What the great elder of the clan finally realized that he had provoked a powerful existence that he could not afford to provoke. He was both shocked and furious. Roar. Thunderous fury. The great elder of the clan roared and attacked right away. In the next moment, a giant hand formed from lightning appeared in the void and slapped toward Gu Fei, who was on the ground. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the giant hand. Anyone else would have wet their pants in the face of such a powerful move. Unfortunately, the great elder of the clan had encountered Gu Fei. Humph, you're just like an ant. Gu Fei did not move at all, but an extremely sharp sword light rushed out of his body and split the giant lightning hand in half. The sword light that split the lightning hand circled around the great elder's neck before flying back to Gu Fei's body and disappearing. At that moment, the great elder of the clan looked as if he had seen a ghost. His terrified expression froze on his face, and the terrifying aura of destruction that had erupted from his body disappeared instantly. What happened? Countless cultivators in Nanzuan City were shocked. Who wouldn't recognize the aura of the clan's grand elder? He was the most powerful person in Nanzuan City apart from the city lord, Qin Tatian. Even Qin Tatian would not dare to offend the grand elder of the family. However, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on the neck of the clan's grand elder, who had intimidated the entire Nanzuan City. In the next moment, the head of the clan's grand elder fell from the sky, followed by his headless corpse. What? How is this possible? What just happened? When the female general opened her eyes and saw this scene, she was stunned. one of the overlords of Nanzuan City. The Grand Elder of the clan was actually dead, and his head was separated from his body. Did you kill him? The female General Qin Rong said with a trembling voice. She was a well-known figure in the Qin clan's younger generation, only slightly inferior to An Qianjue from that clan. The An clan had produced 2 dragons. One had already been killed by Gu Fei, while the true dragon of the An clan was An Qianjue. An Qianjue was the person with the highest chance of breaking through to the quasi-supremacy stage among the An clan's younger generation. So what if I've killed him? Gu Fei shrugged and said, at this moment, his hand that was holding the primordial celestial crystal shook, and cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the primordial celestial crystal. The next moment, the surface of the primordial celestial crystal fell off, and a ball of divine light that was countless times brighter than the divine sun appeared in his hand. Qin Rong was shocked to the extreme. She stared at the ball of divine light in Gu Fei's hand, and her eyes blurred. A powerful energy spread from the ball of divine light. She had only breathed in the energy that spread from the ball of divine light in Gu Fei's hand, but she could already feel that her cultivation was showing signs of breaking through. If she could refine this ball of God source, wouldn't she be able to break through to the peak stage of the Holy Venerate immediately? A peerless God source? Qin Rong was shocked. She never thought that this black-robed youth would be so lucky to obtain a peerless God source. This was the origin energy of heaven and earth. The energy contained within it was incomparably pure, and it also contained the Tao runes of heaven and earth. Once refined, the innate Tao runes within the peerless God source would be able to fuse well with the cultivator's Tao runes, complementing each other, and allowing the cultivator's Tao to transform into a perfect form. In other words, refining the peerless God source in Gu Fei's hand would give one the possibility of becoming an extreme supremacy. This was also the reason why even extreme supremacy coveted the divine pearl of heaven and earth. Although they had already become extreme supremacy, they could use the divine pearl of heaven and earth to nurture another extreme supremacy. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded and kept the peerless God source under Qin Rong's envious and jealous gaze. You actually killed the great elder of the An clan? Suddenly, a voice was heard. An old man and a young man appeared in the sky. The old man and the young man were the 2 who were playing chess in the backyard of the City Lord mansion. The old man and the young man were stunned by what they saw. Moreover, the young man had kept the peerless God source. And Cheng is also dead. The prodigy of the An clan, An Qianjue, looked at An Cheng on the ground. His head was separated from his body, and he was already dead. An Cheng was dead, but An Qianjue didn't seem to be sad at all. Who are you? Gu Fei looked up calmly at the old man and the young man in the sky. I am Qin Tatian, the city lord of Nanzun City. Who are you? Why did you kill someone in my city? Qin Tatian stared at Gu Fei with a dark face. If this man was able to kill the great elder of the An clan, his cultivation level and combat power must be infinitely close to the supremacy level. Even Qin Tatian, the city lord of Nanzun City, had to be careful when dealing with such a powerful being. They wanted to kill me first, so I killed them. They can't blame anyone for this. They were just courting death. Gu Fei shrugged and said disapprovingly, "What?" Qin Tatian was taken aback by Chen Fan's words. A light flashed across An Qianjue's eyes. It's great that you're here, since you're from the Qin clan. I was just about to settle the score with the Qin clan. If you don't give me an explanation, you'll have to bear the consequences. Gu Fei stared at Qin Tatian, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. What did you say? Qin Tatian's face changed color. He had never thought that Chen Fan was here for the Qin clan. Who are you? Qin Tatian stared at Gu Fei and asked with a deep voice. You took over my territory when I was in seclusion, and now you're asking me who I am? Gu Fei said coldly. Gu Fei, he's Gu Fei. Chapter 38-37. So he's Gu Fei? As soon as Qianjue spoke, the air around him seemed to have frozen. Even Qin Taishan's expression stiffened. Qin Rong's jaw dropped as she stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. Gu Fei was a famous figure in the southern region of the ancestral divinity realm. He had killed the 2 ancestors of the wood race, defeated the 9 supremes, and subdued the shooting sun supreme. Each of these achievements was enough to shock the world, and now the man who had done all these shocking things was standing right in front of them. Are you Gu Fei? Qin Tatian stared at the man in black on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "One should know that the man named Gu Fei's battle record was too heaven-defying. Moreover, his opponent was a near-invincible supremacy, while Qin Tatian was only a quasi-supremacy. In front of a real supremacy, a quasi-supremacy was as insignificant as an ant, and Qin Tatian could kill a large number of them with a wave of his hand. Most importantly, Gu Fei was here to punish them. If they were to anger this peerless villain, Qin Tatian, and the others would definitely be the ones to die. Yes, I am." Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the old man and the young man in the sky with a spurious smile. The city lord of Nanzuan City was only a quasi-supremacy, while the young man next to him was only a peak wholly venerate. To Gu Fei, he had no desire to attack either the city lord or the young man because they were not worthy enough for him to do so. "Senior, please come this way." The city lord of Southern Zun City made a gesture of invitation in fear and trepidation. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the city lord in an instant. Then, the Southern Lord City's city lord led the way and invited Gu Fei into the city lord's mansion. Qin Rong also followed him into the city lord's mansion. The Nanzuan city lord's mansion was very large. They arrived at the main hall and saw that it was so spacious that every word they said would echo. "Tell me, what kind of explanation does the Qin clan intend to give me?" After the host and guest sat down, Gu Fei went straight to the point. Well, Qin Tatian panicked. He was only the city lord of Nanzuan City, not an extreme supremacy, so his status in the Qin clan wasn't very high. How would he dare to give Gu Fei an explanation? "You can't make the decision, right? Then ask the person who can make the decision to come out." Gu Fei said lightly. Yes. Qin Tatian, the city lord of Nanzuan City, was so frightened that he began to speak incoherently. However, he knew very well that no one was qualified to talk to Gu Fei without the help of the ancestral patriarch of his clan. At the same time, Qin Tatian, the city lord of Nanzuan City, was so scared that he couldn't even speak to the ancestral patriarch of the Qin clan. At the same time, deep in the ancestral ground of the Qin clan, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his right hand, and a flame landed in his hand. Gu Fei, the old man, stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, he disappeared into the void without a trace. How dare the Qin clan take my territory? These guys are asking for it. Let's see what they have to say first. Senior, the Qin clan didn't take your territory, did they? Qin Tatian looked at Gu Fei cautiously and said. Gu Fei was very calm and expressionless at the moment. It was hard to tell what he was thinking from his expression. He. Gu Fei chuckled, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste time talking to Qin Tatian because the guy couldn't make the decision. For a moment, no one spoke. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit depressing, and Qianjue and Qin Rong were trembling in fear. Gu Fei was the legend of the ancestral realm, a living legend. They were lucky enough to meet Gu Fei, And Qianjue didn't mention a word about Gu Fei killing and Cheng and the Grand Elder of the Yin clan. They had offended Gu Fei and were killed by Gu Fei. They deserved it. Who asked them to provoke Gu Fei? The Yin clan definitely did not have the guts to settle the score with Gu Fei. No matter how powerful the Yin clan was, they were no match for the wood race, let alone the 9 Supremes. While Qin Tatian and the others were at a loss for what to do, a man walked into the hall. The old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. There was no aura coming from him, making him look like an ordinary old man. Greetings, ancestral patriarch. Qin Tatian immediately went up to the old man and bowed to him respectfully. You're Gu Fei? The old man sat down in front of Gu Fei and looked at Gu Fei carefully. Gu Fei was a living legend. Gu Fei's name had spread across the entire southern region of the ancestral realm. That's right. Who are you? Can you make the decision? Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly. His eyes were sharp enough to see through the old man's cultivation level. The old man was a Supremes, and his cultivation level was not low. Of course, I can make the decision, the old man said emotionlessly. He already knew why Gu Fei came to the Qin clan. Great. Give me an explanation, then, Gu Fei said without beating around the bush. The old man thought for a moment and said, What explanation do you want? Gu Fei tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, Of course. I want you to spit out what you've taken from me. Then I'll give you billions of miles of land as compensation, and we'll call it a day. Billions of miles of land. Qin Tatian and the others were stunned when they heard Gu Fei's words. Billions of miles of land. Gu Fei wanted billions of miles of land from the Qin clan. That was definitely an exorbitant demand. Billions of miles of land was an endless amount of cultivation resources. Why? Can't I? Gu Fei was displeased when he saw the old man hesitating. Qin Tatian and the others didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The ancestral patriarch's expression changed several times. In the end, he sighed and said, Let's do it. The ancestral patriarch shook his head helplessly. It was their fault for offending Gu Fei, an extreme legend of the ancestral realm. The ancestral patriarch didn't dare to say no at all. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Gu Fei stood up and took a step forward. He instantly disappeared from the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. He had left just like that. This Qin Tatian and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect Gu Fei to leave just like that. Gu Fei wasn't an easy target to kill, nor was he a homicidal maniac. Since the Qin clan was so tactful, he wouldn't go on a killing spree. Gu Fei headed straight to Black Tortoise City after the matter with the Qin clan was settled. Black Tortoise City was where the Black Tortoise Supreme resided. The Black Tortoise Supreme was an extreme supreme that was no weaker than the shooting Sun Divine Venerate. However, the Black Tortoise Supreme had taken over the territory that originally belonged to Gu Fei when Gu Fei was in seclusion. Black Tortoise Supreme? Don't tell me this guy is a black tortoise. Gu Fei was extremely fast. His sky-treading footwork was the enhanced version of the 8 steps extreme speed. With a single step, he could appear hundreds of thousands of miles away, which was much faster than teleportation. However, even with Gu Fei's speed, it was already more than 2 hours later when Gu Fei appeared in the sky above Black Tortoise City. This Black Tortoise City was slightly smaller than the Qin clan's Nanzuan City. However, the city was filled with cultivators, and there were even quite a number of quasi-supremes. Gu Fei entered Black Tortoise City without alerting anyone. Very quickly, he appeared in the City Lord Mansion of Black Tortoise City. As soon as Gu Fei appeared in the City Lord Mansion, a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a middle-aged man with a tall and imposing build. Gu Fei. The man's expression changed the moment he saw Gu Fei. You must be the Black Tortoise Supreme, right? You've got some guts to dare touch my things. Gu Fei stared at the middle-aged man and said coldly. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. He was the Black Tortoise Supreme with an extremely powerful cultivation base. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to lower his head. What do you think we should do? The Black Tortoise Supreme said, helplessly, just like the Qin clan. Spit out everything that you've taken from me and cede billions of miles of territory to me. That's all. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, all right. The Black Tortoise Supreme agreed, without hesitation, admitting his defeat. Humph, do you think it's that easy to take the things that belong to me, Gu Fei? Gu Fei said coldly, be it the old ancestor of the Qin clan or the Black Tortoise Supreme, no matter how powerful they were, they could only lower their heads to Gu Fei. In fact, after Gu Fei came out of seclusion, these fellows who had taken advantage of Gu Fei were already restless. However, none of them had expected Gu Fei to act so quickly. The Black Tortoise Supreme was even more shocked to think that Gu Fei had already gone to the Qin clan. Furthermore, judging from his tone, the Qin clan had already lowered their heads. This meant that the Qin clan's influence was even greater than his own. Thinking of this, the Black Tortoise became even more respectful, not daring to show any neglect. Brother Gu Fei, there's something that I'm not sure if you're interested in. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to leave, the Black Tortoise Supreme suddenly said, Tell me about it. Gu Fei said in surprise, the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds is about to appear. I wonder if Brother Gu Fei is interested in trying his luck? The Black Tortoise said, Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up. The Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds. Wasn't that the #1 extreme Tao artifact in the primogenitor world? It had disappeared for countless years and was about to appear when Gu Fei asked. He was bewildered. One must know that the primogenitor world was the origin of the myriad worlds. Anyone who could control the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds would be able to traverse the myriad worlds at will and go wherever they wanted. Half a month from now, at the primogenitor mountain range, I'll need to invite a few helpers along. The Black Tortoise said after pondering for a moment. All right, let me know when you're ready. Gu Fei agreed, without much thought. Chapter 38:38. The primogenitor mountain range contained the greatest secret of the primogenitor realm. Throughout the years, countless extreme Tao sovereigns had ventured deep into the primogenitor mountain range in an attempt to uncover all sorts of secrets. However, some extreme Tao sovereigns never came out after entering and completely disappeared from the primogenitor mountain range. Although some sovereigns came out, they avoided talking about what happened in the primogenitor mountain range. The primogenitor realm's #1 Tao artifact, the Myriad World Wheel, had landed in the primogenitor mountain range. Every few tens of thousands of years, the Myriad World Wheel would appear. During this time, countless extreme Tao sovereigns would gather at the primogenitor mountain range in an attempt to take away the #1 Tao artifact. However, since ancient times until now, no one had been able to successfully take away the #1 extreme Tao artifact in the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei was naturally very interested in the Myriad World Wheel. Therefore, he immediately agreed to the Black Tortoise's invitation. At this moment, Gu Fei continued on his journey. He still had a debt to collect from the Li clan. The Li clan took advantage of the time when Gu Fei was in seclusion to occupy quite a bit of Gu Fei's territory. In the cultivation world, territory meant cultivation resources. Whoever had a bigger territory would occupy more cultivation resources. Gu Fei's principle was that he wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him. But if they offended him, then he would simply kill them with a single punch. The Qin clan and the Black Tortoise had already bowed their heads. The Li clan's patriarch knew that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion, but he still didn't come forward to apologize. This made Gu Fei a little unhappy. Swish! Gu Fei's figure constantly flickered in the void. Each time he appeared, he would be hundreds of thousands of miles away. This speed was already very fast for ordinary sovereigns. However, it was only average for Gu Fei. He wasn't in a hurry. The primogenitor realm's Li clan wasn't something the Qin clan and the Black Tortoise sovereign could compare to. The Li clan's strength was unquestionable. Even the Qin clan and the Black Tortoise sovereign couldn't compare to the Li clan. Even the Shooting Sun Temple paled in comparison to the Li family. The Li family could be said to be the #1 cultivation family in the southern region of the ancestral realm. With such confidence, he naturally wouldn't pay attention to Gu Fei, who had just risen to prominence recently. It was rumored that the Li family had a supreme being at the peak of the extreme Tao. This is the Li family? At this moment, Gu Fei directly appeared in front of a mountain gate. Celestial mist lingered in front of him, and a decorated archway towered into the clouds. The entire terrain was like an ancestral dragon entrenched on the earth. Interesting. Gu Fei took a closer look at the forces of heaven and earth around him. The entire space in front of him was densely packed with Tao patterns. He had to admit that the Li clan was truly formidable. But so what? Since the Li clan dared to steal my Gu Fei's territory, then they must pay the price. Without hesitation, Gu Fei headed straight for the Li family's mountain gate. If an ordinary person saw the Li clan's mountain gate, there wouldn't be anything special about it. However, if it was seen by a sage-level expert or above, it would be extraordinary. Under the ground of this place, there was a complete ancestral vein, and it was the most ancient ancestral vein. For the Li clan to be able to build their mountain gate in such a place, it was enough to prove that they were extraordinary. After all, not every force could occupy such a good place. Halt! Just as Gu Fei approached the Li clan's mountain gate, a shout suddenly rang out. Then, a figure walked out from behind the decorated archway. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, but he didn't stop and continued walking forward. If you don't stop, I'm going to attack. The person who walked out from behind the decorated archway was a middle-aged man in white. This middle-aged man actually had the aura of a sage lingering around him. Are all the people guarding the mountain gate saints? Gu Fei realized that he still underestimated the Li clan. Saints guarded the mountain gate. Fine, you're asking for it. You can't blame anyone else. The middle-aged man made a grabbing motion in the void with his right hand. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of his hand and instantly condensed into a spear. Whoosh! The middle-aged man from the Li clan directly swung the spear in his hand at Gu Fei. The spear instantly turned into a beam of divine light and pierced right in front of Gu Fei. It was about to pierce through him, but the spear exploded in front of him in the next moment. Countless runes dissipated in the air. An extremely faint layer of divine light appeared around Gu Fei. A protective divine light. The middle-aged man was shocked. His opponent was also a powerful sage-level cultivator. Who are you, sir? Why are you trespassing on the Li clan's ancestral grounds? The middle-aged man's voice spread far and wide into the ancestral grounds. Very soon, experts from the Li clan rushed out from the mountain gate. Boom! The middle-aged man attacked again. An extremely powerful sage aura erupted from his body. 9 beams of divine light instantly pierced through the air and pierced right in front of Gu Fei. The middle-aged man's combat strength was not to be underestimated. However, it was a pity that he was not facing an ordinary sage. He was facing the legendary Gu Fei. At this moment, the 9 beams of divine light directly exploded in front of Gu Fei. They could not hurt him at all. What? The middle-aged saint could not help but be shocked when he saw this. At this moment, a beam of sword light flew out from Gu Fei's body and directly circled around the middle-aged saint's neck. The middle-aged saint's head immediately flew up. Gu Fei directly walked past the middle-aged saint's corpse. This guy had repeatedly attacked him. Gu Fei was not a soft-hearted person. How dare you kill someone from the Li clan? You're courting death. An angry roar came from the Li clan's mountain gate. Then, a group of people rushed out from behind the mountain gate. The person in the lead was an old man in black clothes. A powerful sage aura surged from the old man's body. The void around him trembled, as if the void could not contain him. Noisy! Gu Fei waved his right hand. A beam of sword light immediately rushed out from his body and instantly killed its way into the crowd. In the next moment, the beam of sword light flashed. The old man in black and the group of people he brought were all killed by the sword. All of their heads flew up into the air, killing over a dozen experts of the Li clan with a single sword. Gu Fei was even more terrifying than the sword slave who created the 9 heaven punishing swords. Furthermore, his sword didn't carry a trace of killing intent, which was the polar opposite of the sword slave's sword. At this moment, the Li clan's mountain gate was in chaos. Everyone knew that a powerful enemy had arrived. At the same time, a terrifying aura that caused the heavens to tremble surged out from the Li clan's ancestral grounds. In the next moment, countless doubt patterns appeared around the Li clan's ancestral grounds. Chapter 38-39. Gu Fei fought alone for millions and millions of miles, making the Qin clan and Black Tortoise Sovereign bow their heads and obediently hand over the territories they seized. They even ceded the territories under Gu Fei's rule to Gu Fei, a territory of millions and millions of miles. If this was in other worlds, it would definitely be an incomparably vast territory. In such a vast territory, there were millions and millions of lives. To extreme Dao sovereigns, cultivation resources were extremely important. To a supreme power with an extreme Dao sovereign overseeing it, cultivation resources were even more important. One must know that to maintain the normal operations of a supreme power, the amount of cultivation resources required was definitely an astronomical figure. At this moment, the hearts of the Qin clan and Black Tortoise Sovereign were dripping blood. This time, they truly went for wool and came home shorn. Gu Fei was someone who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. If there was kindness, he would naturally repay it. If there was enmity, he would take revenge. At this moment, it was the Li clan's turn to be unlucky. No one would have thought that Gu Fei actually dared to kill his way into the Li clan's ancestral ground alone and killed their experts. Who are you exactly? You actually dare to barge into my ancestral ground and kill my clansmen? A thunderous voice rang out from the depths of the ancestral ground, reverberating through the entire world. Humph! Gu Fei coldly laughed, but he didn't stop his steps. But at this moment, the grand defensive formation of the Li clan's ancestral ground was activated. An incomparably huge barrier of light enveloped the entire ancestral ground. The aura of the extreme Dao was boundless. This was an extreme Dao grand formation. The aura of the Li clan's ancestral ground was different. It was like an ancestral dragon had coiled around it. Once this energy was activated, it would transform into the power of a formation. Even an extreme Dao sovereign would find it hard to break through. Gu Fei came to the front of the light barrier and stopped. Come in if you have the capabilities. Ha ha. Come on, This daddy will stand here for you to kill. When my old ancestor comes out, he will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The members of the Li clan within the barrier started shouting at Gu Fei. Gu Fei used thunderous methods to kill so many experts of the Li clan. This caused these members of the Li clan to almost go crazy. Someone directly gave Gu Fei the middle finger. Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, an immortal sword light rushed out from his body and directly broke the light shield in front of him. The sword light directly slashed into the light shield. Swoosh! With a flash of blood, the few Li clan disciples who were cursing were actually cut in half by Gu Fei. They fell to the ground and breathed their last. What? The Li clan disciples within the light barrier were scared out of their wits by this scene. How is this possible? He actually broke through the light barrier formed by the power of the grand defensive formation. Those Li clan disciples no longer cared about scolding Gu Fei. They immediately scattered in all directions, wishing that they had 2 more legs so that they could run faster. Ants. Gu Fei was expressionless. He swung his sword again and completely broke the layer of light in front of him. Then he walked in. "How dare you?" At this moment, an angry roar came from the sky. Then a huge golden hand directly slapped down towards Gu Fei from the sky. A terrifying power of destruction exploded from the golden hand. An extreme might appeared between the heavens and earth, suppressing the entire universe. All the living beings in the ancestral ground of the Li clan, whether they were Li clan disciples or other living beings, were all extremely terrified. Under the extreme power, all the living beings' souls were trembling. Gu Fei looked up and grabbed the air with his right hand. A divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Gu Fei raised his hand and swung his sword. The immortal sword light shot up into the sky and directly split the golden hand that was slapping down from the sky in half. The golden hand dissipated in the void. What? A blurry figure of extreme power appeared in the void. "Who the hell are you?" The figure looked down at Gu Fei on the ground and said coldly. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed had shocked him. An ordinary extreme grade sovereign wouldn't be able to break through the Li clan's ancestral land's defensive formation, not to mention withstanding his attack. However, this old ancestor of the Li clan had no idea who Gu Fei was. The Li clan was even more powerful than the Shooting Sun's supremacy. It was the #1 force in the southern region of the ancestral realm. Legend had it that this super clan had a supreme being who had achieved great mastery of the extreme power. Of course, no one knew if the Li clan really had a supreme being who had achieved great mastery of the extreme power. However, over the years, no one had dared to directly attack the Li clan's ancestral ground. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to seize my territory?" Gu Fei said calmly. He stepped into the air and arrived opposite the figure of the extreme power. The existence of the extreme power was the patriarch of a clan. This extreme power figure was one of the patriarchs of the Li clan. The void around the figure of the extreme power figure was vibrating. "Seize your territory?" The figure of the extreme power figure was stunned when he heard Gu Fei's words. The Li clan had millions of miles of territory. Was there a need to seize the territory of others? You're Gu Fei?" At this moment, an elder in the sky suddenly exclaimed, as if he had seen a ghost. "Gu Fei? Who's Gu Fei?" The extreme power figure was bewildered. "Ha ha!" Gu Fei laughed out loud. In the next moment, his body shook and a shocking aura immediately erupted from his body. The terrifying energy ripples caused the surrounding void to shake continuously. The blurry figure of the extreme power figure opposite Gu Fei was shocked. Patriarch, it's him. He killed 2 of the Wood Clan's progenitors, defeated the joint attack of 9 supremacies, and even subdued the Shooting Sun supremacy. He's Gu Fei. The elder in the sky hurriedly shouted at the Li clan's progenitor. What? How is that possible? The Li clan's progenitor couldn't help but be shocked. This guy was so awesome. Since when did the southern region of the ancestral realm have such a monstrous guy? I've been in seclusion for 10,000 years, but the outside world has already changed. The Li clan's progenitor side. Do you think it's so easy to take what belongs to me, Gu Fei? Gu Fei stared at the Li clan's progenitor and said indifferently, "Humph. So what if my clan takes over your territory?" The Li clan's progenitor said aggressively, "To an old supremacy like him, a new supremacy like Gu Fei wasn't worth mentioning at all." Gu Fei's expression immediately turned cold. He said, "Then there's nothing else to say." Gu Fei shook his head helplessly and tightened his grip on his sword. The sword chi emanating from the 9 heavens, stars' sword spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. "Little guy, it wasn't easy for you to reach this step. Don't make a mistake." Chapter 3840. As an old cultivation clan that had existed for many centuries in the southern region of the ancestral realm, the Li clan had the confidence to be proud. This was because the heavenly South Li clan of the primogenitor realm would produce outstanding geniuses in every generation. In an incomparably ancient era, the Li clan had once become the overlord of the southern region of the primogenitor realm, ruling over this region for countless years. They had suppressed countless supremes of the southern region of the primogenitor realm to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. The Li clan had 3 primogenitors, and they were all extreme Dao sovereigns. In the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm, the Li clan was the only clan with 3 sovereigns. It was also because of the existence of the Li clan's 3 supremes that the Li clan had been able to stand tall in the cultivation world for so many months without disappearing over the long years. "Little fellow, you're in the limelight too much. Be careful not to die young." The 3rd ancestor of the Li clan stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, although Gu Fei had killed more than a dozen experts of the Li clan, the 3rd ancestor of the Li clan did not have much of a reaction. At this level of cultivation, and after living for so many years, he had become indifferent to everything. "You talk too much. Let's fight." Gu Fei did not want to waste any more time with this fellow. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. "Let's fight." The 3rd ancestor of the Li clan moved. He threw a punch, but there was no one in front of his fist. However, in an instant, a fist appeared in the void, without any warning. Bam! The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, producing a dull, thunder-like sound. The void trembled, and a transparent ripple spread out in all directions with them as the center. Wherever the ripple passed, countless cracks immediately appeared in the void. The 2 figures quickly separated and then collided again. The 2 super experts were finally fighting. All the living beings in the ancestral ground of the Li clan were indescribably shocked. This was a battle at the extreme path level, and it had directly erupted in the ancestral ground of the Li clan. The supremacy's power spread out, shaking the entire Li clan's ancestral ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the Li clan's ancestral ground was covered with extreme Dao patterns and countless extreme Dao arrays, it would have been completely destroyed like the Wood clan's ancestral ground. This is too terrifying. This is the battle of extreme Dao. In the ancestral grounds of the Li clan, most of the Li clan's disciples had never seen an extreme grade sovereign in action. Everyone looked up at the sky. Their souls were trembling, and they were terrified to the extreme. Some people's ears were bleeding, and some people directly fainted. There were even some people whose souls directly scattered under the extreme divine might. Even with the barrier of the extreme Tao grand formation, the extreme Tao divine aura that descended from the sky was still extremely terrifying. Any cultivator below the sage realm who was exposed to this divine aura would only have one outcome: death. The Li clan was the #1 clan in the southern region of the ancestral realm. Even in the entire ancestral realm, they were the top cultivation clan. The disciples of the Li clan who could cultivate in the Li clan's ancestral land were all extremely talented. Most of them were at least saints. Otherwise, even the disciple of the Li clan guarding the mountain gate would not be a saint. Boom. Bam. A huge collision sound spread from the sky in all directions. Pitch-black spatial holes continuously appeared in the sky. The extremely stable space was directly shattered, and the earth shook as if the end of the world had come. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. No matter how strong you are no match for me here. The voice of the third ancestor of the Li clan spread from the sky. Humph. Using the power of the grand formation to strengthen myself. Gu Fei said disdainfully. This old man was the best at this kind of trick. However, this guy seemed to be an expert as well. So what if he could use the power of the grand formation to strengthen himself? The current Gu Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if a supreme existence at the peak of the extreme grade came personally, he was confident that he could fight against them. Young man, it is not good to be too confident. Too much confidence will become arrogance. The third ancestor of the Li clan's expression became solemn. Only the third ancestor of the Li clan saw Gu Fei as a young man. Haha, whether I am confident or arrogant, it is fine as long as I can kill you. Gu Fei laughed and said as he attacked. The immortal sword light continued to cut through the void and strangled the third ancestor of the Li clan. The third ancestor of the Li clan actually used the power of the grand formation to strengthen himself. Countless runes circled around him. He raised his hand and shot out a fireball at Gu Fei. The blazing aura spread, and even Gu Fei felt his battle blood boiling. The third ancestor's battle power soared to a new height. However, Gu Fei was still calm. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword. He instantly destroyed the fireball that was smashing towards him, and the sword light fell towards the third ancestor of the Li clan. The void shook, and countless runes intertwined above the head of the third ancestor of the Li clan. They gathered, and a golden divine shield immediately appeared in the void. The sword light that Gu Fei slashed out landed on the golden divine shield. Clang! The sound of metal colliding against metal rang out in the void. Under Gu Fei's sword light, countless golden runes were annihilated. However, Gu Fei's sword was unable to break the golden divine shield and was blocked. Good. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. This guy was quite capable. He actually blocked his sword. Of course, if this guy was too useless and couldn't even block his sword, it would be too boring. Swoosh! Gu Fei slashed out with his sword again. A dazzling sword light appeared in the air. The might of this attack was extremely powerful. The third ancestor of the Li clan quickly dodged to the side and didn't dare to block Gu Fei's sword light. Swoosh! The sword light brushed past his clothes and slashed down. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. Such a domineering sword principle. The third ancestor of the Li clan was forced to retreat continuously. Rumble, the third ancestor of the Li clan, stretched out his right hand and grabbed more than a dozen lightning bolts. Then he smashed them at Gu Fei. More than a dozen lightning bolts crossed the sky. Gu Fei remained motionless, allowing the lightning to strike his body. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed by the lightning. Humph! Just SOSO. The third ancestor of the Li clan stared at the lightning in front of him with a face of disdain. He had the advantage in this battle. Although this guy was strong, he was still no match for him. "You're courting death." The Li clan stared at the lightning in front of him, and his face became even gloomier. However, at this moment, the lightning suddenly disappeared, and a figure appeared in front of the third ancestor of the Li clan. What? Chapter 38:41. Gu Fei went to the Li clan's ancestral ground alone and started fighting with the third ancestor. Rumble! The power of a supreme kept erupting, whether it was Gu Fei or the third ancestor. The combat power they displayed was much stronger than that of an ordinary supreme. Boom! Bam! The dull sound of a collision was like a muffled thunder. The third ancestor's body radiated with golden light. He waved his right hand, and a dazzling golden light rushed out from his hand. Swoosh! The golden light streaked across like an unparalleled sharp weapon. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. However, Gu Fei ignored the extremely sharp golden light and allowed it to hit him. In the next moment, the golden light shattered in the void. Seeing this, the third ancestor of the Li clan could not help but be shocked. At that moment, Gu Fei used the heaven-treading step and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above the head of the Li clan's third progenitor. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly stomped on the third ancestor's head. The third progenitor of the Li clan suddenly raised his head. A huge foot immediately grew larger in his eyes. Bam! There was a muffled sound, and then the countless creatures in the ancestral ground of the Li clan saw a scene they would never forget. Their ancestor had been kicked down from the sky by someone. Boom! With a loud bang, a cloud of dust immediately rose from the ground. The entire ground shook, which shocked the experts in the ancestral ground of the Li clan. Roar! A furious roar rang out as a figure soared into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei. Buzz! Like a peerless divine weapon being unsheathed, the third ancestor of the Li clan turned into an extremely sharp golden light and pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and slapped his right hand at the piercing golden light. Clang! Gu Fei's right hand collided with the golden light. A sound of metal colliding rang out, and the golden light was sent flying by him. Seeing this, all the experts in the ancestral grounds of the Li clan were dumbfounded. This guy was so powerful that it was unbelievable. At that moment, the golden light that had been sent flying by Gu Fei disappeared. The Li clan's third progenitor's figure once again appeared in the void. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He looked like a supreme immortal who had been knocked down to the mortal world. The third ancestor of the Li clan flew into a rage out of humiliation. It had been so many years, he couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had been injured. Humph! Gu Fei was expressionless. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. So fast! The Li clan's third primogenitor's heart skipped a beat. Before he could finish his thought, a fist had already smashed into his face, causing it to split open. "It's not that easy to take something that belongs to me, Gu Fei." Gu Fei's eyes suddenly opened, and a powerful reincarnation power immediately surged out from his eyes. It instantly enveloped the Li clan's third primogenitor, who had been sent flying. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The Li clan's third primogenitor was actually changing. He became older and older, and his hair quickly turned white. It was as if all his lifespan had been shaved off. The Li clan's third primogenitor was extremely shocked. This was the reincarnation power. It was unbelievable that this guy had actually cultivated such a great path. Was this guy actually a supreme of 2 Daos, or even a supreme of 3 Daos? The Li clan's third primogenitor didn't know that Gu Fei was a supreme of 9 Daos, a legend among the supremes. Otherwise, he would have already fled. How would he dare to fight against Gu Fei? Go to hell! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the Li clan's third primogenitor, who was enveloped by the reincarnation power, directly collapsed in the void and turned into dust. Ancestor! Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Li clan were all extremely shocked. They couldn't believe that their invincible supreme ancestor had actually been smashed into pieces by someone. Humph! The Li clan is known as the #1 cultivation clan in the southern territory of the ancestral realm, but I don't think that's all there is to it. Gu Fei said disdainfully. What? You dare to look down on my clan? Fight him to the death. When the disciples of the Li clan heard Gu Fei's words, they were instantly shocked and angry. You want to fight me to the death? You're not qualified, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What an arrogant guy. The disciples of the Li clan were really going crazy. This guy actually dared to say that they were not even qualified to fight him to the death. This was really outrageous. You're Gu Fei, the legendary supreme of 9 Daos. At this time, a voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. The figure only took 1 step and instantly appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the Li clan. Huh! Gu Fei looked up and saw that the person had actually walked into the ancestral land of the Li clan. The protective barrier of the ancestral land of the Li clan did not obstruct him at all. It's the second ancestor. The second ancestor is back. Ha ha! Someone recognized the middle-aged man in black and shouted excitedly. The second ancestor of the Li clan? Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged man in black, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. The second ancestor of the Li clan extended his right hand, and a ball of divine light spread out, instantly enveloping the dust that the third ancestor had turned into. In the next moment, the dust actually emitted light. It was the immortal divine light of the extreme path. Soon, the dust gathered together, and a figure appeared in the divine light. All the disciples of the Li clan watched this scene in shock. Gu Fei did not make a move. He watched with interest. In just a few breaths of time, the third ancestor of the Li clan, who had been turned into dust by him, was actually rescued by the second ancestor of the Li clan, a figure so powerful that even the heavens paled appeared in this world once again. The power of time and space. Gu Fei saw the third ancestor of the Li clan walk out of the divine light, and his heart jumped. This was the first time he had seen an existence that could reverse time and space. This was not the power of reincarnation, but the power of time and space. The second ancestor of the Li clan had rescued the third ancestor. Didn't the second ancestor enter the ancestral mountain to seek a breakthrough in his cultivation? Why did he come back? A disciple of the Li clan asked in confusion. The Li clan had 3 great progenitors. The first progenitor was mysterious and unfathomable. Even the core disciples of the Li clan rarely saw him. As for the second progenitor, he had left the Li clan's ancestral land 1,000 years ago and entered the ancestral mountain range in search of a chance to break through. Only the third ancestor of the Li clan guarded the ancestral land. Chapter 3842. The Li clan's second primogenitor, who had entered the primogenitor mountain range in search of a breakthrough, had unexpectedly returned at this time. Furthermore, Gu Fei had never expected that the second primogenitor would actually be a space-time supremacy. Even he couldn't help but be moved. It had to be known that the power of space-time wasn't so easy to grasp. Second brother, you're back? The third primogenitor was both surprised and delighted to see the second primogenitor. Although he wasn't a match for Gu Fei with his second brother, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't be their match. What exactly is going on? Asked the second primogenitor as he looked at Gu Fei. He wasn't asking Gu Fei, but the third primogenitor. Primogenitor, it was my impulsive actions that caused trouble for my clan. At this moment, an old man appeared on a nearby mountain. His entire body was shrouded in divine light as he bowed to the two primogenitors in the sky. Gu Fei discovered that this old man was only a peak quasi-supreme, yet he was able to withstand the might of the extreme Tao. However, this wasn't strange at all, as this old man was using an extreme Tao treasure, with an extreme Tao treasure to protect himself, let alone a quasi-supreme. Even an ordinary saint wouldn't have to fear the might of the extreme Tao. Of course, it was impossible for him to exchange blows with an extreme Tao treasure. Could it be that the rumors are true, that you actually devoured someone else's things? The second primogenitor turned to look at the old man on the mountain. Seeing the second primogenitor look at him, the old man knelt down in fear. Even with the protection of the extreme Tao treasure, he still felt a formless pressure that made it impossible for him to stand up. He couldn't help but be aghast. Although there was only a single step between a quasi-supreme and a supreme, the difference was like the clouds and mud. However, this step was truly too difficult to take. Li Shi, the current patriarch of the Li clan, was a peak quasi-supreme. He had been stuck at this realm for hundreds of thousands of years without being able to break through. In this trial, no one could help him. If he had comprehended it, then he had comprehended it. This was his own Tao, and others could only give him pointers. They could not do it for him. His own Tao had to be comprehended by himself. At that moment, Li Shi was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Gu Fei. He had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and had yet to take that step. But this guy had cultivated 9 perfect great ways in one go. Even in the primogenitor realm, the first world that was filled with limitless possibilities, the 9 path paragons were legendary existences. They were called the legends of the extreme Tao. Upon hearing Li Shi's words, the Li clan's second primogenitor didn't get angry. Instead, he suddenly laughed. So be it. It's no big deal. Hearing this, Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Fellow Taoist, why don't we sit down and talk? The second ancestor of the Li clan suddenly turned around and said to Gu Fei, "Second brother, the third ancestor of the Li clan was puzzled. With his second brother's cultivation, was he afraid of Gu Fei? The space-time paragon had swept through the southern region with few opponents. Wouldn't taking care of Gu Fei be a piece of cake? The Li clan's second primogenitor had the supreme power to control space-time. He was many times stronger than ordinary paragons. Even paragons at the peak of the extreme Tao wouldn't be a match for him. Although Gu Fei was a 9-path paragon, he had only achieved his Tao for a short period of time. Although he had undergone a metamorphosis, he still wasn't enough in front of a veteran paragon. Yes, ancestor, Gu Fei barged into our sect and killed our clansmen, Li Shi hurriedly said. Shut up. The Li clan's second primogenitor didn't wait for Li Shi, the current clan leader, to finish speaking. He directly roared and interrupted Li Shi. Actually, when one's cultivation reached the level of the Li clan's second primogenitor, everyone below the paragon level was an ant. Even if Li Shi was killed, the second primogenitor wouldn't bat an eyelid, let alone a few clansmen who were separated by who knew how many generations. On the mountain peak, Li Shi, who had been berated by the second primogenitor, trembled and didn't dare to speak again. Oh, you want to sit down and talk? About what? Gu Fei looked at the space-time paragon with interest. Although he wasn't afraid of him, It definitely wasn't easy to kill a space-time paragon. Even if he couldn't defeat Gu Fei, this space-time paragon could still escape. Once a space-time paragon wanted to escape, who in the world could stop him? Even a supreme existence at the peak of the extreme, Tao, wouldn't be able to stop him. How about we talk about the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms? The Li clan's second primogenitor smiled. The Wheel of the Heavens and Realms? When Gu Fei heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. It seemed like the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms was really going to appear. Even an existence like the Li clan's second primogenitor had his eyes on the primogenitor realm's #1 supreme Tao treasure. Actually, Gu Fei hadn't been in the primogenitor realm for long, so he didn't know what the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms represented. Apart from being the #1 supreme Tao treasure in the primogenitor realm, there was also an incomparably ancient legend. Whoever obtained the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms would become the ruler of the entire primogenitor realm. Since ancient times, no one had ever become the ruler of the primogenitor realm. This kind of supreme glory and power was a fatal temptation to any supreme. Why are you interested? The Li clan's second primogenitor smiled. So what if I'm interested? Let's settle the score first. Gu Fei looked at the Li clan's second primogenitor indifferently. He hadn't forgotten why he attacked the Li clan. He was here to establish his might. As long as he defeated the Li clan, the countless forces in the southern region of the primogenitor realm would be afraid of him and listen to him obediently. Such a small matter isn't worth mentioning. Tell me, how do you want to settle it? As long as I can do it, I'll do it. The Li clan's second primogenitor smiled, faintly. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but admire him. This was the breadth of mind an extreme supreme should have. However, would this fellow really obediently hand over the territory he occupied for the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms? That wasn't a small place. It was the territory of 2 supreme beings. Compared to the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the Qin clan, the Li clan was even more ruthless, directly occupying the territories of the 2 supreme beings. Fine. Since you're willing to apologize, we'll forget about this debt. Hand over the territories of the 2 supreme beings, and then give me a territory of the same size. I'll definitely collect interest. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. What? The Li clan's patriarch, Li Shi, couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He was very clear how big the territories of the 2 supreme beings were. If he had to compensate a territory of the same size to Gu Fei, even the Li clan would suffer a great loss. This is daylight robbery. The Li clan's third primogenitor also revealed an expression of disbelief. However, what made all the disciples of the Li clan unable to believe was that their second primogenitor actually agreed so straightforwardly. Even Gu Fei didn't expect the Li clan's second primogenitor to agree so straightforwardly. This shock exceeded his expectations. Wheel of the Heavens and Realms. Chapter 38-43. A Genius in a Second. Remember Love. Novel Network, to provide you with exciting novel reading. For the sake of the Wheel of Heavens and myriad realms, the Li clan's second progenitor had disregarded the past and invited Gu Fei to the primogenitor mountain range. This shocked everyone in the Li clan. The Li clan has 3 supremes. We don't need to bow our heads to anyone. Seeing Gu Fei being politely invited into the ancestral hall in the depths of the Li clan's ancestral grounds, the entire Li clan's descendants were in an uproar. Yeah, why does the old ancestor want to rope in Gu Fei? Even if this Gu Fei is a legendary existence, it still shouldn't be. The Li clan's upper echelons were both shocked and angry. However, they were only descendants of the Li clan's 3 primogenitors and were juniors. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare say anything. Even Li Shi, the current clan leader of the Li clan, didn't dare let out a fart. "All right, all of you shut up." Li Shi was annoyed when he heard the whispers of the surrounding clansmen. The moment Li Shi's voice rang out, the surroundings immediately quietened down. Everyone looked at Li Shi in shock, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Scram!" Li Shi roared. The surrounding people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. In an instant, all of them ran away, leaving only Li Shi on top of the mountain. He looked at the ancestral hall in the depths of the ancestral grounds, and his expression changed several times. Finally, he sighed and turned to leave helplessly. If one didn't become a supremacy, they would always be ants. At this time, Gu Fei entered the ancestral hall under the guidance of the Li clan's second progenitor. The ancestral hall of the Li clan was a holy land in the eyes of the Li clan's descendants. It was also the residence of the Li clan's 3 primogenitors. No one in the Li clan, including clan leader Li Shi, could take a step into the sacred hall without being summoned by the 3 primogenitors. Over the years, Gu Fei had been one of the few people invited into the ancestral hall by the Li clan's first progenitor. No one knew what Gu Fei and the Li clan's first progenitor talked about in the ancestral hall. However, the Li clan's descendants saw Gu Fei leave the Li clan's ancestral hall in satisfaction. This made the descendants of the Li clan in the ancestral ground extremely depressed. Soon, the news of Gu Fei forcing the Li clan to lower their heads spread. The entire southern cultivation world of the primogenitor's realm was shaken. Countless people were shocked. This Gu Fei is too heaven-defying. Even the Li clan has to bow down to him. The Li clan is not an ordinary cultivation clan. Even the Li clan has lowered their heads. Doesn't this mean that Gu Fei has become the true overlord of the southern region? Countless people in the southern region of the primogenitor realm were discussing this matter. This news was simply too shocking. Even when Gu Fei had subdued the shooting Sun Supreme, he wasn't this shocked. Gu Fei had actually become the overlord of the southern domain. This was something that even he himself had not expected. It had been a long time since such a powerful and domineering existence had appeared in the southern domain. At this time, Gu Fei did not care about these trivial matters in the outside world. As soon as he returned, he immediately went into seclusion. Even old ancestor Ing Tian couldn't see Gu Fei. When the news of Gu Fei forcing the Li clan to lower their heads spread, Ing Tian's sect was in an uproar. Everyone found it hard to believe. No one had expected that Gu Fei would be so powerful. With such a powerful backer, they could fear no one and no forces. Ing Tian's sect was going to soar. Apart from Ing Tian's sect, the other sects that had submitted to Gu Fei were also extremely excited. The descendants of these sects walked with their backs straight. On this day, an emissary came to visit Gu Fei. This emissary was sent by the Black Tortoise Supreme, the time agreed upon by the Black Tortoise Supreme, and Gu Fei had arrived. At this time, some unknown changes had already occurred in the depths of the Primogenitor mountain range. The mysterious guardian of the Primogenitor mountain range had disappeared and no longer appeared. This surprised and delighted everyone. The aura that emanated from the Primogenitor mountain range attracted an extreme grade supreme. Just as the Black Tortoise Supreme arrived, the emissary of the Li clan also arrived. The arrival of the 2 emissaries made old ancestor Ing Tian and the others very nervous. Could it be that the Li clan and the Black Tortoise Supreme wanted to start a war with Gu Fei? However, what made old ancestor Ing Tian and the others incredulous was that the 2 emissaries were very polite to them. They didn't dare to slight them in the slightest. Gu Fei didn't come out of seclusion, so the 2 emissaries obediently waited at the side. They didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. The 2 emissaries waited for 3 days, They absolutely didn't dare to leave without seeing Gu Fei. It wasn't until the evening of the fifth day that Gu Fei opened the door of Tian Ancestral Hall and walked out. This time, although he had been in seclusion for more than 10 days, he didn't break through his current cultivation realm. However, he could feel that he was undergoing an unimaginable transformation. The 9 perfect great Tao energies actually showed signs of fusing. Once he succeeded, Gu Fei would once again usher in a complete transformation. Perhaps he would once again transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. When the 9 great Tao energies fused and transformed into a myriad of Taos, he would become the ruler of all Taos. At that time, he would be able to disregard all enemies and become truly invincible. Gu Fei even vaguely felt that the extreme Tao realm wasn't the strongest realm. There were even higher cultivation realms above the extreme Tao realm. This wasn't a guess, but he really had this feeling. This feeling was very real. "Greetings, my lord." The 2 emissaries finally saw Gu Fei. The moment they saw Gu Fei, they almost cried. The day they waited for was finally here. If they couldn't complete the mission, they would be punished when they returned. Especially the emissary of the Black Tortoise Supreme. He had been restless for the past few days. "All right, both of you can go back. I understand." In the Tian Ancestral Hall, Gu Fei casually sent away the 2 emissaries who had been waiting outside the Ancestral Hall for several days. At this time, the news of the Wheel of Heavens and realms finally spread. In an instant, the entire Ancestral Realms cultivation world was in an uproar. The ancient legend was mentioned again. "Master, the Wheel of Heavens and Realms is about to appear. What are your plans?" After seeing the 2 emissaries leave, old ancestor Tian hurriedly asked Gu Fei. "Naturally, I have to go there." Gu Fei said indifferently. "All right, all of you can leave." Gu Fei said with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Old ancestor Tian and the other experts hurriedly retreated from the ancestral hall. However, when old ancestor Tian and the others retreated from the ancestral hall, a person suddenly came to Tian Ancestral Hall and walked straight into it. Why did he come in person? When old ancestor Tian and the others saw that person, they couldn't help but be shocked. This person was the Shooting Sun Supreme. The Shooting Sun Supreme had arrived. In the Tian ancestral land, the Shooting Sun Supremacy arrived in front of Gu Fei as if there was no one there. He stood before the throne in the ancestral hall. "All right, let's go to the ancestral mountain range." When the Shooting Sun Supreme arrived, Gu Fei immediately stood up from the throne and opened his eyes. 2 rays of light immediately rushed out of his eyes like lightning flashing across the void. Chapter 3844. A genius in a second remembered to go away. We provide you with exciting novels to read. Gu Fei was the Shooting Sun Supremacy. The Shooting Sun Supremacy wasn't bad either. He actually brought 5 or 6 Supreme Supremacies with him. With such a force, Gu Fei didn't need to care about the Black Tortoise Supremacy or the Li clan's progenitor. However, since these people invited him, he wanted to see what they were up to. The trip of a Supreme was supposed to be earth-shattering. However, Gu Fei kept a low profile. Since he kept such a low profile, the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others naturally kept a low profile too. Gu Fei didn't even bring old ancestor Tian along. He traveled alone. The Shooting Sun Supremacy even brought 2 young disciples with him. The other Supremacies also brought their people along. They were all high and mighty existences that could shake the entire southern region with a single step. Even if they kept a low profile, they still needed people to help them deal with trivial matters. Supremacies definitely wouldn't do things like pouring tea or serving water personally. Of course, when one's cultivation reached the extreme grade, A supremacy could create thousands of things with a single thought. It wasn't difficult for them to even raise their heads and split the sky and earth. However, even an extreme-grade supremacy wouldn't use their extreme-grade mystic abilities so easily. Otherwise, why would they keep so many servants and disciples? Gu Fei and the others stopped in an ancient town less than 10,000 miles away from the Primogenitor mountain range. This ancient town had existed for countless years. When Gu Fei had first arrived, he had sensed a mysterious and unpredictable aura. However, this aura disappeared the moment he entered the ancient town. The Shooting Sun supremacy seemed to have noticed something as well. He specially circled the town personally, but didn't discover anything either. The other supremacies didn't sense anything amiss at all. In the simple stone house, Gu Fei sat on a stone stool, casually, while the others stood. Even the Shooting Sun supremacy stood behind Gu Fei with his hands down. Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, "All of you can leave. I'll go meet the Li clan's progenitor and the Black Tortoise supremacy alone." "Yes, High Lord." The 5 supreme venerables hurriedly accepted the order and left the stone house. "Master, are you really going to go alone?" Shooting Sun Supreme, who was standing behind Gu Fei, asked in confusion. "Humph. I want to know what those fellows are up to. Playing with them is not a bad idea. Otherwise, it would be too boring," Gu Fei said with a chuckle. This Shooting Sun Supreme was speechless when he heard Gu Fei's words. Competing for the Wheel of the Myriad Realms was a huge matter for any extreme-grade supremacy. However, his master was actually here to play. "You don't have to follow me. Go do what you need to do," Gu Fei said to Shooting Sun Supreme. "Yes." Shooting Sun Supreme didn't say anything else. He bowed at Gu Fei and left the stone house. After sending Shooting Sun Supreme and the others away, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes. A powerful spirit wave immediately erupted from his body and enveloped the entire ancient town. This ancient town was called Snow Wolf Town. It was one of the countless small towns outside the Primogenitor mountain range and wasn't eye-catching. There were only a few hundred residents in Snow Wolf Town. Furthermore, these residents domesticated snow wolves. Even in a world of ice and snow, they could hunt for enough food and not starve. This ancient town worshipped the snow wolf god. As soon as Gu Fei released his spirit wave, he immediately sensed a powerful aura in an ancient temple behind the town. Is this the reason why Snow Wolf Town can survive for so long? Gu Fei thought to himself. The powerful living being in the ancient temple of Snow Wolf Town was weaker than an ant in front of Gu Fei. However, in a small place like Snow Wolf Town, this living being was a god in the eyes of the residents. It was a god that protected them. The guardian of Snow Wolf Town couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence at all. The appointed time to meet the Black Tortoise Supreme and the Li clan's ancestor was approaching. Gu Fei was about to leave. At this moment, the sound of a bell broke the silence of Snow Wolf Town early in the morning. It was still snowing outside, and it was freezing cold. However, even though it was early in the morning, the originally empty Snow Wolf Town quickly became lively due to the cold wind. "Master." At this time, Gu Fei directly cut through the void with a finger. A figure walked out of the spatial crack and bowed to Gu Fei. This girl looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her features were peerless. Her whole body was surrounded by a kind of immortal spiritual energy. She was one of the Yun siblings that Gu Fei brought out from the Yingtian sect's training ground, Yun Shi. Right now, Yun Shi was already an immortal. Her father was even more powerful. In a short period of time, he had already cultivated to the immortal king realm. Her elder brother, Yun Ao, had also broken through to the immortal god realm. As for Yang Zhan, who was once a brother of Gu Fei, his fate was miserable when Ying Tian sect was under Mu Jinghong's control. He died in the chaos. The Thunder Clan and the Qiu clan had betrayed Gu Fei at that time. Therefore, when Gu Fei returned, he directly wiped out these forces, killing them all. As for the Yun siblings and the Yun Tian city lord, because they were cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world, they were able to escape this disaster. The Yun siblings and their father were only Gu Fei's disciples in name, not his real disciples. Go and see what's going on. Gu Fei said to Yun Shi. Yes, master. Yun Shi hurriedly bowed and then left. At this time, Gu Fei had already retracted his divine will. He only heard that the noise outside was a little unusual, so he asked Yun Shi to go and take a look. Soon, Yun Shi returned. Master, the people here seem to be sacrificing some snow wolf god. Yun Shi said, Sacrifice? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. What sacrifice? People. The people here have an Yin-type bloodline in their bodies. Every year, the so-called snow wolf god eats a child with this bloodline. Yun Shi told the news to Gu Fei. What? As soon as Gu Fei opened his eyes, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like lightning. Yun Shi's heart trembled. Although Gu Fei didn't release a trace of his aura, she still felt her divine soul tremble. Master's cultivation is really unfathomable. When can I become a peerless expert like Master? It's just a small wolf demon. How dare it eat people? Saying this, Gu Fei stood up and walked out. Yun Shi hurriedly followed. The street was bustling, and the people of Snow Wolf Town were decorated with lanterns and streamers. Those who didn't know would think that Snow Wolf Town was holding a big celebration. As Gu Fei and Yun Shi walked on the street, they immediately attracted the curious gazes of the residents of Snow Wolf Town. In this world of ice and snow, Gu Fei and Yun Shi only wore thin clothes, which was too eye-catching. It should be known that everyone in Snow Wolf Town wore animal skins, tightly wrapped. At this time, in front of the temple behind Snow Wolf Town, a high platform was set up, and on the platform stood a mysterious person wearing a black animal skin mask. Chapter 38:45. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, talk net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Snow Wolf Town was especially lively in the early morning. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. Those who did not know the details would think that it was a joyous day worthy of celebration. Love, go, little, say, Netku, however. Although the residents of Snow Wolf Town were busy arranging things for the celebration, no one was happy. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. From the west of Snow Wolf Town, there was a faint sound of crying. The beginning of this day was the beginning of Lu Daniu's family's sorrow. This year, their child was chosen to be sacrificed to the guardian of Snow Wolf Town, the Snow Wolf god. Lu Daniu had a precious son who was only slightly more than 3 years old this year. He was smart and cute. When Lu Daniu's wife gave birth to Lu Tianji, a priest happened to pass by Snow Wolf Town. Lu Daniu and his wife saw that the priest was not an ordinary person, so they asked the priest to give their newborn son a name. The priest pinched his fingers and calculated that the child would face a great calamity in the future. However, when he wanted to calculate further, he realized that it was difficult to predict. Thus, he named the child Lu Tianji. Otherwise, a wild hunter like Lu Daniu would definitely not give his son such a meaningful name. Lu Daniu and his wife treasured Lu Tianji even more because the Taoist priest said that their precious son would face a great calamity in the future. And Lu Tianji was very smart. Although he was only a little more than 3 years old, he was very sensible. He never cried or threw a tantrum, and he even learned to help his father deal with animal skins. However, a bad news broke the happy life of this family. Lu Tianji was found to have spiritual roots by the great elder of Snow Wolf Town. Thus, Lu Tianji became the sacrifice to the Snow Wolf god this year. Love, go little, say netku, although it was of the highest quality. To put it bluntly, Lu Daniu and his wife wanted to give their son to the Snow Wolf god as food. Although Lu Daniu and his wife were extremely unwilling after the great elder found out that Lu Tianji had spiritual roots, they were put under control. There was no way he could escape. Lu Daniu could only watch helplessly as his clansmen sacrificed his precious son to the Snow Wolf god. It's just a little wolf demon, yet it dares to call itself a god, and even dares to ask for human sacrifices. It really deserves to die. Gu Fei muttered to himself as he walked towards the temple in Snow Wolf Town. Master, why don't I go kill that wolf demon? As Yunshi spoke, the sword on her back immediately began to tremble, releasing a light, vibrating sound. There's no rush. Let's watch the show first. Gu Fei said indifferently. With him around, this wolf demon still wanted to eat humans? Soon, Gu Fei and Yunshi arrived at the altar in front of the temple. The altar was 10 meters tall, and a mysterious man with a wolf mask on his face stood on top of it. He was dressed in a black animal hide and wore a wolf mask on his face. On both sides of the altar, someone was tapping on a self-made musical instrument. The mysterious person on the altar was dancing to the rhythm of the musical instrument while chanting something. After half an hour, the mysterious person on the altar stopped. With a wave of his right hand, 2 burly men immediately carried Lu Daniu's son onto the altar. The moment Lu Tianji was carried onto the altar, everyone stopped what they were doing. Heaven and earth quietened down in an instant, so much so that even the sound of an embroidery needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Gu Fei watched the scene on the altar with interest. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the temple. Everyone was extremely nervous. Even the great elder stared at the door of the temple. Is it coming out? Gu Fei looked towards the entrance of the temple, but did not see the Snow Wolf god. The Snow Wolf god was still hidden in the temple and did not come out. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew out from the temple. Then Lu Tianji, who was on the altar, immediately flew up and flew towards the door of the temple. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and extended his right hand. Lu Tianji, who was flying towards the temple, actually flew back. When the residents of Snow Wolf Town saw this scene, they were all inexplicably shocked. Someone actually dared to steal the things of the Lord Guardian? Everyone was dumbfounded. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Some of the residents of Snow Wolf Town pointed at Gu Fei and Yunshi and scolded them. At the same time, they surged forward and surrounded Gu Fei and Yunshi. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master? Yunshi patted the scabbard and released her flying sword to kill those people who were disrespectful to Gu Fei and herself. However, Gu Fei reached out and stopped Yunshi. A bunch of ignorant people. Gu Fei did not even care about the ant-like existences around him. What did you say? The surrounding people were infuriated by Gu Fei's words. They all stared angrily at Gu Fei, their eyes almost spitting fire. At this time, a snow-white giant wolf silently walked out of the cave. This snow wolf had a vertical purple mark on its forehead, like a third eye. Lord Snow Wolf God has come out. No one knew who shouted, but the hundreds of residents of Snow Wolf Town were all shocked to the extreme. They quickly turned to look. When they saw the giant wolf on the altar, everyone knelt on the ground in fear. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared on the altar. She followed closely behind Gu Fei. The Snow Wolf God immediately roared at Gu Fei. It was not that it was afraid of Gu Fei, but it was very afraid of the girl carrying the ancient sword behind Gu Fei. Outsiders, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, this god will eat all of you as well. A voice sounded in Gu Fei and Yun Shi's mind at the same time. At this time, the clever and cute little boy Lu Tianji was being carried by the great elder with the wolf mask. A little wolf demon dares to call himself a god. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Master, please allow me to kill this little wolf demon." Yun Shi bowed to Gu Fei. "Good," Gu Fei said indifferently. Yun Shi walked up. "I haven't eaten an immortal god for a long time. Today, I will eat to my heart's content." The snow wolf god stared at Yun Shi, his saliva dripping to the ground. "Ha! You want to eat me? You are not qualified." "Yun," she said. Swoosh! At this time, a white figure suddenly pounced towards Yun Shi. This guy was the snow wolf god. Buzz! Yun, she slapped the immortal sword on her back. In the next moment, the sound of the sword rang out. A dazzling sword light immediately rushed out and strangled the snow wolf god, who was pouncing on her. At this time, Gu Fei leisurely strolled in front of the great elder and carried the little boy Lu Tianji over. The great elder did not move until Gu Fei walked away. Only then did he fall straight to the ground, dead. Chapter 3846. Genius in a Second. Remember love, go away? This is the web that provides you with exciting novels to read. Grand Elder is dead. All the people of Snow Wolf Town below, the altar stared at the scene on the altar with their mouths agape and mouths agape. At this time, two white silhouettes were moving rapidly on the altar. The immortal sword in Yun Shi's hand emitted a dazzling radiance. Every slash seemed to tear the void apart. However, with Yun Shi's cultivation, she was still far from being able to tear apart the incomparably stable void of the primogenitor's realm. As the protector of Snow Wolf Town, the Snow Wolf demon was naturally not weak. He was also in the immortal realm, which was just enough to fight evenly with Yun Shi. At this time, Gu Fei looked curiously at the little fellow in his arms. Although the little fellow was only a little over 3 years old, his eyes were full of spirit. Moreover, the little fellow was very quiet in Gu Fei's arms and didn't cry or make a fuss. If it was any other child, they would have burst into tears long ago. The little fellow was currently staring at Gu Fei with its big eyes. "Little fellow, aren't you afraid?" Gu Fei reached out to pinch the little fellow's rosy cheeks. "What's there to be afraid of? I won't die anyway." The little fellow said in a childish voice, "Io, how do you know that you won't die?" Gu Fei was amused by the little fellow. Even he couldn't predict what would happen in the future. Could it be that the little fellow was so talented that he could predict what would happen in advance? If that was the case, it would be too heaven-defying. "My father told me. Someone said that I will encounter a great calamity, but I can turn it into a blessing." The little fellow looked up at Gu Fei seriously. Gu Fei pointed at the little fellow's forehead. In the next moment, he felt relieved. The little fellow was right. Gu Fei had instantly read the little fellow's memories. Now, that Gu Fei was an extreme Tao sovereign. It was as easy as flipping his palm to search the memories of others. Moreover, it wouldn't affect the person's soul at all. "Outsider, we've been ruined by you." Below the altar, someone suddenly roared, "You've offended Snow Wolf God, so we'll suffer as well. Quickly kneel and apologize to the Snow Wolf God. Beg the Snow Wolf God to spare you." Below the altar, the residents of Snow Wolf Town were in an uproar. They all rushed towards Gu Fei and Yun Shi, who was fighting the so-called Snow Wolf God. "Noisy! Gu Fei waved his sleeves, and a gust of strong wind immediately swept down from the altar to the bottom of the altar, rolling up the wind and snow. The people under the altar suddenly staggered, and they were in a sorry state, unable to curse anymore. Supremes could not be humiliated. If these people below the altar were not ordinary people, he could have directly destroyed their bodies and souls with a single breath. In the entire Snow Wolf town, only Lu Daniu and his family were overjoyed. One must know that to them, their precious son Lu Tianji was their life. If their son was really sacrificed, they would not be able to survive. The mysteries of heaven are hard to predict. Lu Daniu suddenly remembered the words of the Taoist priest who passed by Snow Wolf Town 3 years ago. Buzz. At this time, the altar was filled with sword chi. Yunxi's cultivation might be weaker than this snow wolf demon that had lived for at least 1,000 years, but the cultivation technique she cultivated was top-notch. It was definitely not something this snow wolf demon could compare to. The current Yunxi, with a sword in her hand, was filled with murderous intent. In terms of momentum, she could actually suppress the snow wolf demon who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Swoosh! With a flash of the sword, Yunxi's sword cut off one of the snow wolf demon's ears. If the snow wolf demon had been a little slower, half of its head would have been cut off by Yunxi's sword. Roar! The snow wolf demon let out an earth-shattering roar, then turned around and rushed towards the temple behind it. Snow Wolf God is angry. We will all die. The people of Snow Wolf Town were frightened. Some fled in all directions. Some sat paralyzed on the ground and howled in fear, and some howled in despair. It was a mess. Humph! At this time, Yunxi stared at the temple in front of her. She stood in the void with her sword in her hand. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she looked otherworldly. Her celestial aura and chilly murderous intent coexisted, forming a unique and shocking scene on her body. Gu Fei, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to all of this and continued to play with the little fellow in his arms. The little fellow even peed on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was the genuine urine of a child. If the sun-shooting supremacy and the others saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall to the ground. Someone actually dared to pee on the body of an extreme grade legend. Gu Fei did not need to change his clothes. With just a thought, the urine on his body and the little fellow's body disappeared. They were clean and had no smell, and their clothes were completely dry. Everything was so simple. This was the means of an extreme grade supremacy. You little naughty boy. Gu Fei smiled and pinched the little fellow's pink and tender face again. Looking at the little fellow, he suddenly thought of his daughter, Gu Ling. Ever since Gu Ling set foot on the ancient road of the human race, he had never seen his daughter again. Now that this matter is over, let's go back to the human world. Gu Fei had left the human world and the heaven realm for a long time. He had left behind forces in these places. Li Lingfeng was even sent to the human world to rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect. Rebuilding the Supreme Mystery Sect had always been something Gu Fei wanted to do, but he could not spare the time to do it. Li Lingfeng's cultivation was very good. In a place like the human world, where the power of heavenly punishment existed, the extreme grade supremacy did not dare to come out, and the quasi-supremacy was invincible. However, whether in the human world or the heaven realm, Gu Fei had too many enemies. Without him in the human world and the heaven realm, he did not know what the human world and the heaven realm would be like. At this time, the parents of the little brat, Lu Tianji, rushed up from below the altar. Son, Lu Daniu directly took his precious son from Gu Fei's arms. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Lu Daniu's wife directly knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed to Gu Fei. All right, take this little guy and leave first This little guy and I are fated, Gu Fei said. He did not expect to find a little guy with the extreme in-spirit root in such a small place. This was a pleasant surprise. Yes, 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 Lu Daniu and his wife hurriedly thanked Gu Fei again, then ran down the altar in panic and directly escaped from Snow Wolf Town. They did not dare to stay in Snow Wolf Town. In this snowy morning, no one noticed that a small town in the endless mountain range was undergoing a shocking change. Lu Daniu's family took advantage of the chaos and successfully escaped from Snow Wolf Town. However, it was very obvious that there was someone in Snow Wolf Town who did not want to let this family go. A mysterious figure chased them from Snow Wolf Town. And at this time, following a shocking explosion, the temple that had been worshipped in Snow Wolf Town for thousands of years directly exploded. A huge wolf that was even bigger than a mountain appeared between heaven and earth. Silver Moon Demon Wolf. When Gu Fei saw this huge wolf, he indifferently said this sentence. Chapter 38:47. Genius in 1 second, remember love, go away, to provide you with exciting novels to read. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf was a type of wolf race in the primogenitor realm. It was also a branch of the demon race in the primogenitor realm. There were tens of thousands of races in the primogenitor realm, and the Silver Moon Demon Wolf was just one of them. Gu Fei had never seen the Silver Moon Demon Wolf before, but he had obtained some information about the Silver Moon Demon Wolf when he was searching Lu Tianji's soul spirit memory. 3 years ago, when the mysterious Taoist passed by Snow Wolf Town, he saw through the Snow Wolf Town's celestial temple. However, for some unknown reason, the mysterious Taoist didn't eliminate the Silver Moon Demon Wolf in Snow Wolf Town and left. From then on, the mysterious Taoist never appeared again. Roar! At this moment, the giant wolf that was bigger than a mountain suddenly roared towards the sky. The horrifying sound waves spread out, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken away. The entire void was shaking, and the altar under Gu Fei's feet collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to rise. Only at the peak of the immortal god realm. Gu Fei shook his head. Such a fella wasn't qualified to be his opponent. He wasn't even qualified to be the opponent of his subordinates. One had to know that his subordinates were either quasi-supremes or supremes. He was regarded as the supreme lord by these supreme existences, which meant that he was the lord of supremes. Just like an ant. Gu Fei's interest was piqued, and he retreated to the side. Although this fella wasn't qualified to be his opponent, it didn't seem bad for Yun Shi to practice on. The cultivation willpower of the 3 from the Yun clan was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, City Lord Yun Tian wouldn't be able to break through the cultivation realm in such a short period of time. Even Yun Shi and Yun Ao's cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds. In Tian Sek's trial world wasn't a perfect world. The laws of heaven and earth were lacking, which caused the living beings in that world to lose the chance to become a true expert. Therefore, in that kind of place, even a cultivator with a heaven-defying physique would find it hard to become an immortal god, let alone the immortal king or immortal emperor realms. After the 3 members of the Yun family were brought to the ancestral realm by Gu Fei, their cultivation was like a wild horse that was out of control. Swoosh! Right at this moment, that giant Silver Moon Demon Wolf immediately used its claw to slap at Yun Shi. This claw was a few times bigger than Yun Shi. The powerful Tai-In demon power exploded from the claws, and the entire void space seemed to be frozen in an instant. Why did the Silver Moon Demon Wolf require the people of Snow Wolf Town to offer an annual sacrifice? It was because this demon wolf wanted to devour children who were born with the power of Yin to increase its cultivation. Humans weren't to be bullied, and this Silver Moon Demon Wolf actually devoured humans to increase its cultivation. Now that it was encountered by Gu Fei, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Right at this moment, she became one with the sword and turned into an indestructible sword light. She soared into the sky and circled around the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's claw. One of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's claw immediately fell off and separated from its body. Roar! The Silver Moon Demon Wolf let out a frenzied roar and leaped into the sky. The fresh blood that dripped from its wound didn't freeze even in this harsh cold. Furthermore, every drop of blood was emitting powerful Tai-in Chi. This Silver Moon Demon Wolf was a demon wolf at the peak stage of the immortal god realm. Every drop of blood was able to freeze all living beings below the immortal god realm. Buzz! A sword cry echoed in the 9 heavens. The sword light that she turned into instantly expanded by 10 folds. It soared into the sky and slashed at the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. However, right at this moment, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's body surged with a bundle of resplendent silver light. This demon wolf's glabella actually had a crescent moon imprint. In the next moment, that silver moon imprint actually rushed out from the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's glabella and turned into a divine moon that suppressed the sword light that she turned into. Rumble, as though a real divine moon was descending from the sky. The demonic force of the peak stage of the immortal god realm burst out from this divine moon. Everyone in Snow Wolf Town was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene in the sky. Lord Wolf God, the people in Snow Wolf Town were frightened to the extreme. This was their first time witnessing the prowess of the god that they had worshipped for thousands of years. However, in the next moment, the eyeballs of the people in Snow Wolf Town almost fell to the ground. They saw that the sword light that soared into the sky had actually destroyed the silver moon that was descending from the sky in an instant. Swish! That sword light rushed through the body of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. In the next moment, this giant wolf rapidly shrunk and fell from the sky, crashing into Snow Wolf Town. She's figure appeared high up in the sky and looked down at the Silver Moon Demon Wolf coldly. Go and help that little fellow. I will go and meet the Li clan's progenitor first. Gu Fei transmitted a message to Shi, and took a step forward, instantly vanishing between heaven and earth. Yes, master. She quickly bowed. At this moment, Gu Fei had already left. And, with a thought, Shi's divine perception instantly enveloped the radius of 1,000 miles. She immediately sensed the existence of the little brat, Lu Tianji. This family of 3 was being pursued by a group of black-robed men and was about to fall into a desperate situation. Right at this moment, Shi ignored the corpse of the Silver Moon Demon Wolf and turned into a sword light, instantly rushing out from Snow Wolf Town. Lord Wolf God is actually dead. They killed Lord Wolf God. How is this possible? The people in Snow Wolf Town were all stupefied. Wasn't the wolf god that they worshipped supposed to be omnipotent? How could he be killed by someone? Impossible. The people of Snow Wolf Town almost went crazy when they saw the corpse that was emitting a cold aura after it smashed into the ground and created a huge pit. Without their guardian god, who else could protect Snow Wolf Town? Could they rely on those outsiders? Just when the people of Snow Wolf Town were in despair, in the forest outside of Snow Wolf Town, Lu Daniu and his family were desperately escaping. Occasionally, there would be cold arrows shooting at them from behind. Those black shadows were like specters that couldn't be shaken off, no matter how hard they tried. What should we do? The woman who was carrying her son spoke to Lu Daniu anxiously. Lu Daniu had already retrieved the huge bow from his back and calmly drew an arrow from his quiver. He knocked the arrow and shot it behind him. There was a miserable scream as a black shadow rolled on the snowy ground. If you want to kill me, I will send you on your way first. Lu Daniu was extremely calm. He was a natural hunter, and among the hunters in Snow Wolf Town, his hunting ability was definitely one of the best. When Yunshi arrived, Lu Daniu had already killed 2 black-clothed men. However, those black-clothed men had also surrounded them and were prepared to rush forward and kill Lu Daniu. Lu Daniu, accept your death obediently. One of the black-clothed men was like a wild beast as he glared at Lu Daniu and laughed sinisterly. Bring it on. Lu Daniu protected his wife and son behind him. Go, kill them. The leader of the black-clothed men waved his hand. However, in the next moment, he heard the sound of a body falling onto the snowy ground. The leader of the black-clothed men turned around and saw that all his subordinates had fallen onto the snowy ground. Less than 3 feet away from him, there was a beautiful woman in white standing in the air. Chapter 38:48. She walked through the snow like a peerless fairy and killed the villains with a swing of her sword. Only the leader of the black-robed men was left staring at she in fear. Her clothes were whiter than snow, her sword was like autumn water, and her face was peerless. This scene seemed to only appear in a painting. Such a peerless woman was like someone in a painting giving off an ethereal feeling. This scene was still deeply imprinted in the minds of Lu Daniu and his wife even after they died a long time ago. Even a 3-year-old child like Lu Tianji could vaguely remember being saved by a fairy in a snowy forest when he was young. You dare to kill the Black Wolf Guards, who serve Lord Wolf God. The leader of the black-robed men said in a trembling voice, "Humph, Black Wolf Guards, you're just like an ant." She looked down at the black-robed man, who was trembling in extreme fear. "You, Lord Wolf God, will not let you go." The leader of the Black Wolf Guards glared at she like a wild beast. "Ha!" She laughed. "Your so-called Wolf God has already been slain by me." "Impossible." The leader of the Black Wolf Guards was completely stunned when he heard Shi's words. Lord Wolf God was invincible and had protected Snow Wolf Town for thousands of years. Who could kill Lord Wolf God? It's just a wolf demon. So what if I've killed him? What's the big deal? She said coldly. "I'll kill you." The leader of the Black Wolf Guards roared angrily and pounced at Shi. His body emitted a silver demonic light. Unlike ordinary Black Wolf Guards, this fellow was actually a cultivator. However, he was only a little fellow who had just become a demonic cultivator. Whoosh! Shi's sword moved, and the snowflakes were instantly split into 2. She then ignored the leader of the Black Wolf Guards. "Come with me." She arrived in front of Lu Daniu's family and waved her sleeve. A ball of immortal light appeared and enveloped Lu Daniu's family in an instant. The next moment, she brought them into the sky and disappeared into the snowstorm under the shocked gazes of Lu Daniu's family. A long while after Shi left, the leader of the Black Wolf Guards finally collapsed stiffly. The snow continued to fall. Very soon, the corpses of the Black Wolf Guard leader and his subordinates were covered by the snow. Peace returned to the mountain forest, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Snow Wolf Town was in chaos. The place where the divine temple was located was on fire. No one would pay attention to the tiny Snow Wolf Town in the middle of the mountains. It should be known that there were countless small towns like this in the hundreds of millions of miles of the Primogenitor mountain range. At this moment, a black-clothed young man was walking up a mountain path in the Primogenitor mountain range, step by step under a coiling dragon and crouching tiger. Halfway up the mountain, 2 green-robed men stopped the black-robed youth. "Halt! The Dragon Mountain has been sealed. Please return." One of the young cultivators said to the black-robed young man, "Tisk, junior brother, why are you being so polite to this guy? Can't you just ask him to scram? A middle-aged cultivator beside the young cultivator looked at the black-robed young man with disdain. Dragon Mountain was an ancient relic in the primogenitor mountain range that wasn't dangerous. Moreover, it was located at the periphery of the primogenitor mountain range. Therefore, many cultivators would come here every year to try their luck. However, today, a big shot was going to descend on Dragon Mountain Range. Therefore, someone had sealed the Dragon Mountain Range. Many cultivators who wanted to ascend to the peak were chased down halfway up the mountain. Fellow cultivator, you should leave. The young cultivator said politely, Hee, kid, if you know what's good for you, scram. My junior brother has a good temper, but I don't. The middle-aged cultivator stared at the black-robed young man and said coldly, Is that so? The black-robed young man was Gu Fei. He smiled but didn't move. He didn't expect that someone would dare to block his path. I'd like to see why your temper isn't good. Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged cultivator and said with a faint smile, This guy was only an immortal lord. In the primogenitor world, immortal lords were a dime a dozen. They weren't anything special. From their clothes, Gu Fei could already guess the background of these two fellas. The subordinates of the Supreme Black Tortoise were a mix of good and bad. The middle-aged cultivator, was about to explode. However, at this moment, an immortal light descended from the sky and landed beside Gu Fei. A gentle breeze blew Gu Fei's clothes. As the immortal light dissipated, a graceful figure appeared in front of the two subordinates of the Supreme Black Tortoise. Fairy, please stop. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed instantly. He smiled politely. Master, why are you still here? The white-robed fairy didn't even look at the middle-aged cultivator. In her eyes, there was only Gu Fei. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked, angry, and embarrassed. This lass actually dared to ignore him. He was a dignified immortal lord. Countless fairies would flock to him with just a word from him. However, Yun-Shi's disregard deeply hurt the middle-aged cultivator, causing his pride to instantly collapse. We can't go up Dragon Mountain anymore. Please return. The young cultivator was still very polite. Get lost. The middle-aged cultivator flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared at Gu Fei and his disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trying his best to restrain himself, he would have already killed these two despicable fellas. How did that black tortoise guy teach such arrogant and despotic disciples? Yun, she said coldly. What? You dare to call my ancestor's name directly? Are you two bastards courting death? The middle-aged cultivator completely exploded. He was already very unhappy that he was sent to guard the mountain. Now, he could vent his anger on these two fellas. Senior brother, the young cultivator's expression finally changed. He knew this senior brother's temper very well. This senior brother would really kill these two people. How dare you be disrespectful to my master? Yun-Shi looked at the middle-aged cultivator, and a murderous aura spread from her body. What? You want to fight? So what if I'm disrespectful to him? Ha ha, the middle-aged cultivator said arrogantly. Then you can go and die, Yun-Shi said, and waved her right hand. A sword light flashed across the middle-aged cultivator's neck. In the next moment, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes bulged, and he looked at Yun-Shi in disbelief. How could a mere immortal kill him? Just now, he wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Yun-Shi's sword slashed at his neck. As the last of his consciousness disappeared, the middle-aged cultivator's head fell to the ground. What? The young cultivator was scared out of his wits. Chapter 3849. Gu Fei and Yun, she walked towards the peak of Dragon Mountain step by step. At this moment, the people of the Supreme Xuanwu were alarmed, and more than 10 figures rushed down from the peak. These people were all experts, far more powerful than the 2 guards at the mountain gate. The person in the lead rode on a sword, and a violent sage aura spread in all directions. Behind this sword saint, there were 13 other saints who were also above the sage level. These saints all displayed their abilities. Some rode on magic treasures, some rode on saint beasts, and the roars of the saint beasts were earth-shattering. Some of the saints walked over leisurely with a sage-like demeanor. A total of 14 divine might of the divine Tao converged together to form an extremely powerful divine might of the divine Tao. All the cultivators in the vicinity of Dragon Mountain turned their gazes towards the peak of Dragon Mountain in shock. Who's so arrogant to actually dare to provoke the Black Tortoise Sovereign, TSK, with the appearance of the Wheel of Heavens and Earth? I wonder how many Supremes have come to the Primogenitor mountain range. What does the Supreme Xuanwu amount to? Someone said disapprovingly. That too. Many people nodded. Although the Supreme Xuanwu was strong, it didn't mean that no one dared to offend him. How dare you barge into the mountain and kill people? Don't you know that the Dragon Mountain has been taken over by my master, the Supreme Xuanwu? The dozen saints who rushed down from the peak of Dragon Mountain came before Gu Fei and Yun Shi. The sword saint who led the group roared at Gu Fei. Master, I've only heard of people taking over a fish pond. I've never heard of anyone taking over an ancient relic. Master, you're knowledgeable. Have you seen anyone taking over an ancient relic? Yun, she didn't look at the sword saint and asked Gu Fei for guidance. Under the envelopment of Gu Fei's aura, she didn't fear the might of the saints at all. I've never heard of anyone taking over an ancient relic either. It's an eye-opener today. Gu Fei glanced at the saints in front of him and said calmly, "You're courting death." The sword saint who led the group had a ferocious look in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his right hand and a dazzling sword light shot out from his body. Buzz! When the sword saint made his move, the cry of his sword filled the 9 heavens, and his life and death were terrifying. When had Yun Shi ever seen such a scene? His face turned pale. There's no need to be afraid. He's just an ant. Gu Fei's voice rang out beside Yun Shi's ear. Then Yun Shi felt her entire body heat up as a powerful force instantly surged into her body. In the next moment, clang! The divine sword on her back was unsheathed and turned into a shocking sword, aura, going up against the divine way sword, aura, that was coming at her. Ha ha! How dare a mere immortal like you attack the sword sage? The group of saints roared with laughter. However, in the next moment, those high and mighty saints couldn't laugh anymore, because Yun Shi's sword light had actually destroyed that sword saint's sword light. Yun Shi's sword light immediately descended and directly strangled the sword saint's body. The sword saint looked at Yun Shi in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. A bloody gash suddenly appeared between his brows, and with a bang, his entire body exploded. Blood splattered all over the faces of those saints. The saints who had been laughing recklessly and arrogantly just now were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The boiling hot blood drenched their bodies and stimulated their nerves. How is this possible? A middle-aged saint's voice trembled. That was a sword saint, a sword Tao saint, yet he was killed by a kid in the immortal realm, just like that. It was like a dream. Let's attack together and kill these 2 fellas. One of the saints roared angrily, "Kill!" The 13 saints attacked at the same time. 13 saint-level Tao weapons blasted towards Gu Fei, and his disciple. The violent power of the sage Tao shook the void. Gu Fei still stood with his hands behind his back. In the face of such a powerful attack, he still had a calm look on his face. However, at this moment, Yun-shi moved. She seemed to be filled with power, as if she could cut down the sun in the sky with a single slash of her sword. Immortal sword light dashed out from Yun-shi's hand. With a sweep of the sword light, the saint-level Dao weapons exploded in the sky one after another. As long as the saint-level Dao weapons were swept by Yun-shi's sword light, they would immediately shatter in the void. It was extremely powerful. Looking from the outside of Dragon Mountain, it was as if balls of light that resembled divine suns had appeared on Dragon Mountain. Violent divine Dao aura spread out, and it could be sensed even from millions of kilometers away. What's going on? At the peak of a mountain 10,000 miles away, a figure suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Dragon Mountain. This person was the Supreme Black Tortoise. There were two people standing beside the Supreme Black Tortoise. They were the two great ancestors of the Li clan, the second and third ancestor of the Li clan. *T. The Supreme Black Tortoise's expression suddenly changed. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. He had come to welcome the two great ancestors of the Li clan, but he had forgotten that the disciples he had left behind on the Dragon Mountain did not know Gu Fei at all. If a conflict were to arise, someone would die. The two great ancestors of the Li clan exchanged glances and immediately chased after him. When the Black Tortoise Exalt strode out from the sky, he just happened to see 13 saints being struck by a ray of light, and then they fell to the ground and perished. You're courting death. The Supreme Black Tortoise's eyes were bloodshot. 13 saints had been killed, and his heart was bleeding. Therefore, he attacked Yun-shi the moment he arrived, wanting to take revenge for his subordinates. However, just as the Supreme Black Tortoise was about to grab Yun-shi, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and blocked the Supreme Black Tortoise's grab. The Supreme Black Tortoise turned around and glared at the owner of the arm. When he saw the appearance of this person, he swallowed the words scram back down his throat. What, Taoist Gu? The Supreme Black Tortoise said in shock. Black Tortoise, is this how you treat your guests? Gu Fei looked at the Supreme Black Tortoise and said indifferently, the Supreme Black Tortoise did not know what to say for a moment. He did not have to ask to know that his subordinates had definitely offended this killing god. One must know that Gu Fei was a supreme and would never kill someone for no reason. What's going on? At this moment, the two great ancestors of the Li clan had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they were a little shocked. Forget it. The wheel of the heavens and realms is about to appear. We'll talk about it after that. The Supreme Black Tortoise said. His heart was bleeding. Chapter 3850. The moment Gu Fei and his disciple arrived, they killed 14 of the Supreme Black Tortoise's subordinates, including a sword saint. This shocked and angered the Supreme Black Tortoise. However, the Supreme Black Tortoise didn't dare to flare up. He could only swallow the bitter fruit. At the end of the day, he had been careless. When Gu Fei arrived at the Supreme Black Tortoise's ancestral land, not many of his subordinates had seen Gu Fei. If they knew Gu Fei, they wouldn't have dared to provoke this killer. Gu Fei's murderous nature was so strong that even some of the veteran Supremes would feel ashamed. His battle record was simply too heaven-defying, suppressing all the Supremes in the southern region of the ancestral realm. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the Li clan lowered their heads. Throughout the ages, only that person had such authority. At this moment, Gu Fei and his disciple were invited to the peak of Dragon Mountain by the Supreme Black Tortoise and the Li clan's two progenitors. The peak of Dragon Mountain was filled with dilapidated buildings. The ancient ruins of Dragon Mountain were actually ruins. There were only a few broken walls standing in this wasteland. At a glance, the entire mountain covered a radius of 100 miles. This mountain was much higher than the surrounding mountains, giving off a feeling of being a crane among chickens. At this moment, the people of the Supreme Black Tortoise had already built some simple buildings on a flat piece of land in the ruins. Some of the saint-level cultivators took out pavilions and threw them out. The small pavilions instantly expanded and soon turned into jade palaces that floated in the sky. Gu Fei noticed that there were also saint-level experts setting up a large formation with Dragon Mountain as the center. Although Dragon Mountain was an ancient ruin, it was the center of the surrounding mountains within hundreds of thousands of miles. It was where the essence of the earth gathered. With this mountain as the eye of the formation, a large formation could easily gather the essence of the mountains within hundreds of thousands of miles and set up a powerful killing formation. Sovereign Black Tortoise had chosen to rendezvous with Gu Fei and the Li clan's two progenitors because he saw that this place could be used. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Supreme being released a sacred hall. The sacred hall flew up into the sky and expanded rapidly, turning into a gigantic sacred hall. An astonishing aura erupted from the temple, intimidating everyone in the surroundings. Fellow Taoist Gu, fellow Taoists from the Li clan, please. Supreme Black Tortoise said to Gu Fei and the two Li clan progenitors. Gu Fei glanced at the divine hall in the sky before waving his hand. He directly took off with Yun Shi and landed before the entrance of the divine hall. Divine light flickered. The two ancestors of the Li clan also came up. The last one was Supreme Black Tortoise. As soon as the divine hall appeared, it immediately activated the formation of Dragon Coiling Mountain. Countless formation inscriptions appeared in the air before vanishing as if they had never appeared in the first place, guarding the center and intimidating all directions. This formation isn't bad. The third ancestor of the Li clan nodded. He was an extreme supremacy. His divine sense instantly enveloped the entire formation, so he naturally knew the actual situation of the formation. At this moment, as the formation continued to be perfected, the spiritual essence of the earth and mountains began to gather towards the formation. The vague silhouette of a dragon could be vaguely seen in the air. Within the hall, Supreme Black Tortoise sat on the highest seat, while Gu Fei and the two ancestors of the Li clan sat below. After all, they were guests. Fellow Taoist Black Tortoise, where's the person you arranged to meet? The third ancestor of the Li clan leaned against the back of his chair lazily. He glanced at Supreme Black Tortoise and asked calmly, "Ha!" As soon as the third ancestor of the Li clan finished speaking, a loud laugh came from outside the sacred hall. In the next moment, a figure directly rushed in. This person was dressed in a sloppy Taoist robe. His hair was disheveled, and he was barefooted. A large purple gourd was tied to his waist. This person was actually a sloppy old Taoist. As soon as this sloppy old Taoist entered, everyone could smell a scent. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Crazy Taoist? The third ancestor of the Li clan exclaimed as soon as he saw this sloppy old Taoist. This fellow actually isn't dead yet. Even the expression of the second ancestor of the Li clan turned solemn. He had never imagined that Supreme Black Tortoise would actually invite this fellow. This was the first time that Gu Fei had seen Crazy Taoist, so he sized him up curiously. Why are the two little fellows from the Li clan here too? As soon as Crazy Taoist entered, he immediately found a chair and sat down. He then glanced at the two ancestors of the Li clan before his gaze landed on Gu Fei. That must be that extreme supremacy legend. As he spoke, Crazy Taoist removed the purple gourd from his waist, removed the stopper, and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he plugged the mouth of the gourd and tied the purple gourd to his waist. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He only quietly sized up this Taoist. Just as crazy Taoist arrived, another figure rushed in from outside. A ruthless aura immediately filled every inch of the void in the hall. Gu Fei looked at that person and saw that it was a tall fellow with muscles all over his body. He looked like an iron tower, and there was a faint layer of golden divine light circulating around his body. Proving one's Tao through strength, metal elemental supremacy, Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little moved when he saw this big fellow. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to prove one's Tao through strength, because he had also walked the path of proving one's Tao through strength. This is the Metal Clan's golden sacred supremacy. Supreme Black Tortoise introduced him to Gu Fei and the others. Metal Clan. The two ancestors of the Li clan couldn't help but be moved. This Metal Clan should be the Metal Elemental Divine Clan of the ancestral realm's 5 elemental divine clans. The 5 elemental divine clans were of the same breadth and branches, and each clan had an extreme supremacy presiding over it. Once the 5 elemental divine clans joined forces, they would definitely be an immeasurable force. Supreme Golden Sacred Supremacy only nodded at Supreme Black Tortoise before sitting down silently. When he saw Gu Fei, his gaze paused for a moment before he retracted his gaze. Brother Golden, this is the legend I mentioned to you before. Gu Fei, Taoist Gu. Supreme Black Tortoise introduced to Supreme Golden Sacred Supremacy. Supreme Black Tortoise continued. These two are the 2 great ancestors of the Li clan, and this is crazy Taoist. Supreme Golden Sacred Supremacy didn't say anything when he heard Supreme Black Tortoise introduce the 2 great ancestors of the Li clan. However, when it came to crazy Taoist, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although crazy Taoist looked crazy on the surface and loved drinking as much as his life, he was also a rare extreme Tao expert in the southern territory of the ancestral realm. No one dared to underestimate crazy Taoist. At this moment, there were already 6 supremacies gathered in the main hall. However, this still wasn't enough. If they wanted to compete for the Wheel of the Myriad Realms, they would need to invite more extreme Tao supremacy. However, Gu Fei didn't mind. With his strength, there was no need for him to ask for help. Chapter 38:51. Even Gu Fei was surprised that the Supreme Black Tortoise was able to invite so many Supremes. One must know that Supremes weren't just any ordinary cultivators. Even in the primogenitor realm, it was impossible to see any Supremes under normal circumstances. In fact, what Gu Fei didn't know was that the Supreme Black Tortoise wouldn't be able to invite so many Supremes under normal circumstances. However, things weren't the same as usual. The appearance of the Wheel of the Myriad Heavens and Realms had attracted all the Supremes in the primogenitor realm. Under such circumstances, only the strong would stand a chance of obtaining the Wheel of the Myriad Heavens and Realms. If they fought alone, they wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of the Wheel of the Myriad Heavens and Realms. At the peak of the Dragon Mountain, above the ancient ruins, a palace floated in the air. A figure walked over from afar and entered the palace. 6 Supremes sat in the palace. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others looked at the entrance of the palace. A white-robed woman, bathed in white light, walked into the palace step by step. Her silhouette and appearance were blurry. No one could see her appearance clearly. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this woman. This was the first time he saw a female Supremes. Moreover, even he couldn't see her appearance clearly. This white-robed woman gave Gu Fei an illusory and surreal feeling. The Supreme Ethereal is here. At this moment, the Supreme Black Tortoise stood up from his seat. The mysterious and unfathomable Lord of Mist, The two primogenitors of the Li clan were shocked. The Supreme Ethereal was definitely the most mysterious supremes in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. This was because no one had ever seen his true appearance. In other words, those who had seen the Supreme Ethereal were all dead. The Supreme Golden Saint was moved as well. He immediately activated his gods, wanting to see through the illusions and see the true face of the Supreme Misty. In his eyes, golden Tao patterns interweaved. This was the Heaven's Golden Eyes secret technique. Countless great Tao laws appeared before his eyes. However, the Golden Sage Sovereign discovered that his Heaven's Path Golden Pupil's secret technique was unable to see through the aura of the great Tao emanating from the ethereal sovereign. Even with the great Tao divine eyes, he couldn't see through the Misty Supremacy's true appearance. Even the great Tao divine eyes couldn't make out Misty Supremacy's true appearance. You do have some ability. The two primogenitors of the Li clan were curious as well. However, even after using their secret arts, they were unable to see through Paragon Ethereal's cultivation state. The two primogenitors couldn't help but be shocked. Only Gu Fei and Mad Taoist remained calm and composed. Following the arrival of the ethereal exalt, 7 utmost exalts were gathered in the palace hall. However, in the eyes of the Black Tortoise exalt and the others, it was still not enough. If there were too few people, they might not even see the shadow of the myriad world wheel before retreating in defeat. If they were unlucky, they might even perish in the primogenitor mountain range. Every time the wheel of the myriad heavens and realms appeared, an extreme supremacy would fall. There were no exceptions. Therefore, the Black Tortoise Supreme Sovereign had no choice but to be prepared. Not long after Paragon Misty arrived, a heavenly rock flew over from the distance and charged into the palace. It then took human form and stood in the middle of the palace. Supreme Sky Rock had arrived. This was a demonic supremacy. He was also the last supremacy of the Black Tortoise Supremacy. With the 8 supremacies gathered, it was enough to sweep through the entire southern region of the primogenitor realm. In fact, Supreme Black Tortoise had wanted to invite Supreme Shooting Sun as well. However, it was a pity that Supreme Shooting Sun had rejected the offer. The two primogenitors of the Li clan did not invite anyone. With the strength of the two primogenitors and Gu Fei, who could contend against them, one had to know that Gu Fei was a legendary extreme Tao legend. Gu Fei had been in the limelight recently. All the supremacies present were cautious around him. Even the Golden Sacred Supremacy, the Ethereal Supremacy, and Supreme Sky Rock were wary of Gu Fei. Are the legendary extreme Tao legends really that strong? Supreme Sky Rock stared at Gu Fei and said disdainfully. Gu Fei did not say anything. He couldn't be bothered with Supreme Sky Rock. That's simple. Won't you two find out after a fight? Mad Taoist said calmly. That's right. Everyone nodded. However, Supreme Sky Rock wasn't a fool. He naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to challenge Gu Fei to a one-on-one fight. All right, the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms is about to appear. Let's conserve our strength to fight for the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms. Supreme Black Tortoise came out to mediate. If anyone wants to court death, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Gu Fei suddenly looked up at Supreme Sky Rock and said, This Supreme Sky Rock was shocked and furious. In the end, he chose to swallow his anger. There were many rooms in the sacred hall. Apart from Supreme Black Tortoise, Gu Fei and the others were arranged to stay in the sacred hall and wait for the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms to appear. The primogenitor mountain range was very quiet. Everyone knew that this was just the atmosphere before the storm. No one knew how many extreme Tao supremacies had entered the primogenitor mountain range. Time disappeared day by day. Boom! On the 3rd day, A loud sound completely broke the silence of the Primogenitor mountain range. The entire Primogenitor mountain range was shaking in fear. Then, a vast and mighty aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out. Is it finally coming into being? Everyone in the Primogenitor mountain range was alarmed. Figures of extreme Tao supremacies appeared in the sky, and all the extreme Tao supremacies looked in the direction of the sound. At this moment, Gu Fei only felt that the piece of black iron he was playing with suddenly vibrated, as if it was about to fly out of his hand. This black item was what Gu Fei suspected to be a fragment of the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms. Gu Fei suddenly glanced at Yun, and said, "Enter the inner world first. This is no longer a place for you to stay." "Yes, master," Yunxi hurriedly replied. She was well aware of her own capabilities. Gu Fei then waved his big sleeve, and she directly disappeared into the void. She was stored in his inner world. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Supreme's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Soon, the 8 great supremacies gathered in the main hall again. "The Wheel of the Heavens and Realms has finally come into being," the Black Tortoise Supreme said, excitedly. "Then what are we waiting for?" The Golden Saint Supreme stood up and said loudly. At this moment, an extreme force descended from the sky and directly smashed down on the main hall. The extremely powerful energy wave shook the void. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire hall shook violently. The 8 great supremacies in the hall were shocked and furious. Someone actually attacked the Dragon Mountain. The Golden Saint Supreme let out a furious roar and directly rushed out. The Black Tortoise Supreme and the others also rushed out. Only Gu Fei and Crazy Taoist remained calm. Chapter 38:52. No one had expected an extreme grade supreme to come to their doorstep. Even the Black Tortoise Supreme was shocked. He had just set up camp here, and the other party was already here. Wasn't this a little too fast? Of course, an extreme grade supreme like the Black Tortoise couldn't be hidden from the other extreme grade supremes. However, this was clearly an ambush aimed at the Black Tortoise Supreme. Boom! At this moment, a boundless black aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Dragon Mountain and even the mountain ridges near it. The protective array that the Black Tortoise had set up was immediately activated. A ball of divine light enveloped the entire Dragon Mountain. The endless black gas was blocked outside. However, the Supreme Black Tortoise's formation only protected Dragon Mountain. Living beings outside of the formation's area of protection suffered a calamity. The black gas spread as if doomsday had arrived. Countless living beings were corroded by the black gas and turned into dust. Even the flowers and trees withered and turned into black dust. Black Wind, what are you trying to do? When the Black Tortoise Sovereign came out of the palace, he raised his head and saw his archenemy, the Black Wind Sovereign, displaying his might. The black aura that enveloped the entire sky came from the Black Wind Sovereign. "Haha, Black Tortoise, you're asking me what I'm trying to do? You're really stupid." The Black Wind Supreme stood high up in the sky and laughed. "Get lost!" The Black Tortoise roared. The Black Wind Supreme was too despicable. "Brother Black Wind, why are you still wasting your breath on these dead people? Let's send them on their way." Another skinny Supreme, who was hidden in a black robe, said coldly, "What are we waiting for? We don't have much time to waste here." The third Paragon was a little impatient. His entire body was covered in black demonic markings, and there was even a vertical eye in the middle of his brows. This vertical eye was closed and did not open. The three-eyed demons. The Black Tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the demon. "Black Wind, I didn't expect you to be willing to fall and collude with the demons." At this moment, the Golden Saint Supreme roared at the Black Wind Supreme. "Jin Sheng, you have chosen the wrong side this time. The consequences are very serious." The Black Wind Sovereign said coldly. He had once invited the Golden Saint Sovereign, but was rejected by the latter. "Humph! I'm ashamed to be associated with you." The Golden Sage Sovereign's body revolved with a golden radiance as he glared at the Black Wind Sovereign in the sky like a furious Vajra. "Oh, my, isn't this Taoist brother Tianpeng? Why are you here?" The Black Wind Supreme Martial Artist looked at the Sky Rock Supreme Martial Artist. At this moment, his triple demon annihilation formation had already been formed. The Supreme Martial Artists on the Dragon Coiling Mountain were like caged birds. "Black Wind, you are courting death." The second progenitor of the Li clan stared at the black figure in the sky and sneered. "Li clan brothers?" The Black Wind Sovereign laughed. "Let's get rid of these guys in one fell swoop and then divide up their territory." "Ha ha!" The mysterious supreme being hidden under the black robe let out a voice that was even more unpleasant to hear than the wailing of ghosts. "Netherworld, don't be so arrogant here. The ones who will cry in the end might be you guys." The Sky Rock Supreme Martial Artist suddenly said. Gu Fei and Crazy Taoist were here. How could these three guys defeat the Crazy Taoist and Gu Fei with the triple demon annihilation formation? Everyone on Dragon Mountain was calm and unperturbed. They were not afraid of the three Supremes in the sky at all. Ha! They are still so stubborn even in the face of death. Very well, let's send them on their way. The three-eyed demon lord laughed wantonly. All right, ha! Let's send these fools on their way. The Black Wind Supreme Martial Artist and the Netherworld Supreme Martial Artist laughed and attacked together. The three-eyed demon lord also attacked. The entire formation was activated immediately. The triple demon annihilation formation exploded. The entire formation seemed to have turned into a huge millstone. The Dragon Coiling Mountain was like a bean in the middle of the millstone. It seemed like it could be crushed at any time. However, this bean was extremely hard, and it was difficult to grind this bean into pieces. At this time, Gu Fei and the Crazy Taoist didn't come out. They were still sitting leisurely in the main hall. He couldn't be bothered with those guys outside. The Crazy Taoist was the best at playing the fool. When he saw that Gu Fei wasn't moving, he naturally didn't move either. The Crazy Taoist thought to himself, "The Black Tortoise and the others are too stupid. It's safest to stay by the side of a supreme martial artist." Boom! At this time, a sudden tremor came from outside. The entire temple shook, and a terrifying aura of destruction surged in from outside. Divine runes of the great Tao immediately appeared on the temple. These runes released the power of the great Tao and fixed the entire temple in place. "Black Wind, die!" An angry roar came from outside the temple. It was the furious roar of the Black Tortoise Supreme Martial Artist. At this time, the Black Tortoise Supreme Martial Artist made a move outside the temple. The killing formation that enveloped the entire Dragon Mountain revolved crazily to resist the demonic power of the Triultimate Demon Formation. Along with the Black Tortoise Supreme Martial Artist's roar, an extremely sharp swordlight directly rushed out of the formation and instantly slashed into the black mist in the sky. Wherever the swordlight passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. The power of the sword that split the void made the three-eyed demon lord's eyelids twitch. One must know that the void of the ancestral realm was extremely stable. Even an extreme supreme martial artist couldn't easily break the void. Haha, The black-winged supreme martial artist laughed and instantly turned into a cloud of black gas. The extremely sharp sword light slashed through the black gas. In the next moment, the black-winged supreme martial artist's figure once again appeared in the black gas. The sword that could split the void actually couldn't hurt the black-winged supreme martial artist at all. Humph! Is that all you've got? The three-eyed demon lord sneered. At this moment, the demonic runes on his body began to emit demonic light. The demonic light grew brighter and brighter until his entire body was emitting demonic light. A huge demonic shadow emerged from his body, and a terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. He was like a supreme primogenitor of the demonic path that looked down on the heavens. The three-eyed demon lord was actually the primogenitor of the three-eyed demons. Although he was extremely powerful, he was still weaker than the primogenitor of the primitive demons. The power of the tri-ultimate demon formation instantly multiplied. Demonic shadows appeared in the demonic formation and pounced towards the peak of the dragon mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Those demonic shadows directly collided with the layer of divine light that enveloped the dragon mountain. The divine light shook violently and gradually dimmed. The power of the killing formation laid out by the black tortoise supreme martial artist was being corroded by the demonic energy. This, Chapter 38, 53. Genius, 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic formation laid down by the Black Wind Supreme and the others was incredible. It was one of the most powerful demonic formations of the demons. It wouldn't be used easily, but once it was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Last time, when the demons used this formation, they killed 2 famous supremes in the primogenitor realm. This was a formation that could kill supremes. This was also the reason why the expressions of the Golden Saint Sovereign and the others were extremely solemn. Apart from Gu Fei and Mad Taoist, who had yet to come out of the main hall, no other supremes would be able to remain calm after being trapped by a demonic formation that could kill a supreme being. At this moment, the tri-ultimate demon formation displayed the might of the first ultimate. Countless terrifying demonic figures pounced towards the black tortoise and the others from all directions, completely ignoring the divine light that shrouded the entire dragon mountain. Rumble, the entire world shook as a terrifying destructive aura swept out in all directions. Countless mountains in the surroundings were directly flattened. Cracks also appeared on the light barrier that enveloped the entire dragon mountain, as if it could shatter at any time. Kill! The sovereign of the black tortoise let out a furious roar as boundless divine light blossomed from his body. In that instant, he fused as one with the killing formation he had set up. In the next moment, countless rays of divine light shot out from the black tortoise sovereign's body. Those sword lights pierced through the layer of divine light and shot towards the demonic shadows that were pouncing over. Love, go, small, say, neck one after another. Terrifying demonic shadows exploded under the immortal sword light. Countless demonic patterns dissipated in the void and were directly destroyed. Io, struggling on your deathbed, the Black Wind Supremacy, and the others were enraged when they saw this scene. In the next moment, the second transformation of the 3 ultimate demon formation was activated, which was also the second form of the 3 ultimate demon formation. In the next moment, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire dragon mountain was suddenly ignited, turning into monstrous demonic flames that burned the void. This demonic fire was all-pervasive, burning away the runes of Supreme Black Tortoise's grand formation and causing them to dissipate into the void. The power of the grand formation gradually weakened. Countless immortal sword lights slashed out from Supreme Black Tortoise's battle were annihilated by the demonic flames. What? Seeing this, the Black Tortoise Sovereign couldn't help being startled. The tridomized demon formation was truly powerful. His killing formation couldn't even withstand the second transformation. Boom! In the next moment, with a loud bang, the entire killing formation exploded, finally collapsing under the demonic flames. "Brothers, help me!" The Black Tortoise Sovereign roared. He was both shocked and enraged. This demonic formation was indeed worthy of being a super extreme killing formation that could kill supreme beings. His killing formation was also very powerful, but it paled in comparison to this demonic formation. The second form of the three ultimate demon formation, the sky-incinerating demonic flames, directly broke through Supreme Black Tortoise's killing formation. In the next moment, illusory demonic shadows rushed out from the demonic flames. These demonic shadows were completely formed by the demonic flames. Each of them was like an extreme fire demon that had descended into the world, emitting a heaven-defying demonic aura. If one were to be pounced on by these demonic flames, even if they didn't die, they would lose half of their lives. At this moment, the Golden Saint Sovereign and the others instantly appeared beside the Black Tortoise Sovereign and placed their hands on the latter's body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying pressure that caused even the heavens to pale exploded from Supreme Black Tortoise's body, causing the entire world to tremble. At the same time, countless runes rushed out from Supreme Black Tortoise's body, turning into countless sword lights. These sword lights slashed through the void, as though they could split the entire world into two. No one had expected that Supreme Black Tortoise was actually an expert in the sword Dao. This was because Supreme Black Tortoise had never used the power of the sword Dao when fighting others. Countless demonic shadows were slain, but even so, it was all for naught. This was because the third transformation of the three ultimate demon formation was about to be activated. To everyone's surprise, endless demonic flames were gathering. Soon, a gigantic demonic shadow appeared in the void. Rumble, this demonic shadow, slapped down at Supreme Black Tortoise and the others. Because of this, everyone was shocked to the extreme. What's happening? When the cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they were shocked to the extreme. This was definitely a rhythm that could destroy the heavens and the earth. When supreme beings fight, mortals suffer. Boom! With a loud explosion, several figures immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Even Supreme Ethereal could not help but be shocked. How is this possible? Supreme Black Tortoise mumbled to himself, completely dumbfounded. Go to hell. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky. Following that, a gigantic demonic claw came down from the sky, enveloping the entire mountain. A terrifying destructive force erupted once again. This time, it was much stronger than before. Brother Gu, what are you waiting for? Supreme Black Tortoise suddenly yelled at the sacred hall. At this moment, Supreme Golden Sage, Supreme Ethereal, the Lee Clan brothers, and Supreme Skyrock were all affected, especially Supreme Black Tortoise. Even though Supreme Black Tortoise was severely injured, he could recover instantly even if he was blasted into smithereens with his cultivation. Not to mention that it was just a minor injury to his supreme body. Ha ha! No one will come to save you even if you call for me. The Black Wind Sovereign laughed heartily. You guys are dead meat. Who in this world can save someone from the three ultimate demon formation? The three-eyed demon Lord glared at Supreme Black Tortoise and said in disdain, Is that so? At this moment, a lazy voice was suddenly heard. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black-robed young man walking out of the hall. Behind this black-robed young man was a sloppy old Taoist. Mad Taoist? When the Black Wind Sovereign saw the sloppy Taoist, he was shocked and exclaimed in surprise, What? He's mad Taoist? Hearing this, three-eyed demon sovereign was also startled. The closed demonic eye on his forehead suddenly moved as if it was about to open. Mad Taoist? I didn't expect Supreme Black Tortoise to invite this guy here. Supreme Nether's eyes lit up. You bastards, why are you staring at your grandfather? Mad Taoist was instantly displeased when he saw everyone staring at him. I've always kept a low profile. The Black Wind Sovereign and the others had actually ignored Gu Fei, who was walking in front of Mad Taoist. This left the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others speechless. These fellows actually failed to recognize an extreme grade legend in front of them. Chapter 3854. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Neither the three-eyed demon Venerable nor the Netherworld Overlord had seen Gu Fei, nor had they appeared in the Primogenitor mountain range when Gu Fei was undergoing his sovereign tribulation. Love, go small, say Netku for existences like them. As long as it didn't involve their lives, they wouldn't easily leave the mountain. However, it was different this time. The appearance of the multiverse wheel had shocked even the super old-timers. After all, this was a chance to become the ruler of the primogenitor realm. Furthermore, for extreme Tao sovereigns, the wheel of the heavens and myriad realms might be an opportunity for them to make another breakthrough. There might be even higher realms above the extreme Tao. Of course, this was only the conjecture of the extreme grade supremes. After all, no one in the primogenitor realm could truly break through the shackles of the extreme grade and cultivate to a higher realm. The extreme Tao was the limit of the Tao. It had long been recognized as the highest realm in the myriad worlds. The extreme Tao sovereign was the strongest existence in the myriad worlds. However, some supreme beings believed that there were even higher cultivation realms above the extreme grade. For utmost supremes, raising their cultivation realm would allow them to obtain true invincible strength and cultivate their undying body. At that time, they would be able to exist in the world for all eternity. One had to know that even an extreme Tao supremacy could fall. At this moment, the Black Wind Sovereign felt that Gu Fei looked a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out who this black-clothed youth was. Black Wind, Three-Eyed Baby, and Netherbrat, what are the three of you doing? Mad Taoist raised his head and glanced at the three supreme beings in the sky. Then he took off the purple gourd at his waist, pulled out the cork, and raised his head to drink a large mouthful. However, none of the three supreme beings in the sky dared to underestimate the Mad Taoist. Even though this fellow was crazy, he was definitely an old monster among supreme beings. He had lived for endless years, his figure already appearing in Ancestral Realm's legendary era. Mad Taoist had lived well until now, and had experienced the darkest era of the primogenitor realm. Since this guy was able to live to this day, he naturally had extraordinary means. Those who looked down on crazy Taoist had probably already become a pile of dirt. Mad Taoist, I'm very sorry. Three-eyed demon sovereign stared at the drunk, crazy Taoist and said coldly. The vertical eye between his eyebrows moved slightly as if it was about to open. You even want to kill this old man? Mad Taoist was a little annoyed. He had always kept a low profile, but he couldn't do so even if he wanted to. This made him feel helpless. At this time, the triple demon formation was still operating crazily. Endless demonic power directly condensed into a terrifying demonic shadow. The demonic figure stood between the heavens and earth, with the stars above its head and its feet on the ground. It was like a primogenitor demon descending into the world. The supreme demonic might spread out for billions of miles, startling all the supreme beings in the primogenitor mountain range. Those fellows from the Devil Clan, The extreme grade supremes in the Primogenitor mountain range were all shocked. In the Primogenitor realm, although the demons weren't considered public enemies, their reputation was very bad. Moreover, the super forces in the Primogenitor realm had more or less a grudge against the demons. The demons were also quite influential in the Primogenitor realm. The 12 Primogenitor demons presided over the demon domain, so the super forces in the Primogenitor realm weren't willing to provoke the 12 Primogenitor demons. The darkest period of the Primogenitor realm was because of the war between the Primogenitor realm's super forces and the demons. This war lasted for countless years, resulting in the death of countless living beings. Many of the Primogenitor demon domain's supremes also died. In the end, only the 12 Primogenitor demons survived. The super forces in the Primogenitor realm also suffered great losses. Many of the forces that had existed for countless years declined and disappeared in the merciless passage of time. Send them on their way. Black Wind Sovereign couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Mad Daoist. He had an indescribable feeling of unease. He seemed to have seen the black-robed youth standing behind Mad Daoist somewhere. All right. Three-Eyed Demon Sovereign and Nether Sovereign nodded. Then, Three-Eyed Demon Sovereign took out a demonic artifact and held it in his hand. It was a 9-storied demonic pagoda. When the demonic pagoda appeared, the faces of Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others changed drastically. You actually brought this thing here. Golden Sage Sovereign stared at the demonic pagoda in Three-Eyed Demon Sovereign's hand and said with an unnatural voice, "Heavenly Demon Pagoda." The eyes of the drunken Mad Daoist immediately lit up as if he had sobered up. His expression turned solemn. "No wonder you guys dared to ambush us. So you brought the Heavenly Demon Pagoda." Sky Rock Sovereign stared at Three-Eyed Demon Sovereign and said while gritting his teeth, "Hee, we're not fools. 3 of us against 8 of you? If it wasn't for the ultimate killing weapon, we wouldn't have been so foolish to come looking for you guys." Nether Sovereign said coldly, "Humph, is the Heavenly Demon Pagoda very powerful?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Daoist Gu, this Heavenly Demon Pagoda has a great origin. It's an ultimate demonic artifact refined by the 12 Primogenitor demons. It's known as the number 1 demonic artifact in the Primogenitor realm." Mad Daoist's tone was incomparably solemn. He had been too careless. To think that these brats had plotted against him. He was really regressing as he lived. Number 1 demonic artifact. Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. He was very curious. If the number 1 divine artifact of the Primogenitor realm were to face the number 1 demonic artifact of the demons of the Primogenitor realm, who would be stronger? Who would be afraid of a Dao artifact? If 1 wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 wasn't enough, then 3 or 4. The number 1 demonic artifact of the Primogenitor realm, that was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Preposterous. You dare to look down on the ultimate demonic artifact of my race? Three-Eyed Demon Sovereign was furious when he saw that Gu Fei dared to look down on the Heavenly Demon Pagoda in his hand. In the next moment, he activated the Heavenly Demon Pagoda, and the 9-story demonic pagoda flew up from his hand. The demonic pagoda rapidly grew to the size of a mountain, directly suppressing the sky above Black Tortoise and the others. Boom! In the next moment, the Heavenly Demon Pagoda erupted with a supreme demonic might that made even Mad Daoist's heart palpitate. In the 9-story demonic pagoda, a demonic figure could be faintly seen on each floor. The legend is actually true. Mad Daoist's expression was incomparably solemn. "What legend?" Gu Fei asked curiously. The might of the Heavenly Demon Pagoda was astonishing, and its might was naturally incomparably great. It could already contend against the mountain and river cauldron. Even supreme Tao artifacts like the peerless, ominous saber and the purple gold divine sword would probably be slightly inferior to it. Legend has it that the 12 ancestral demons of the demon realm captured 9 great supremes and refined them into the 9 great demonic spirits of the heavenly demon pagoda. Back then, it was precisely because the 9 great supremes were captured that caused panic. After that, the various superforces had no choice but to join forces to attack the primogenitor demon realm. Mad Taoist said with an incomparably solemn expression, "What, Black Tortoise?" And the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright when they heard that. This was simply a shocking act. The 12 ancestral demons were truly daring. They actually refined 9 great supremes into the demonic spirits of the heavenly demon pagoda. Didn't that mean that the heavenly demon pagoda had 9 terrifying existences at the extreme Tao level? Everyone's expression changed when they thought of this. Chapter 38:55. The moment the heavenly demon tower appeared, it immediately stunned the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others. The three-eyed demon sovereign couldn't help feeling proud. With the heavenly demon tower in his hands, he didn't even care about the mad Taoist. "Brother Netherworld, Brother Black Wind, what are you waiting for? Let's activate the heavenly demon tower and send them on their way." The three-eyed demon sovereign said to the Black Wind sovereign and the Netherworld sovereign. "Ha ha, all right." The Netherworld sovereign nodded. Getting rid of 8 sovereigns at once was enough to intimidate the supreme sovereigns in the primogenitor mountain range. Only the Black Wind sovereign felt more and more uneasy. But at this moment, the Black Wind sovereign couldn't care less. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the heavenly demon tower. The three-eyed sovereign and the Netherworld sovereign also spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the heavenly demon tower. The heavenly demon tower quickly devoured the blood essence. In the next moment, it was as if a supreme demon that had been slumbering for countless years had awakened. The heavenly demon tower trembled continuously. In just an instant, the torrential demonic energy gathered by the tridomized demon formation was completely devoured by the heavenly demon tower. The terrifying demonic might shocked and sealed the surroundings. Rumble, the 9-floored demonic tower, was already under everyone's gaze. It was like a terrifying demonic mountain that came crashing down from the sky. The demonic aura that descended from the demonic tower danced like a demonic dragon. The heavenly demon tower actually required the blood essence of 3 supreme sovereigns in order to unleash its true might. This shocked the Black Tortoise sovereign and the others. In the next moment, they felt an extreme demonic might descend. At this moment, the difference in the cultivation of the supreme sovereigns was immediately revealed. The Sky Rock sovereign and Golden Saint immediately knelt on one knee. Even though they circulated their mysterious arts with all their might, they still couldn't stand up. The Black Tortoise sovereign was slightly stronger than the Sky Rock sovereign and Golden Saint, so he could still stand up. The Leaf family's 2 primogenitors and the ethereal sovereign's cultivation were slightly higher than the Black Tortoise sovereigns, but they still had to circulate their mysterious arts to resist the might descending from the sky. Only Gu Fei and the mad Taoist remained standing. This 3-eyed demon sovereign and the Netherworld sovereign didn't think much of it, but Black Wind sovereign was startled to see that the black-robed youth in front of the divine palace was able to remain calm. Could he be? The Black Wind sovereign suddenly thought of a person, and his expression immediately changed. "Brother Black Wind, what's wrong? Could it be that you're afraid that you won't be able to deal with these fellows?" The Netherworld sovereign noticed the change in the Black Wind sovereign. "He, fellow Taoists, don't worry. In the current primogenitor realm, Apart from a limited number of extreme-grade Tao artifacts that can fight against the Heavenly Demon Tower, the other Tao artifacts and sovereigns will only have one outcome against the Heavenly Demon Tower, and that is to be completely obliterated. Three-Eyed Demon Sovereign said confidently, "Yes, that's true. I was thinking too much." The Black Wind Sovereign nodded. At this moment, the demonic power that erupted from the Demon Tower continued to skyrocket. Very soon, countless cracks appeared on the divine hall behind Gu Fei and the others. Finally, boom! The entire divine hall could not withstand the suppressive power of the Heavenly Demon Tower and directly collapsed in the void. Countless Tao patterns were annihilated. As the divine hall collapsed in the sky, the 8 sovereigns were directly suppressed by the Heavenly Demon Tower and fell onto the ruins of the peak of Dragon Mountain. At this moment, the disciples of the Black Tortoise Sovereign on Dragon Mountain were directly crushed into clouds of blood mist by the suppressive power of the Heavenly Demon Tower. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Roar! The Black Tortoise Supreme was on the verge of going berserk at the sight of this. There were many of his Saint Realm subordinates gathered on this mountain. How could these Saint Realm experts perish just like that? Among the saints who died under the supreme demonic might, there were even a few quasi-sovereigns. The power of the Heavenly Demon Tower was simply too strong. Even those quasi-sovereigns could not withstand it, let alone the other saints. The power of the saints who were destroyed in body and soul actually soared into the sky and was instantly devoured by the Heavenly Demon Tower. Seeing this scene, the Supremes on Dragon Mountain were shocked. The Heavenly Demon Tower could actually devour the essence of the cultivators who were killed by it. This was definitely not a good thing for the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others. Interesting. Gu Fei was still calm. He raised his head and looked at the Heavenly Demon Tower that was slowly descending like a demonic mountain. His eyes could not help but narrow. After devouring the essence of dozens of saints, the demonic might that erupted from the Heavenly Demon Tower became even stronger. The demonic tower was intimidating in all directions, and the entire heaven and earth was shaking. The sky seemed to be on the verge of exploding. At this moment, many figures of the extreme Tao appeared near Dragon Mountain. However, these Supremes were just watching and did not show any signs of helping. With the appearance of the Wheel of Heavens and myriad realms, these Supremes could not wait for Gu Fei and the others to die. This way, there would be many less competitors. Roar! The Black Tortoise Sovereign made his move. He directly took out a tortoise shell. The tortoise shell became as huge as a mountain and directly collided with the Heavenly Demon Tower in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the tortoise shell violently collided with the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, the tortoise shell was directly sent flying by the Heavenly Demon Tower. At the same time, Supreme Sky Peng and Supreme Golden Saint also made their moves. Supreme Sky Peng opened his mouth, and a battle spear shot out. The battle spear directly pierced through the void and instantly pierced the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, there was no suspense. The battle spear was also sent flying. Supreme Sky Peng's body trembled, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Space-time reversal. The second progenitor of the Li clan made his move. He immediately used his most powerful technique. The entire void of heaven and earth was distorted, and he wanted to hit the Heavenly Demon Tower into the space-time turbulence. However, the Heavenly Demon Tower shook lightly and directly dispersed the second progenitor's space-time power. The second progenitor felt as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the face of absolute power, even the space-time power was useless. This was the ultimate power that Gu Fei had always been pursuing. As long as his power was strong enough, all the great Tao powers would not be able to withstand a single blow and would be ruthlessly trampled under his feet. The heavenly demon tower was truly too powerful. Even the four supremes were unable to block this supreme demonic weapon that was known as the #1 demonic weapon in the primogenitor realm. Supreme Ethereal also made his move. Instantly, a wave of water vapor rose from the top of the mountain. In the next moment, it was as if a boundless ocean had appeared at the peak of Dragon Mountain, blocking the heavenly demon tower. Water elemental power. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This supreme ethereal actually cultivated the water elemental power. The softest thing in the world was water. However, the power of supreme ethereal was still able to stop the heavenly demon tower for a moment. Chapter 38:56. In the region where Dragon Mountain was located, killing intent soared into the sky. A towering demonic tower was descending from the sky. Terrifying demonic energy poured down from the top of the demonic tower, causing the entire sky to tremble, especially the void under the demonic tower. It directly collapsed and was annihilated. Is this the power of the primogenitor realm's #1 demonic artifact? Gu Fei raised his head to look at the heavenly demon tower descending from the skies. He couldn't help but be moved. This demonic artifact was indeed extraordinary for it to be called the #1 demonic artifact in the primogenitor realm. It wasn't that he hadn't seen demonic artifacts before, but this heavenly demon tower was the most powerful one he had ever seen. At this moment, the ethereal paragon unleashed his full power. Boundless amounts of water elemental energy gushed forth from his body. However, the heavenly demon pagoda continued smashing downwards, instantly dissipating the water elemental energy of the ethereal paragon. What? The Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others were both shocked and enraged. The heavenly demon tower's strength had far exceeded their expectations. As expected of the #1 demonic artifact that could kill sovereigns. Ha ha! You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The three-eyed demon sovereign laughed wantonly. At this moment, powerful and mysterious figures were faintly discernible in every level of the heavenly demon tower. Among the 8 sovereigns, the Skyrock Sovereign, the Golden Sage Sovereign, the Li Clan's 2 primogenitors, the Black Tortoise Sovereign, and the Ethereal Sovereign had all made their moves. Only Gu Fei and the Mad Taoist had yet to make a move. The Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others couldn't stop the heavenly demon tower at all. Fellow Taoist, what are you waiting for? Gu Fei asked the Mad Taoist beside him. Let Taoist Gu do it. The Mad Taoist hurriedly shook his head. He had to keep a low profile. You 2 bastards. You're already at death's door, yet you're still in the mood to squabble? The Black Wind Sovereign said disdainfully. Rumble, the heavenly demon tower annihilated everything in its path under the full power of the Black Wind Sovereign and the others. Its terrifying demonic might was much stronger than the average extreme demonic sovereign. Since Mad Taoist didn't intend to make a move, Gu Fei naturally wouldn't resign himself to death. He directly punched upwards, and a violent and domineering aura surged out from his body. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the descending heavenly demon tower. Gu Fei's arm trembled slightly, releasing an unprecedented power. In the next moment, the three-eyed demon sovereign and the others witnessed an unbelievable scene. Gu Fei had actually blocked the primogenitor realm's #1 demonic artifact. How? How is this possible? The three-eyed demon sovereign's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It's him! At this moment, the Black Wind Supremacy finally recalled who this black-robed youth was. He was so shocked that he nearly fell from the sky. Why are you making a fuss? The Nether Supremacy couldn't help but follow the Black Wind Supremacy's gaze. He saw that the Black Wind Supremacy was looking at the black-robed youth below. Black Wind, you're getting worse and worse. However, a little fellow actually scared you out of your wits. The three-eyed demon sovereign said, "He's Gu Fei." The Black Wind Supremacy was on the verge of tears. He never expected the Black Tortoise Supremacy to invite Gu Fei. If he knew that Gu Fei was here, he wouldn't have made a move even if the primogenitor demon sovereign personally invited him. Three-eyed, you bastard. I'm going to die because of your love this time. The Black Wind Supremacy didn't dare to fight anymore. He actually turned around and fled in fear. The Nether Supremacy and the three-eyed demon sovereign were dumbfounded. Wait, Gu Fei? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. The Nether Supremacy suddenly said, "Ha ha, you ignorant fellas don't even know Taoist Gu. You're really blind." The Black Tortoise Supremacy laughed. At this moment, Gu Fei blocked the heavenly demon tower that came crashing down from the sky. The other cultivators on the peak of Dragon Mountain heaved a sigh of relief as they felt the pressure on them lessen. Roar! At this moment, Gu Fei let out an angry roar. The entire void collapsed under his roar. The 9 types of perfect great Tao powers exploded from his body. Extreme Destruction Fist. Gu Fei struck out his strongest punch. The 9 types of great Tao powers instantly gathered on his fist before he smashed it onto the heavenly demon tower. Dong! It was as if a supreme exalt had struck a war drum, causing the entire world to tremble violently. In the next moment, the heavenly demon tower was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's extreme destruction punch under Exalt Three-Eyed and Exalt Nether's incredulous gazes. Although the heavenly demon tower wasn't destroyed by Gu Fei's extreme destruction fist, a fist mark was left at the bottom of the heavenly demon tower. Seeing the fist mark at the bottom of the heavenly demon tower, the three-eyed demon lord and the Nether Supremacy couldn't help but gasp. This was too shocking. This Gu Fei was able to leave a fist mark on the heavenly demon tower with just the strength of his physical body. Could it be that the strength of his physical body had reached such a level? This was simply unheard of. At the moment when Gu Fei sent the heavenly demon tower flying with his fist, Gu Fei shot up into the sky and chased after the Black Wind Supremacy. Kill! The Black Tortoise Supremacy and the others roared and shot up into the sky from the peak of Dragon Mountain, attacking the three-eyed demon lord and the Nether Supremacy. What? The three-eyed demon lord and the Nether Supremacy were shocked when they saw this. This was 6 supremacies attacking at the same time. Even someone as strong as the three-eyed demon lord and the Nether Supremacy would be dumbfounded. The three-eyed demon lord and the Nether Supremacy shot up into the sky and chased after the heavenly demon tower. At this moment, Gu Fei had already caught up to the Black Wind Supremacy. "Senior Gu, please spare my life." The Black Wind Supremacy was so frightened that he sprawled on the ground and shivered. There was no need for Gu Fei to do anything. "I can spare you." Gu Fei didn't want to kill the Black Wind Supremacy either. After all, he was a supreme. It would be a pity to kill him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Fei wouldn't kill a supreme. Gu Fei directly imprinted a mark into the Black Wind Supremacy's body. In the next moment, the Black Wind Supremacy could feel the changes in his body. The Black Wind Supremacy's face was ashen. He had completely lost his freedom. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The Black Tortoise Supremacy and the others had already started fighting with the three-eyed demon lord and the Nether Supremacy. The power of the extreme Tao level spread out, and all living beings within a radius of billions of miles could feel it. Let's go back. After saying that, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared into the void, without a trace. The Black Wind Supremacy hurriedly rushed back to Dragon Mountain. All of you can go to hell. The three-eyed demon lord roared, and a destructive demonic light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows, sweeping towards the black tortoise supremacy and the others. Chapter 38:57. A great battle broke out in the sky above Dragon Mountain. The three-eyed demon lord opened the vertical eye between his brows. In the next moment, a terrifying, destructive demonic light swept towards everyone. The black tortoise supreme was shocked and quickly dodged. The two ancestors of the Lee clan, as well as Supreme Skyrock, Supreme Ethereal, and Supreme Golden Sage, were all blocked by the three-eyed demon lord. At this moment, the Netherworld Overlord soared into the sky and extended his hand to grab the heavenly demon tower, which had been sent flying by Gu Fei. Boom! The Nether Supreme activated the heavenly demon tower with all his might. In the next moment, a figure appeared on every level of the tower. The aura of the 9 mysterious existences was too shocking. "Are you done yet?" The three-eyed demon lord roared. At this moment, it was extremely strenuous for him to block the 6 Supremes alone. Caught off guard, Supreme Skyrock landed a punch on his back, causing him to spit out blood continuously. Kill. At this moment, the Nether Supreme held the heavenly demon tower in his hand and descended from the sky. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the heavenly demon tower. In the next moment, the entire heavenly demon tower seemed to come to life and devoured the blood completely. Then a terrifying demonic power erupted from the heavenly demon tower and sent the attacking Supreme Black Tortoise and the others flying. Damn, the Supreme Black Tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood, and his clothes were dyed red. The power that erupted from the heavenly demon tower was simply unstoppable. It was a power that could kill Supremes. With the heavenly demon tower in hand, the Nether Supreme could sweep through the entire ancestral realm. I have the heavenly demon tower. You guys are just ants. The Nether Supreme laughed maniacally. The faces of the Supreme Black Tortoise and the others changed when they heard the Nether Supreme's words. At this moment, 2 figures appeared high up in the sky. The Supreme Black Tortoise and the others were surprised and delighted when they saw the figures in the sky. Heaven-trampling step trampled the heavens with 1 foot. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei immediately used the sky-trampling steps. With just a single step, he arrived above the Nether Sovereign's head in an instant and stomped his foot down. Rumble. As Gu Fei took a step forward, the spiritual energy of the world immediately gathered towards him in a frenzy. Roar. The Lord of the Netherworld roared furiously and raised the heavenly demon tower in his hand. Boom. Gu Fei did not hesitate. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he actually stepped on the heavenly demon tower, and a powerful rebound came from the heavenly demon tower. This time, Gu Fei did not display the level-breaking secret technique. Black Wind, are you crazy? Suddenly, the three-eyed demon exalted roared furiously. You're the crazy one. The Black Wind Sovereign hated the three-eyed demon sovereign to the extreme. If it wasn't for that fellow, he wouldn't have met Gu Fei and wouldn't have had the restriction placed on him by Gu Fei. Kill! The Black Wind Sovereign roared. In the next moment, countless wind blades slashed towards the three-eyed demon sovereign. Humph! The three-eyed demon sovereign sneered, and the vertical eye between his brows shot out a destructive demonic light towards the Black Wind Sovereign. Countless wind blades shattered in the void under the destructive demonic light. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the 2 ancestors of the Lee clan attacked again. Space-time reversal. The second ancestor of the Lee clan directly displayed his strongest killer move, and the power of space-time surged out, causing the entire void to distort. Everything was too crazy. The three-eyed demon sovereign opened his vertical eye again and directly destroyed the space-time power. When the second ancestor of the Li clan saw this, his shock was no small matter. However, just as the second ancestor of the Li clan was shocked, a vast water elemental power erupted from the peak of the Dragon Mountain. It was as if a vast ocean had appeared on the peak of the Dragon Mountain. The three-eyed demon sovereign's movements immediately slowed down. Swoosh! Sovereign Sky Rock seized this rare opportunity and cleaved three-eyed demon sovereign in two with a single slash. Seeing this scene, the Lord of the Netherworld, who was fighting with Gu Fei, was shocked. He directly lifted the heavenly demon tower and turned to escape. At this moment, a divine arrow suddenly shot from afar and directly hit the Lord of the Netherworld. The Lord of the Netherworld looked down in disbelief at the divine arrow that was stuck in his chest. The killing power that erupted from the divine arrow had directly destroyed his vitality. In the next moment, Gu Fei had already caught up and snatched the heavenly demon tower. "I'll send you on your way." Gu Fei punched out. Bam! The Lord of the Netherworld couldn't even withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. One had to know that these guys were all supreme beings of the extreme path. Gu Fei's attack was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, directly killing the experts of the three great demons. This scene shocked the supreme beings to the extreme. The legend of the extreme path really lives up to its name. Some of the older supreme beings sighed. The scene of Gu Fei killing the supreme beings with a raise of his hand was deeply imprinted in the minds of those supreme beings. "Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the number 1 demonic weapon," the Black Wind Sovereign said hurriedly. Gu Fei held the heavenly demon tower and carefully observed it, but he couldn't see anything. The power of the heavenly demon tower was indeed shocking, but now this number 1 demonic weapon had fallen into his hands. He reckoned that the demons in the demonic domain would be hopping mad. The Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others gathered and looked at the number 1 demonic weapon in Gu Fei's hands with envy. However, they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Rumble! Suddenly, a muffled, thunder-like sound came from the depths of the mountain, causing everyone's spirits to shake. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't hesitate any longer. He turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, heading towards the depths of the Primogenitor mountain range. The Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others looked at each other and also soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the sound. At this moment, in the depths of the Primogenitor mountain range, corpses of cultivators could be seen from time to time. The void was filled with the smell of blood. This was a merciless massacre. Every time the wheel of the myriad heavens and realms appeared, many people would die. The turmoil caused by it usually took more than a decade to calm down. All the major forces suffered a great loss of vitality. This time was no exception. Before the shadow of the wheel of the myriad heavens and realms could be seen, 3 supreme beings had already been killed by Gu Fei. The legend of the extreme path, Gu Fei, had become a supreme being killer. Swoosh! Gu Fei landed on a mountain peak. The area before him was shrouded in mist, visible to the naked eye. This was definitely a cultivation treasure ground that cultivators could only dream of. Chapter 38:58. The mountain towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. Powerful figures could be seen all around the mountain, and there were even extreme Tao living beings standing in groups of 2 or 3 on some of the nearby mountains. All living beings that could come here were extreme Tao existences. Even quasi-supremes were qualified to come here and see this mountain. With the mountain as the center, the spiritual energy within a radius of billions of miles was much denser than anywhere else in the ancestral realm. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, but they weren't real clouds and mist. Instead, they were mist formed by visible spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was almost liquefied. With every breath, Gu Fei felt the pores all over his body relax. It was very comfortable. He could clearly sense that there was a terrifying and monstrous aura emanating from the huge mountain in front of him, which made him indescribably shocked. Universal Realm Wheel? Gu Fei hurriedly used his martial path heavenly eye to look inside the mountain. However, he soon felt that his divine will was blocked outside. There was an unfathomable force of the great Tao above this huge mountain that blocked Gu Fei's spiritual force, which shocked him. At this moment, figures flashed. The black tortoise and the others descended from the sky and landed on the mountain peak. The arrival of a group of extreme Tao powerhouses immediately alarmed the surrounding extreme Tao existences. Powerful divine wills directly swept towards Gu Fei's group. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, and a tyrannical divine will erupted instantly, colliding with the surrounding divine wills. A few angry roars were heard, but none of the Supremes dared to challenge Gu Fei. They all chose to retreat and didn't dare to say anything. It's him he actually came to. Very soon, some extreme Tao life forms recognized Gu Fei. Extreme Tao legend, some extreme Tao Supremes exclaimed in disbelief. In the entire ancestral realm, only Gu Fei dared to call himself an extreme Tao legend. This extreme Tao legend was earned by Gu Fei. Back in the primogenitor mountain range, many extreme Tao sovereigns had witnessed Gu Fei forming the Tao. Paragons of the Nine Paths, legends of the extreme Tao. All of these things showed how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. When some of the Supremes saw how domineering Gu Fei was, they had wanted to teach him a lesson. But as soon as they learned that this unassuming black-robed youth was actually a legendary legend, they immediately fell silent. At this moment, more and more extreme grade Supremes appeared around the mountain. Gu Fei sensed at least 30 extreme grade Supremes auras. At the top of the mountain, Supremacy Black Tortoise, and the others sat down cross-legged. Boom! Just then, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the mountain in front of them. The invisible sound waves spread out, and those with weaker cultivations almost fainted. They were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated far away. Gu Fei was shocked. At this moment, he felt the mysterious object in his inner world vibrating. It was a fragment from the Wheel of Myriad Worlds in the heavens. The fragment quickly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. The energy within the mountain in front of them gradually weakened and seemed to have calmed down. However, Gu Fei knew that this was just a prelude. Everything had just begun. All the extreme grade Supremes were observing and did not want to be the first to make a move. One had to know that the first person to make a move would usually be unlucky. Not only would they not get anything, but they would also be killed by others at any time. Existences that could cultivate to the extreme grade Supremes were naturally extremely intelligent. No one would do such a stupid thing. Boom! An hour later, another sound came from within the mountain in front of them. This time, the entire mountain shook, and countless rocks rolled down the mountain. What's going on? Supremacy Black Tortoise came to Gu Fei's side and stared at the mountain in front of them. His eyes flickered. I don't know either, Gu Fei said. He looked at the mountain in front of him indifferently. Although he looked calm, his heart was in turmoil. The thing in the mountain wanted to rush out. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. A terrifying sound wave spread out and dispersed the spiritual energy around the mountain. At the same time, an immortal divine light suddenly appeared in the void and pierced into the mountain. However, The entire mountain was still standing tall on the ground. The moment the immortal divine light rushed into the mountain only shook a little. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Someone continued to probe. This time, a black-armored general riding on a war horse and wielding a spear appeared on the mountain. His berserk aura spread out, and even the heavens and earth changed color. This was definitely an existence of the extreme grade supremes, the protector of the primogenitor mountain range. Someone exclaimed, "Back in the primogenitor mountain range, the protector of the primogenitor mountain range made a move and chased away the primal chaos supreme and the supreme demon venerate." That battle proved that there was a protector in the primogenitor mountain range. The legends were not groundless. Some of the legends were true. This mountain was the primogenitor mountain in the primogenitor mountain range. The location of the primogenitor mountain range was the best treasure land in the entire primogenitor mountain range. If one were to cultivate here, even an honorable would receive great benefits, let alone ordinary cultivators. Roar. At this moment, the protector of the primogenitor mountain range roared. The terrifying sound waves spread out and shook the entire sky. Swoosh! That terrifying existence made his move. With just a single strike, the battle spear in his hand pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of an extreme grade sovereign. When the extreme grade sovereign saw this, he tried to dodge without a second thought. However, he couldn't dodge at all. With a soft sound, the battle spear directly pierced through the body of the extreme grade sovereign. The extreme grade supreme was shocked and furious. He immediately retreated. This way, no one dared to test the waters again. At this moment, the news of Gu Fei defeating the Netherworld Supreme and the others finally reached the vicinity. All the extreme grade supreme who received the news were indescribably shocked. How is this possible? He subdued the Black Wind Supreme, defeated the Netherworld Supreme and the Three-Eyed Demon Venerate, and obtained the Heavenly Demon Tower. How is this possible? Someone whispered, his voice trembling with nervousness. This was like a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. One must know that the three Supremes with the Heavenly Demon Tower were enough to contend against any Supreme. However, it was a pity that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. This Gu Fei is too powerful. Someone said it was difficult to kill an existence at the extreme grade, but it did not mean that they could live forever. At this moment, the mysterious fragment in Gu Fei's inner world vibrated again, as if it could break through the void and rush out at any time. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he directly broke through the void and took out the mysterious fragment. The mysterious fragment let out a buzzing sound and vibrated continuously in Gu Fei's hand. Formation patterns actually appeared on the pitch-black fragment. Rumble, the primogenitor mountain in front of him, shook violently. Hideous cracks actually appeared on the mountain. No one knew why someone sealed the heavenly realm wheel in the primogenitor mountain. Every time the primogenitor mountain moved, it attracted the attention of countless extreme-grade supreme beings. This time, the heavenly realm wheel was really going to appear. At this moment, there were more and more cracks on the mountain. Huge rocks kept rolling down the mountain, creating loud noises. Many Supremes wished they could rush forward and enter the mountain to fight for the legendary Wheel of the Myriad Realms. However, the guardian of the primogenitor mountain range was riding on a war horse, wearing battle armor and holding a spear. He stood there majestically. Who would dare to take half a step forward? Gu Fei did not plan to make a move, at least not now. He was not in a hurry, but the other supreme beings were very anxious. Go to hell! An extreme grade supreme being directly took out a sun-like divine radiance and blasted it towards the guardian of the primogenitor mountain range. A violent and powerful extreme grade power erupted from the divine radiance. Swoosh! The protector of the primogenitor mountain range raised his hand and pierced the ball of divine light that blasted towards him. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine radiance directly exploded. The terrifying destructive power directly blasted a huge hole in the void. Even the chaotic aura was blasted out. However, the guardian of the primogenitor mountain range actually allowed the destructive power to hit him. He did not even frown. It was like a gentle breeze. The guardian of the primogenitor mountain range, was really too powerful. The supreme beings gasped when they saw this scene. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly sensed the auras of the chaotic supreme being and the supreme demon venerate. These two fellas had finally arrived. However, they were far away from the guardian of the primogenitor mountain range. However, the guardian of the primogenitor mountain range remained there and did not care about the chaotic supreme being and the supreme demon venerate at all. Rumble, the primogenitor mountain, was constantly shaking as though it was about to collapse. However, the depressing thing was that the primogenitor mountain did not collapse. Supremacy. At this time, a voice suddenly rang in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings and saw the shooting sun supremacy mingling with a few other supremacies. He was chatting cheerfully with them. The other supreme beings were also scattered around the primogenitor mountain, the black tortoise supreme, and the others did not know that Gu Fei had a backup plan. In this case, Gu Fei was relieved. The cultivation of the shooting sun supreme and the others was not bad. In the entire southern region, there were only a few existences that could contend against him. Gu Fei was determined to obtain the universal realm wheel. However, he was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Boom! For hours later, with an earth-shattering sound, a huge hole suddenly exploded on the mountainside of the primogenitor mountain, and a terrifying aura surged out. Chapter 38:59. In the depths of the primogenitor mountain range, a mountain towered into the clouds and pierced through the starry sky. This was the tallest and largest mountain in the primogenitor mountain range. It was called the Primogenitor Mountain. This place used to be a forbidden zone. Even an extreme grade sovereign would be in danger of dying upon entering the range of the Primogenitor Mountain. However, the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds had been sealed in the Primogenitor Mountain. The area around the Primogenitor Mountain was no longer a restricted area. The Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Realms was the #1 Tao artifact in the Primogenitor Realm. It could only be sealed by the power of the Primogenitor Mountain range. However, countless years had passed, and the power of the seal had loosened. Every few tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, the Myriad World Wheel would attack the seal, which would attract countless extreme Tao sovereigns to the Primogenitor Mountain range. This was definitely a grand event, and even those super old fogies wouldn't be able to sit still. However, this also made Primogenitor Mountain range incomparably dangerous. From time to time, great battles of extreme Tao would erupt, rippling out for millions and millions of li, causing countless creatures to fall. It could be said that every time an extreme grade battle broke out, the unlucky ones were countless other living beings, and it would lead to serious consequences. Of course, the extreme Tao Supremes were high and mighty, looking down on billions of living beings. They would not care about the life and death of ordinary living beings. At that moment, there was a loud explosion. The entire Primogenitor Mountain shook. Countless runes emerged from the Primogenitor Mountain and enveloped it. Every rune was like a supreme Tao pattern nurtured by heaven and earth, and every rune was enough to make ordinary supremes retreat. What truly moved Gu Fei was that every rune was condensed from Grand Mist energy. It seemed like it was the work of the mysterious Grand Mist Supreme Being. Grand Mist Sovereign was the most mysterious and powerful sovereign in the primogenitor realm. He was so mysterious that even ordinary extreme Tao experts didn't know of his existence. Only a few super old fogies knew of the existence of Grand Mist Supremes. Not only did the Grand Mist Sovereign seal the ancient Archdevil ancestor in the Primogenitor Mountain Range, but he also sealed the Myriad World Wheel in the Primogenitor Mountain Range. What was he trying to do? Gu Fei was shocked and curious at the same time. The Grand Mist Sovereign's methods were too shocking. After all, he was an existence that could seal the Myriad World Wheel. That was the #1 ancestral artifact in the primogenitor realm. It wasn't something that could be sealed so easily. Boom. Halfway up the primogenitor mountain, a world-shaking rumble suddenly came out. A mass of primordial Tao light dispersed, and countless runes were dissipating. An item rushed out from a black hole halfway up the primogenitor mountain. Buzz. As soon as this thing appeared, the pressure in the entire world instantly increased explosively by 10 times, causing the mountains to tremble incessantly and crumble into pieces. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. All living beings below the extreme supremacy stage had their souls shattered. Even if he was a quasi-supremacy, he instantly fell to the ground and became a soulless corpse. There were quite a number of quasi-supremes that came along with the extreme grade supremes. These people wanted to use this opportunity to break through the shackles of their cultivation. Unfortunately, what awaited them was death. At this time, that thing in the sky began to devour the heaven and earth essence energy from all directions. Countless Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on this thing. An aura that was far more powerful than any extreme grade Tao artifact that Gu Fei had seen before exploded from that thing in the sky. The entire void seemed to be annihilated. It's that thing, the wheel of myriad worlds in the heavens. An extreme grade supremacy exclaimed, "It's mine." An extreme grade supremacy directly made a move. A huge green hand grabbed at that thing in the sky, and a powerful extreme grade power erupted from the hand. Boom. In the next moment, when the cyan hand grabbed the item, the cyan hand actually exploded. Countless cyan inscriptions dissipated in the void. A cry of surprise was heard from afar. Swoosh! At the same time, a divine light rushed out from that thing in the sky and directly pierced in the direction of the voice. It was extremely fast. Wherever this beam of divine light passed, the void was directly torn apart. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. One must know that the void in the primogenitor's realm was extremely stable. Even an extreme grade supremacy would find it difficult to break the void. However, that thing in the sky could easily break the void. This shocked Gu Fei. Humph! With a sneer, the extreme grade supremacy directly rushed out and dodged the divine light. Then he directly rushed towards that thing in the sky. Trying to snatch the wheel of heavens and myriad realms? Have you asked for my permission? At this time, a loud shout was heard from afar. Then a figure directly appeared in the distant sky. He took a step and instantly appeared in the sky above the primogenitor mountain. Boom! The two great grade supremes instantly clashed head-on. Both figures flew back at the same time, but immediately rushed back and fiercely pounced towards that thing in the sky. At this time, in the mountains around the primogenitor mountain, dozens of extreme grade auras suddenly erupted. The terrifying extreme grade auras caused the entire heaven and earth to become unstable. However, just as these supremes could not sit still and were about to fight for the wheel of heavens and myriad world, that thing in the sky suddenly shook. In the next moment, countless extreme grade divine light shot out from that thing, as if a peerless, extreme-grade divine weapon was exploding with annihilation sword light. The two extreme-grade supremes who pounced towards the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad World were immediately the first to bear the brunt. The two supremes immediately activated their mystic arts to protect themselves. However, the divine light of the Great Path directly penetrated their protective divine light and even penetrated their supreme bodies. The two great grade supremes were in disbelief, and horror was written all over their faces. Their vitality was rapidly draining away. Seeing this scene, all the extreme grade supremes panicked and quickly dodged. The two extreme grade supremes who were penetrated by the extreme grade divine light fell from the sky and stopped moving. They died just like that. How is this possible? The other supremes were shocked to the extreme. They were extreme Daos supreme beings, and not some ordinary cultivators. Wanting to kill an extreme Daos supreme being was definitely not something that could be done easily. However, the two extreme grade supremacies had fallen just like that without any warning. Even they themselves had never imagined that they would die. Seeing this scene, the Supremes were shocked. The Wheel of Heavens and Myriad World could actually kill Supremes. Even Gu Fei felt that it was unbelievable. Two extreme grade Supremes actually died in the hands of an extreme grade divine weapon. Such a way of death was a little unjust. Chapter 38:60. In the sky above the Primogenita mountain, a ball of extreme path divine light wrapped around an item as it floated in the void. The item was blurry. Even when Gu Fei used his martial path heavenly eye, he couldn't see if it was the legendary number 1 ancestral artifact in the Primogenita realm. However, the mysterious fragment in his hand was shaking violently, trying to break free from his hand and fly away. Gu Fei hurriedly used his mysterious art to suppress the mysterious fragment in his hand. At that moment, the surrounding extreme path supremes didn't say anything, nor did they make a move. That was because two supremes had actually died to that thing in the sky. It was actually a supreme ancestral artifact that could kill supremes. The Wheel of the Heavens and Realms is actually this powerful. The Black Tortoise Supreme, who was standing behind Gu Fei, stared at the item in the sky with greed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to pounce forward and snatch the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms. Some of the Supremes became even more fervent when they saw how powerful the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms was. If anyone obtained the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms, wouldn't they immediately become invincible? However, no one dared to make a move carelessly. No one wanted to die here. None of you are going to make a move. I'll do it. A voice came from behind Gu Fei. He hurriedly turned around and saw the drunken, deranged Taoist walking over. Star-plucking palm. Deranged Taoist's hand directly grabbed the item in the sky. Buzz. Like a peerless heavenly sword, the item let out another rumble. Then, more than a dozen divine lights of annihilation directly pierced through deranged Taoist. Deranged Taoist's body trembled. In the next moment, a ball of divine light directly surged out of his body and enveloped him. The dozen divine lights of annihilation that descended from the sky directly landed on deranged Taoist's protective divine light. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that deranged Taoist's protective divine light actually blocked the dozen divine lights. At the same time, deranged Taoist's hand also grabbed the item in the sky. Just as it was about to be taken away by him, the divine lights penetrated through deranged Taoist's palm and rushed out. Deranged Taoist snorted coldly and directly let go of the item in the sky. Buzz. That thing in the sky trembled again. Countless rays of divine light suddenly erupted, blotting out the sky and piercing towards the mad Taoist at an extremely fast speed. "Little guy, help!" Mad Taoist screamed and hid behind Gu Fei. What Gu Fei was taken aback. This guy actually wanted to use him to help him block the countless divine lights of extinction that fell from the sky. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Damn it! Gu Fei had no choice but to press his right hand upwards. A wave of heaven transformation, force immediately surged out from his hand. The divine light of annihilation that descended from the sky dimmed in an instant before completely disappearing into the void. This was a combat skill that Gu Fei had comprehended and belonged entirely to himself. It was called the Heaven Transforming Hand. You're still the best. Ha ha. Deranged Taoist was still playing the fool. The other Supremes on the mountain were slightly taken aback. If Gu Fei hadn't taken care of the divine light of extinction that fell from the sky, they would have been in grave danger. The way they looked at deranged Taoist changed. The thing in the sky could still retaliate, but it didn't target deranged Taoist. Perhaps it was a passive counterattack, or perhaps the god of the Tao treasure hadn't fully awakened yet. At this time, some of the super old-timers made their move. An immortal cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the item and directly descended, enveloping it. However, in the next moment, rays of divine light of annihilation pierced through the immortal clouds, and then they dispersed. Even a supreme Tao immortal ancestor was defeated. Someone exclaimed. Supreme Tao immortal ancestor was an ancient name. Right after the supreme celestial ancestor made his move, another super antique made his move. A divine axe wrapped in extreme Tao godlight slashed at the myriad world's wheel in the sky. Swoosh! The ultimate divine axe directly broke through the ball of divine light that enveloped the item, revealing the item inside. It was a black roulette that was not full of cracks and was still missing a portion. Clang! The extreme divine axe directly chopped down on the broken roulette, and in the next moment, the extreme divine axe was immediately sent flying. Boom! An even more powerful force erupted from the broken roulette, causing the surrounding void to collapse. The mountains within a radius of 100,000 miles were flattened and turned into dust in an instant. Only the primogenitor mountain was still standing tall on the ground. All of this made the sky seem like it was going to collapse. It was terrifying to the extreme. One after another, the figures of the extreme path rushed out and retreated into the distance. The extreme path's power that spread out from the broken wheel was too powerful. Even extreme Tao Supremes had no choice but to retreat. The mountain where Gu Fei was located was also affected, but Gu Fei didn't retreat. A powerful aura of the extreme path erupted from his body and enveloped the entire mountain. Rumble, that wave of extreme Tao power arrived, causing the entire mountain ridge to shake. Supreme Black Tortoise and the others on the mountain turned pale in fright, but since Gu Fei didn't retreat, they were too embarrassed to do so as well. Moreover, Gu Fei was an extreme Tao legend. As expected, Gu Fei managed to block the mighty extreme path's power. Who's that kid? He actually blocked the myriad world's wheel's power. Someone exclaimed after noticing the scene. Could it be him? Someone looked at Gu Fei in bewilderment. Is he the legendary extreme Tao legend? Someone guessed Gu Fei's identity. At this time, Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back, looking at the myriad worlds wheel in the sky with an unfathomable look. What extreme Tao legend? Him. Someone said disdainfully. Lower your voice. You'll be in trouble if he hears you, someone said softly. Tisk, what's there to be afraid of? A blue-haired supreme venerable who looked like a young man was still disdainful. Humph. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly looked at the blue-haired young man, and a powerful spirit force directly hit that guy. In the next moment, that guy's body shook, and he fell from the sky, smashing into the ground with a bang. When the surrounding extreme grade supremes saw this scene, they were taken aback. This fellow was too strong, wasn't he? To think that he could defeat an extreme grade supremacy with just his spirit will. Roar. Chapter 38:61. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded the expectations of the Extreme Supremes. Legends of the Extreme Tao were indeed powerful, although the blue-haired youth who was defeated by Gu Fei's spirit sense was furious. He didn't dare to attack Gu Fei. The gap between the two of them was simply too great. Even the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the others who were standing behind Gu Fei were inexplicably shocked by this scene. Just a single spiritual sense attack had defeated a sovereign. The blue-haired Supreme's background wasn't simple either. He was an old ancestor of the water race who achieved his Tao 1,000,000 years ago. He was also a famous extreme Tao expert. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't care about the blue-haired youth. In his eyes, this fellow was merely an ant. Rumble, at this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The wheel of the heavens and earth erupted with a supreme extreme Tao energy. Ancient Tao runes appeared on it. It was as though each Tao rune was a world of its own. This was an incomparably shocking scene. It was as though there were billions of worlds evolving. This was the wheel of the heavens and earth, a supreme extreme Tao artifact, known as the number 1 in the primogenitor world. However, this Tao artifact was actually damaged. This made Gu Fei very curious. Who could damage the primogenitor realm's number 1 extreme Tao artifact to such an extent? Although it was just a quick glance, Gu Fei had already clearly seen the supreme Tao artifact in the sky. At least 1/3 of the supreme Tao artifact was destroyed. However, even if 1/3 of it was destroyed, this supreme Tao artifact was still unbelievably powerful, and it could easily kill ordinary supreme venerables. Even Gu Fei was a little moved. If this extreme Tao artifact wasn't damaged, wouldn't its might be even more terrifying? It was truly unimaginable. This wheel of the heavens and earth is so powerful. It seems like we won't be able to take it away, even if we join forces. The Black Tortoise stared at the ball of divine light in the sky with a fanatical gaze. This was the wheel of the heavens and earth, known as the number 1 extreme Tao artifact in the primogenitor world. If one could obtain this extreme Tao artifact, there was a possibility of becoming the ruler of the primogenitor world. One must know that that was the ruler of the primogenitor world. The primogenitor's world was an almost endless world that reigned above all other worlds. Becoming the ruler of all other worlds was equivalent to becoming the ruler of all other worlds. In the entire primogenitor realm, who didn't want the wheel of heavens and worlds? However, it was obvious that it wasn't that easy to obtain the wheel of the myriad realms. This was also the reason why those extreme grade supremes had joined forces. An extreme grade sovereign couldn't suppress the wheel of heavens and myriad realms. However, from the looks of it, even if several extreme Tao sovereigns attacked at the same time, they might not be able to suppress the universal world wheel. For a moment, no one made a move. "Brother Gu, look," Sovereign Black Tortoise said to Gu Fei. The others looked at Gu Fei. Among the 8 paragons, Gu Fei's cultivation was the highest. In the primogenitor realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. Therefore, even though the Black Tortoise and the others had cultivated for a much longer time than Gu Fei, they still didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of Gu Fei. Let them have some fun first. Gu Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, although the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds was known as the number 1 extreme grade Tao artifact in the primogenitor realm, it wasn't essential to him. It was merely a broken extreme grade Tao artifact. Its power was extremely unstable and difficult to control. Even if he could obtain it, it would be a hot potato. Moreover, this extreme grade Tao artifact had an inexplicable connection with the Primogenitor Mountain. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to take the wheel of heavens and worlds away. Everyone was speechless when they heard Gu Fei's words. How could he be so relaxed at such a time? At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly looked towards a mountain peak at the side and saw an old man standing at the peak. His aura was actually perfectly integrated with the surrounding heaven and earth. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. At this moment, the protector of the Primogenitor Mountain range had already retreated into the Primogenitor Mountain and no longer appeared. This made the Extreme Supremes heave a sigh of relief. However, the protector of the Primogenitor Mountain range was still a threat. No one knew when he would come out again. The gray-robed old man on the mountain peak suddenly turned to look at Gu Fei and nodded at Gu Fei. However, at this moment, a terrifying extreme grayed aura came from another direction. The entire heaven and earth was filled with this aura, causing the Extreme Supremes' hearts to palpitate. This is... Gu Fei looked in the direction of the aura and saw a black-robed old man standing on a stone mountain over 100,000 miles away. Unlike the gray-robed old man from before, this black-robed old man did not conceal his aura at all. Just by standing there, he was domineering, and the surrounding void trembled because of his existence. These were two extremes. The encounter between these two existences made Gu Fei a little curious. I didn't expect these two fellows to come. Deranged Taoist couldn't help frowning when he saw the two old men. Fellow Taoist, do you know the origins of these two? Supreme Sky, Peng asked Deranged Taoist. Among all the Supremes present, Deranged Taoist had lived longer than any of them. He was truly a super antique. That fella, who is one with the Heavenly Tao, is called the Heavenly Tao Sovereign. There's actually someone who calls himself the Heavenly Tao. What a joke! Deranged Taoist reeked of alcohol as if he was half drunk, comparing himself to the Heavenly Tao. Everyone was shocked when they heard Deranged Taoist's words. This old man's cultivation was definitely incredible. What about the other one? Supreme Golden Sage asked curiously. The other one? Isn't it just the overlord with a fiery temper? Deranged Taoist swayed, unstably as if he was really drunk. Ancient overlord? He's actually still alive. Supreme Black Tortoise. And the others were shocked. They had never heard of the Heavenly Tao Sovereign who compared himself to the Heavenly Tao, but the Ancient Overlord was different. The Ancient Overlord came from the Tyrant clan, which used to be one of the most powerful clans in the Primogenitor realm. However, in ancient times, for some unknown reason, the extremely prosperous tyrants actually disappeared overnight. Even the tyrant's ancestral land had disappeared. Since then, the Tyrant clan had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the Ancient Overlord actually appeared here at this time. How could Supreme Black Tortoise and the others not be shocked? After so many years, the Tyrant clan was finally going to appear again, the appearance of the Heavenly Tao Sovereign, and the Ancient Overlord immediately caused the atmosphere around the Primogenitor Mountain to become a little strange. All the Supremes were watching. The Tao weapon he left behind. The Ancient Overlord ignored Gu Fei and the others. He just stared at the ball of divine light in the sky. The fluctuation of the extreme Tao power that erupted from the ball of divine light was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the universal realm will seem to be endless, and it seemed like it could grow infinitely. It was already difficult for ordinary Supremes to get within 10,000 miles of the Primogenitor Mountain. The initial stage Supremes even retreated more than 100,000 miles away. The mighty extreme Tao power that spread from the sky shocked all directions. The difference in cultivation level of the Supreme Supremes around the Primogenitor Mountain was very obvious at this time. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao power enveloping the entire mountain from Gu Fei's body, even Supreme Black Tortoise, and the others wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful extreme Tao power. Roar! At this moment, the ancient overlord suddenly roared and directly pounced towards the ball of divine light in the sky. He then stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the ball of divine light in the sky. An endless domineering aura spread out, and the Primogenitor Mountain shook violently. All the Supreme Supremes were inexplicably shocked when they saw this scene. The universal realm will was taken away by the ancient overlord just like that. How was this possible? The ancient overlord's cultivation and combat strength were definitely not comparable to those Supreme Supremes from before. However, the moment when the ancient overlord was about to take away the universal realm wheel, it suddenly exploded. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ancient overlord's right hand and even a small portion of his body on the right side were instantly turned into nothingness. His entire body was sent flying more than 100,000 miles away. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Roar! The ancient overlord roared into the sky, and a terrifying tyrannical aura spread out. All living beings within 100 million miles were terrified to the extreme. The ancient overlord's injuries were rapidly healing. Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. This fellow's physical body was too powerful. Even his blood was a treasure that alchemists could only dream of obtaining. A drop of blood essence from an extreme supremacy could be refined into a great medicine. However, there was no blood essence flowing out of the ancient overlord's body. At his cultivation level, his blood essence would not dissipate. Even if he was injured, his blood essence would not seep out of his wounds. In just 2 breaths' time, the ancient overlord had completely recovered. At this time, the Heavenly Law Supreme, who was said to be one with the Heavenly Law, also made a move. His move gave Gu Fei a fright. This fellow had actually drawn the power of the Heavenly Law to his body. Endless divine light of the great path descended from the sky and intertwined with each other, turning into a giant net that flew toward the ball of divine light in the sky. Without any suspense, the ball of divine light in the sky was directly caught by the giant net, and the Heavenly Law Supreme retracted the net. However, the moment the Heavenly Law Supreme retracted the net, countless divine light of the great path directly rushed out from the Heavenly Law wheel and directly cut through the Heavenly Law Supreme's giant net. The Heavenly Law Supreme couldn't help but be shocked. It was just a mere extreme path Tao artifact, but it was so powerful. Such combat strength was comparable to the peak of the extreme path supremacy. Even these two had failed, and the Black Tortoise Supreme and the others were in even more despair. No matter how powerful Gu Fei was, there was no way he could be stronger than the ancient overlord and the Heavenly Law Supreme. Some of the extreme path powerhouses had long since given up and retreated far away to watch the show. Only the super old antiques were qualified to compete for the Heavenly Law wheel in the sky. Only they had the chance to become the supreme existence that unified the primogenitor realm. Chapter 38:62. The power of the Wheel of Heaven's world had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Gu Fei did not expect that there would be an extreme Tao weapon stronger than the 10,000 deity ancestral sword and the mountain and river cauldron. Even Gu Fei acknowledged the power of the 10,000 deity ancestral sword and the mountain and river cauldron, especially the mountain and river cauldron. The cauldron's soul definitely had the power to kill a supreme being. As for the 10,000 deity ancestral sword, it was the #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. However, Neither the 10,000 deity ancestral sword nor the mountain and river cauldron gave Gu Fei such pressure. Buzz! The 10,000 deity ancestral sword in Gu Fei's body was vibrating, and the mountain and river cauldron was also stirring. However, he knew that it was not the time yet. At this moment, the ordinary supreme beings had already retreated because they had lost the right to compete for the Wheel of Heaven's world. Rumble, the power of the heavens suppressed all directions, and the entire Primogenitor mountain range was enveloped by the extreme Tao's power that erupted from the Wheel of Heaven's world. Countless living beings trembled under the power of the heavens. Even those as strong as extreme grade supremes were trembling under this pressure. Extreme grade initial stage supremes immediately retreated. Only middle stage supreme beings were holding on outside the Primogenitor mountain range, while great stage supreme beings were lucky enough to watch the battle from thousands of miles away. To be precise, they were watching a show. A battle of this level was also very tempting to extreme stage supreme beings. A super expert has entered the stage. At this moment, on the mountain where Gu Fei was, Supreme Black Tortoise, who was standing behind Gu Fei, let out a sigh and looked a little gloomy. He had prepared so much for this matter, but in the end, he realized that all his efforts had been in vain. This was truly lamentable. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have been so close to the Wheel of Heaven's world. The powerful aura that erupted from the Wheel of Heaven's world was beyond what they could withstand, be it Supreme Black Tortoise, Supreme Sky Pung, Supreme Ethereal, or Supreme Golden Sage. Even if the four great supremes joined forces, and the Tuli clan progenitors, they might not be able to withstand the might of the Wheel of the myriad worlds of the heavens. Only the mad Taoist was still drunk. It seemed that nothing could attract his attention other than his wine. At that moment, the true experts of the ancestral realm appeared. The ancient overlord, the heavenly Tao paragon, the first lightning ancestor, the golden crow the arch, and the ancestral demon race's ancestor, demon venerable Hun Tian. Every single one of the utmost beings that had appeared had an incredible background. Some of them were even rumored to have fallen countless years ago. Yet, right now, they had leaped out once again. Among these fellows, there were some that were worshipped as totems by the natives of the ancestral realm, supreme gods of the primordial era, Paragon Black Tortoise, and the others didn't even recognize most of these super antiques, and those who did made their eyes pop out of their sockets. Golden Crow the Arch, how is this guy still alive? Paragon Sky Rock's voice was trembling. This was definitely an existence that was terrifying to the extreme. Even in the primordial era, he was already a near-invincible expert. No one knew exactly how powerful the Golden Crow the Arch was after living to this day. Humph! At that moment, a figure in the distant sky suddenly turned around and looked at Paragon Sky Rock. A powerful spiritual force instantly transformed into a spear that pierced towards Paragon Sky Rock. This was a spiritual force attack. It was invisible and traceless, making it the most difficult to defend against. If Paragon Sky Rock was pierced, his soul would probably be instantly shattered, and he would become a walking corpse. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Golden Crow the Arch could naturally hear Paragon Sky Rock's words as long as he wanted to, given his cultivation and divine abilities. You dare to kill someone in front of me? Gu Fei suddenly turned his head in the direction of the Golden Crow the Arch, and a purple-gold divine radiance instantly shot out from his glabella. Bam! A muffled sound suddenly rang out in the void. The void above the mountain suddenly exploded, and a huge black hole appeared without any warning. This is, apart from Gu Fei and crazy Taoist, everyone on the mountain was shocked. An antique is attacking us. Paragon Black Tortoise stared at the black hole in the sky with extreme shock. He's not attacking us, he's attacking him. Gu Fei glanced at Paragon Sky Rock and said, What When Paragon Heavenly Rock heard this, his shock was no small matter. Someone actually dared to attack him? Didn't that mean that I almost died just now? If the antique wanted to kill me, it would naturally be a piece of cake. Thank you, Tao Brother Gu. Paragon Sky Rock hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. He knew very well that among everyone present, only Gu Fei could save him from the antique. Humph! At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Then, an incomparably huge firebird crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and instantly pounced in front of Gu Fei and the others. The terrifying essence of the sun poured down, and the void was instantly filled with terrifying divine fire of the sun. It burned the void until it was annihilated. In the eyes of an extreme Tao supremacy, this wasn't an ordinary divine fire of the sun. This was a divine fire formed by countless flame-shaped Tao patterns. The divine fire of the sun, released by a single Tao pattern, could burn a huge hole in the void. At this moment, this extremely terrifying divine fire would burn even an extreme Tao supremacy to death. This was just a casual attack from the Golden Crow Thearch. The Golden Crow Thearch's true body was still hundreds of thousands of miles away. This Golden Crow's temper is getting more and more violent. An antique extreme Tao supremacy muttered, "Who is that fellow? He actually dared to challenge the Golden Crow Thearch." An antique noticed Gu Fei on the mountaintop. A new face. Could he be a newly advanced powerhouse? None of the antique supremacies present recognized Gu Fei, let alone that Gu Fei was the legendary extreme Tao supremacy. The extreme Tao supremacy and the Nine Paths supremacy were simply a joke to these antique supremacies. Since ancient times, who could cultivate 9 perfect great Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called myths. Just as these antiques thought that Gu Fei was doomed, Gu Fei directly pressed his right hand toward the sky. A huge hand directly appeared in the void and blocked the Golden Crow that was swooping down from the sky. The antique supremacies were very surprised to see this scene. They saw Gu Fei's right hand shake, and the power of heaven transformation surged out. The monstrous divine fire that was descending from the sky was immediately dissolved. In the sky hundreds of thousands of miles away, a figure was faintly discernible in the divine light that resembled a divine sun. The terrifying divine fire of the sun incinerated the surrounding void continuously. The Golden Crow Thearch's figure was very blurry, but he was somewhat surprised that Gu Fei was able to dissolve his attack with one move. This supremacy sky palm, who was trembling on the mountaintop, was already stunned. Not only was he unable to interfere in a battle of this level, but even if he was affected, there would only be one outcome for him: the destruction of both his body and soul. Even the other supremacies on the mountaintop were extremely fearful. Interesting. The Golden Crow Thearch, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, stood up. A divine sun descended in his eyes, and a powerful extreme Tao divine power spread out. The surrounding void shook, and ripples of the void that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. "You want to fight?" Gu Fei looked indifferently at the Golden Crow Thearch, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even though he was facing a super antique like this, he was still calm and collected. "Little fellow, you are not qualified to fight with me. Let my servant play with you." The Golden Crow Thearch waved his big sleeve, and a figure appeared in the void. It was an old servant dressed in green, and a powerful extreme Tao divine power emanated from his body. The Golden Crow Thearch was indeed powerful. He actually had an extreme Tao supremacy as his servant. Roar. The moment the old servant appeared, he immediately roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the ears of all the supremacies on the mountain top to buzz. "Wu Nu, I'll leave that little fellow to you. The golden crow the arch said indifferently as he looked at Gu Fei on the mountaintop. Yes, master. The servant named Wu Nu bowed to the golden crow the arch and then straightened his back. In the next moment, he transformed from a humble servant to a peerless expert who was as imposing as a tiger. You dare to look down on me? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel very displeased when he saw that the golden crow the arch had actually sent out an old servant. Swoosh! At that moment, the old servant Wu Nu directly appeared in the sky above the mountaintop that Gu Fei was on. A terrifying, extreme Tao divine power descended from the sky, causing the entire mountaintop to shake. The black tortoise supremacy, and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. You're just like an ant. Gu Fei remained motionless, but the space between his eyebrows moved. A divine thought shot out from the space between his eyebrows and turned into an invisible blade that slashed at the green-robed old servant in an instant. The extreme Tao divine power that erupted from the old servant's body instantly disappeared, and he fell from the sky. This time, the golden crow the arch was infuriated. This fellow actually dared to kill his servant. He really deserved to die. The golden crow Thearcha's body shook, and a pair of divine wings immediately appeared on his back. With a flap of his divine wings, he immediately turned into a beam of fiery light that charged towards Gu Fei. The golden crow the arch had personally made a move, and the black tortoise supremacy, and the others were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Die! Gu Fei roared angrily. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his fist smashed forward like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the golden crow Thearcha's fiery light. The fiery light was directly blocked by Gu Fei. When they saw this scene, the surrounding old antiques were inexplicably shocked. This was the golden crow the arch. Even if they were to face this fellow, they would only be on par with him. At that moment, Gu Fei stood on the mountaintop with his hands clenched into fists. He calmly looked at the ball of divine light in front of him and saw a mysterious figure sitting cross-legged in the divine light. Chapter 38:63. The golden crow the arch was a super antique that had attained the Tao during the mythological era of the primogenitor realm. This antique was extremely powerful and had already shocked the world back then. Countless years had passed, and many people thought that this arch had already fallen because he hadn't appeared in more than one era. There had once been a dark era in the primogenitor realm. That was the darkest era of the primogenitor realm. Countless major clans had been completely wiped out during that era. The Golden Crow clan of the primogenitor realm had also gradually declined during that era, eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. Countless supremes had fallen during that dark era. The entire primogenitor realm had almost been destroyed by the battle of supremes, and the other worlds had also been affected. That was an era of misery and suffering. Many famous supremes had disappeared. No one knew if those supremes had fallen or not. This had become a great secret of the primogenitor realm. However, the appearance of the Wheel of Myriad Realms had alarmed the Golden Crow, the Arch this time, attracting this Supreme the Arch who had disappeared for God knows how long. Supreme Thearchs, and Ultimate Monarch Supremes were the most powerful existences in the primogenitor realm. Boom! A dull sound of collision rang out. Two figures were moving rapidly in the sky. The supreme might of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions, pressing down on the entire world as if it was about to collapse. All the supremes near the primogenitor mountain were indescribably shocked. No one had expected a battle of this level to erupt so quickly. At that moment, the mountain where Supreme Black Tortoise and the others were was enveloped by an ancient cauldron, blocking the mighty might of the extreme Tao from the sky. Otherwise, Supreme Black Tortoise and the others would have suffered a great impact and would have been half dead even if they didn't die. We've severely underestimated the combat power of a supreme legend, Supreme Black Tortoise, and the others were indescribably shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei could actually fight the legendary Golden Crowtharch. I heard that a supreme legend has appeared. Could it be him? Some old antiques said in shock. Wind, rise! Gu Fei shouted. A gust of the great Tao of wind immediately surged out of his body. Invisible wind blades slashed at the Golden Crowtharch from all directions. Every wind blade sliced through the void and broke through the Golden Crowtharch's true sun fire. 10 suns illuminating the sky. The Golden Crowtharch roared furiously. 10 flame-shaped Tao patterns immediately rushed out of his body and instantly turned into 10 divine suns. The towering solar true fire burned through the void. Whether it was invisible wind blades or other things, they were all annihilated by the solar true fire. The 10 divine suns directly broke through Gu Fei's invisible wind blades and then rushed towards Gu Fei. That golden crow has disappeared for countless years, but he actually managed to cultivate the 10th Tao pattern. An ancient existence set in shock. The Golden Crowtharch was a living being born from the ancient divine Sunday. He was a connate fire Tao living being, and he only cultivated one great Tao, the fire Tao. The Golden Crowtharch had only cultivated one Tao in his entire life, so the power of his fire Tao was definitely unimaginable. Just like the mysterious and unfathomable primordial chaos supremacy, he also cultivated one great Tao. However, he could suppress the ancient demon supremacy and seal the myriad world wheel. In Gu Fei's opinion, the primordial chaos supremacy was definitely a truly invincible supremacy. In the current world, the so-called invincible supremacy was only applicable to living beings below the supremacy level. Has this fellow cultivated the fire Tao to the limit? Someone said something like that. There were also strong and weak extreme Tao supremacies. Only those at the initial stage of the extreme Tao could be considered to have entered the extreme Tao. Those at the middle stage of the extreme Tao could be considered to have entered the extreme Tao. Only those at the peak of the extreme Tao could barely be considered invincible. However, an existence like the Golden Crowtharch's cultivation level had definitely surpassed the peak of the extreme Tao. Perhaps he had already come into contact with that legendary realm. Of course, that legendary realm only existed in legends. At that moment, the 10 suns attacked, and heat waves surged into the sky. Gu Fei snorted coldly and waved his right hand. 9 balls of lightning appeared directly in front of him. In the next moment, the 9 balls of lightning immediately bombarded the 10 suns that were about to kill Gigi, amidst a series of shocking explosions. 9 of the 10 suns directly exploded and dissipated in the void at the same time as the 9 balls of lightning that Gu Fei had shot out. Meanwhile, the power of the remaining sun had already blasted in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed it directly on the divine sun that had blasted towards him. In the next moment, this divine sun was directly swallowed into his body. Boom! The power of the great Tao of fire immediately erupted from Gu Fei's body. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a supreme fire god from ancient times. The power of the great Tao of fire that erupted from Gu Fei's body didn't seem to be inferior to the power of the great Tao of fire that the Golden Crowtharch had cultivated for his entire life. Wind, fire, lightning. I didn't expect that I would encounter a paragon of the 3 paths the moment I came out of seclusion. The Golden Crowtharch's golden eyes narrowed as he looked at Gu Fei. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Gu Fei looked at the Golden Crowtharch indifferently and said, "Little fellow, Why don't you follow me? The golden crow, the arch suddenly said. He actually cherished this talent. Ha ha! Gu Fei suddenly burst into laughter when he heard the golden crow Thearka's words. This fellow actually wanted him to follow him? This was too funny. The black tortoise. And the others couldn't help but look at each other. This golden crow, the arch, was indeed impressive. He actually wanted an extreme legend to follow him. This was an extreme legend. Is this very funny? The golden crow Thearka's face immediately darkened. In ancient times, the number of existences that wanted to follow him could have lined up from here to outside the primogenitor mountain range. You should follow me. Gu Fei stopped smiling. Since you want to court death, then there's no other way. The golden crow the arch directly disappeared into the void after saying that. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt a wave of cold air assaulting his body. He didn't hesitate and directly soared into the sky. At this moment, a huge flaming hand directly shattered the void where he was originally standing. Everything was directly obliterated. Kill! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. A wave of heaven transformation power immediately erupted from his body and spread in all directions. Everything, including the void, was melted. What kind of mystic ability is this? The golden crow the arch was shocked. He could clearly feel that his power was actually directly obliterated by the mighty power that was emitted from the other party's body. Heaven trampling in one step. At this moment, Gu Fei stepped into the sky and instantly appeared in the sky above the golden crow the arch. Then, he stomped down on the golden crow Thearka's head. The power of heaven, trampling, surged out from under Gu Fei's feet. The entire void beneath his feet collapsed and was destroyed. The golden crow the arch was shocked. In the next moment, there was a loud bang and his entire body fell from the sky involuntarily. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the entire ground immediately undulated violently like waves. A bottomless pit appeared in the ground. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The dignified golden crow, the arch, was actually defeated by a little fellow. This was too unbelievable. The surrounding antique Supreme Venerables were also inexplicably shocked. On that mountain, the black tortoise Supreme Venerables and the others were even more frightened and terrified. Roar! At this moment, a deep roar came from the huge pit in the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground suddenly collapsed, and a figure directly broke out of the ground and rushed up into the sky. This fellow was covered in dust and looked extremely pathetic. This fellow was naturally none other than the golden crow the arch. The golden crow the arch flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to attack Gu Fei. However, at this moment, the all-heavens wheel in the sky suddenly trembled violently. What's happening? Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the all-heavens wheel. Even the golden crow the arch did not attack Gu Fei anymore. At this moment, 9 divine chains suddenly rushed out of the Primogenitor Mountain and directly entangled the all-heavens wheel in the sky. Then, the all-heavens wheel was actually pulled by the 9 divine chains and flew towards the Primogenitor Mountain. Clang! A ray of sword light slashed from afar and directly slashed at the divine chains, trying to break them. However, the next moment, this extremely sharp ray of sword light directly collapsed in the void. The 9 divine chains were not damaged at all. Even those old Supreme Venerables could not sit still when they saw this scene. Damn it! The golden crow, the arch, glared at Gu Fei fiercely before directly rushing towards the all-heavens wheel. Break! The golden crow, the arch, directly attacked. The endless power of the true fire of the sun frantically gathered towards his hands, and a flaming divine blade appeared in the void. he roared angrily and slashed at the 9 divine chains with all his might. Swoosh! The ray of sword light that rushed out of the golden crow Thearka's hands directly tore through the void, as if it was going to split the entire universe into two. A power that surpassed the peak of the extreme Tao erupted from his hands. Without a doubt, the golden crow Thearka's blade was definitely much more powerful than the previous ray of sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The golden crow Thearka's astonishing blade directly struck the 9 divine chains. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The saber light that the golden crow Thearch had unleashed actually shattered. Not only did it not break the 9 divine chains, but it did not even leave a mark on them. How is this possible? Even the golden crow Thearch can't break these 9 divine chains. Chapter 38:64. Something happened in the sky above the Primogenitor Mountain. 9 divine chains rushed out of the Primogenitor Mountain and wrapped around the wheel of All-Sky World. Rumble! The world shook as the 9 divine chains pulled on the wheel of All-Sky World. The wheel of All-Sky World was being pulled toward the Primogenitor Mountain. It was as if they were pulling an ancient Primogenitor Mountain. The entire world shook violently, and there seemed to be monstrous waves surging in the void. The surrounding antiques had no choice but to retreat far away. The golden crow Thearka's all-out attack had failed to break the 9 divine chains. This shocked all the antiques. Could these divine chains be even more powerful than the wheel of All-Sky World? Gu Fei stared at the wheel of All-Sky World in the sky. After all, it's already broken. Gu Fei sighed. Although the wheel of All-Sky World was still extremely powerful, it was incomplete. It was missing at least 1/3 of its power. Even the god will of the wheel of All-Sky World had not fully recovered. The god will of the wheel of All-Sky World was also incomplete. It could not display the true power of the Primogenitor Mountain. If the wheel of All-Sky World was complete, the 9 divine chains that rushed out of the Primogenitor Mountain would definitely not be able to do anything to the Primogenitor Mountain. However, it was a pity that the Primogenitor Mountain's power was already incomplete. This way, it would not be able to withstand the power of the Primogenitor Mountain. The 9 divine chains had been formed by the supreme existence that had sealed the wheel of All-Sky World here. He had used a secret technique to draw upon the essence chi of the Primogenitor Mountain. The ancestral chi of the earth in the Primogenitor Mountain was so powerful that even these antiques had a headache. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? The golden crow Thearch shouted at the antiques that were still watching. If the 9 divine chains pulled the wheel of All-Sky World into the Primogenitor Mountain and sealed it again, they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Following the golden crow Thearka's roar, 3 powerful auras of the extreme Great Path immediately erupted. The divine might of the extreme Great Path was earth-shattering. At that moment, countless living beings in the Primogenitor Mountain range felt their souls tremble. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine blade descended from the sky and slashed at the 9 divine chains. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and then the divine blade was actually blasted away by the 9 divine chains. One of the old-timers stepped through the air and waved his hand, causing the divine saber to fly into his grasp. Whiz! A saber cry echoed out. The person who made the move exuded a domineering aura. The saber in his hand was vibrating nonstop, as though it could fly out of his hand at any moment. This person was the ancient overlord. Among all the sovereigns present, he was the only one who possessed such a peerlessly domineering aura. This thousand ancient hegemon was extremely shocked. These 9 divine chains could block his saber. Could it be that no one could break these 9 divine chains? Preposterous. The first thunder ancestor made his move. He summoned a Great Path Thunder Seal. The Great Path Thunder Seal descended from the sky towards the 9 divine chains. Endless power of thunder and lightning erupted from the seal of the great law of thunder. Every bolt of lightning tore through the sky and destroyed everything. However, when the first thunder ancestor's Great Path Thunder Seal slammed into the 9 divine chains, an unbelievable scene unfolding. The Great Path Thunder Seal was blasted away by the 9 divine chains, and countless balls of lightning instantly dissipated in the sky. This, the first thunder ancestor, was both shocked and furious. At this time, 3 of the old-timers had already made their move. However, whether it was the first thunder ancestor, the Golden Crow Emperor, or the ancient overlord, none of them could break the 9 divine chains. The wheel of all heavens and myriad realms was about to be pulled into the primogenitor mountain by the 9 divine chains. At this time, the old-timers who were still watching from the sidelines finally had no choice but to make their move. 3 beams of immortal divine light flew over from the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the 9 divine chains. The terrifying power of peak extreme Tao erupted. The 9 divine chains shook violently, and the sound of clanging metal rang out incessantly. The void was shaken by the explosive power of the extreme Tao, and sinister spatial cracks appeared. The attacks of the old-timers naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary supremacies. They shook the void of the primogenitor realm as soon as they made their moves. At the same time, the Golden Crow Emperor, the ancient overlord, and the heavenly Tao Supremes also made their moves. Extremely violent power wreaked havoc in all directions. However, at this time, even the old-timers were in despair. No matter how they attacked, the 9 divine chains remained intact. How is this possible? The voice of one of the old-timers trembled. Nothing is impossible. At this time, a voice rang out. The group of old-timers hurriedly turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Gu Fei, who had just fought with the Golden Crow Emperor. Only he was still calm and composed, and he didn't make a move. "Little fellow, do you want to die?" The Golden Crow Emperor couldn't help but be furious when he saw that it was Gu Fei. "You're the ones who want to die," Gu Fei suddenly said. "What did you say?" The Golden Crow Emperor was about to attack Gu Fei. However, right at this moment, a series of extremely powerful figures suddenly rushed out from the primordial ancestral mountain. These figures were all riding on battle beasts with spears in their hands, and they were charging directly toward Thousand Ancient Hegemon and the others. The Golden Crow Emperor was extremely shocked when he saw this. He discovered that these fellows who suddenly rushed out of the primogenitor mountain weren't real bodies. They were just projections. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the Millennium Hegemon's fist dispersed one of the white shadows, but the white shadow quickly condensed back into a middle-aged man. The ancient overlord felt that something was wrong. Could this be a trap? However, there was no time for the Millennium Hegemon to think. The white figure wielding the spear was thrusting toward him at an extremely fast speed. Swish! The ancient overlord's saber slashed the white figure in half, and it dissipated into the void. However, the white figure reappeared in less than 2 breaths' time. How is this possible? The ancient overlord was truly shocked this time. This was simply an existence that couldn't be killed. At this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the primogenitor mountain. 9 faint and illusory figures actually forced the Golden Crow Arch and the other extreme supremacies to retreat. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little moved by this scene. Did that existence really dig a super big trap for these extreme heavenly sovereigns to jump into? Chapter 38, 65. Seeing that the wheel of the heavens and realms was about to be resealed by the primogenitor mountain, the Supremes finally couldn't sit still and made their moves. However, to everyone's surprise, these Supremes actually triggered the primogenitor mountain's counterattack. Of course, all of this was the trick of the Supreme Existence who sealed the wheel of the heavens and realms in the primogenitor mountain, drawing the essence of the primogenitor mountain for his own use. The Existence who could use such an amazing trick was definitely an extreme grade, supremacy, and one who was proficient in the Tao of formations. At this moment, the power of the primogenitor mountain erupted. 9 faint figures directly charged out from the primogenitor mountain and forced the Supremes to retreat. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. The energy waves that erupted from any one of the 9 illusory figures were not inferior to the auras of the Golden Crow Arch and the rest. Boom! With a loud bang, endless divine fire of the sun exploded. The 10 divine suns that the Golden Crow Emperor had conjured could not withstand a single blow from the opponent. Too powerful. The Golden Crow Emperor's expression changed for the first time. Rumble. At this moment, the wheel of the heavens and realms in the sky was about to be resealed. As long as the wheel of the heavens and realms was resealed, everything would return to normal. At this moment, a faint figure rushed towards Gu Fei. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this figure directly stabbing towards him with a spear. He directly struck out with his palm, and the power of heaven transformation gushed out from his hand. In the next moment, the silhouette disappeared in the void, having been reborn. However, Gu Fei wasn't that happy. His expression became even more serious. Sure enough, what Gu Fei was most worried about still happened. In the void, a figure appeared. This figure was the guy that Gu Fei had just destroyed with the heavenly transformation hand. Even the heavenly transformation hand can't kill these guys. Gu Fei really couldn't believe it. The figure once again pounced towards Gu Fei. 1 step to the heavens. Gu Fei took a step forward and soared into the sky. When he landed, the void under his feet immediately collapsed and turned into a destructive force. Bam! As Gu Fei took a step forward, the mysterious figure once again dissipated into the void. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the heaven-treading steps and rushed towards the wheel of heavens and myriad worlds in the sky. At the same time, the other old geezers had escaped the entanglement of the images, and they shot into the sky with the intention of seizing the wheel of worlds. Millennium Hegemon slashed at the primogenitor mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the primogenitor mountain shook. The extremely overbearing power almost broke through the defense of the primogenitor mountain. At this time, Gu Fei took out the ancestral god sword and slashed at the 9 divine chains. The sword light pierced through the void and landed on the 9 divine chains. Clang! With a crisp sound, one of the divine chains was severed and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, all the extreme grade Supremes were extremely excited. No one expected Gu Fei to be able to sever those divine chains. Gu Fei used the power of the ancestral god sword to sever the 9 divine chains that had rushed out of the primogenitor mountain. When the last divine chain was severed, the wheel of heavens and myriad worlds immediately turned into a ball of divine light and shot into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, the old geezers did not agree. They directly shot into the sky and chased after the ball of divine light. Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily as he also chased after it. His heaven-treading steps was derived from the 8 desolate steps, and its speed could be said to be the fastest in the primogenitor realm. He even surpassed the Golden Crow Arch in an instant. Even the Golden Crow Arch was shocked when he saw Gu Fei rush past him. Very quickly, Gu Fei caught up to the ball of divine light. Return! Gu Fei took out the heavenly demon pagoda and activated it, A wave of heaven-devouring power immediately surged out of the heavenly demon pagoda and instantly enveloped the Wheel of Heavens and myriad worlds. Just as Gu Fei was about to take the Wheel of Heavens and myriad worlds, the Golden Crow Arch, the Millennium Overlord, and the Heavenly Tao Supremes arrived. Buzz. A dragon's roar came from Gu Fei's body. Then he flipped his right hand, and the ancestral god sword appeared in his hand once again. You want to take the Wheel of Heavens and myriad worlds? Dream on. The Golden Crow Arch roared angrily and attacked. Endless true yang power erupted, and balls of fire that resembled divine suns appeared in the void. The fireballs covered the sky and shot toward Gu Fei. Return. Gu Fei activated the heavenly demon pagoda with all his might, and the endless power of the true sunfire was continuously devoured by the heavenly demon pagoda. Very quickly, unimaginably powerful existences appeared on every level of the heavenly demon pagoda. This demonic artifact was incredible. It was a supreme demonic artifact that was jointly refined by the 12 ancestor fiends. Every level had a guardian god. Even an existence at the peak of the extreme Tao would have to flee when all 9 guardian gods appeared. The Golden Crow Arch was shocked and furious when he sensed that his power was constantly disappearing. At the same time, a domineering saber light descended from the sky and directly broke through the layers of fire, slashing toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 feet away. Outrageous! Do you think I'm easy to bully? Gu Fei glanced at these guys and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Golden Crow Arch, breaking the limit with one punch. Gu Fei roared and directly punched out. The violent power instantly increased by 10 times. Bam! With a dull sound, the Golden Crow Arch actually exploded from the punch. Seeing this scene, all the Supreme Venerables who were chasing were inexplicably shocked. That was the Golden Crow Arch, but he was actually killed with one punch. This scene was simply too shocking. However, Gu Fei wasn't that happy because he knew that this level of attack wouldn't be able to take the Golden Crow Thearcha's life. I want the Wheel of the Myriad Realms. If you're not convinced, then come and fight. Gu Fei said coldly as he swept a glance at the group of Supremes that were chasing after them. This guy, the group of Supreme Venerables, couldn't help but be shocked and angry when they heard that. However, the scene of Gu Fei killing the Golden Crow Arch with one punch was indeed a little shocking. Supreme Venerables were also afraid of death. No one wanted to be punched by Gu Fei like that. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. I'm not convinced. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then, a supreme great demon with a towering demonic aura walked out. Chapter 38:66. Gu Fei had destroyed the Golden Crow Thearcha's extreme grade supremacy body with a single punch. This fellow's battle prowess was simply too heaven-defying. One had to know that the Golden Crow Arch had cultivated for countless years. In the distant past, he was a super powerhouse at the peak of the extreme grade. Now, he had clearly surpassed the peak. The realm above the peak of the extreme grade was a mysterious and unfathomable realm. Only these super powerhouses were qualified to touch that realm. Of course, the realm above the peak of the extreme grade was still within the scope of the extreme grade realm. However, Gu Fei had displayed the power to suppress the Golden Crow Arch. Didn't this mean that he had also surpassed the peak of the extreme grade and entered the extreme grade mystic realm? The legends of the extreme grade are indeed monstrous. Those supremacies who were watching from afar couldn't help but be dumbfounded and in disbelief when they saw Gu Fei destroy the Golden Crow Arch with a single punch. If you're not convinced, then come and fight me, Gu Fei's voice spread far and wide and reverberated throughout the sky. All the supremacies were shocked when they heard his voice. What does this mean? Is he going to fight against all the supremacies in the ancestral realm by himself? An extreme grade supremacy exclaimed. How bold! At the top of the mountain, the drunken mad Taoist suddenly uttered these words. The black tortoise supremacy, and the others were already dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Gu Fei would be so powerful and domineering that he dared to challenge all the supremacies in the ancestral realm without putting them in his eyes. At this moment, Gu Fei used the heavenly demon pagoda to stop the wheel of all heavens and realms. The sword light formed by the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword circled around him like a supreme lord. Let me have a go at you. Just when all the superpower houses didn't dare to act rashly, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure walking over step by step from afar. With just a few steps, he was already close to them. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in gray clothes. His body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. This was the extreme Tao demonic energy, a single strand enough to crush everything Shatter Mountain ranges. Demon ancestor pure, heaven. A super expert recognized this middle-aged man and couldn't help being shocked. It's really him. He's not dead yet. Some old antiques were inexplicably shocked. Demon Patriarch Hun Tian had appeared even earlier than the Golden Crow Arch. No one knew how long he had lived and how many eras he had experienced. However, what was certain was that demon ancestor Hun Tian's cultivation base was extremely powerful. Even among super powerhouses, he was almost invincible. Everyone was surprised and delighted to see Demon Patriarch Hun Tian arrive. Finally, there was someone who could compete with Gu Fei. It would be best if the two of them fought until both of them were heavily injured. Demonic ancestor? Gu Fei's expression gradually turned grave as he stared at demon ancestor Hun Tian. This demon ancestor Hun Tian wasn't simple. He was the most powerful supreme he had encountered since entering the Primogenitor mountain range. Since you know it's me, why aren't you leaving your things behind and scram? Demon ancestor Hun Tian looked at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "Ha!" Gu Fei looked at demon ancestor Hun Tian and suddenly burst into laughter. This guy actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Did he think that he was a supremacy? Exalted Lord. Exalted Lord was a title in the Primogenitor realm's legends. However, it was too difficult to produce a supremacy. It should be known that there were many supreme supremacies in the entire Primogenitor realm, and there were even supreme superpower houses who had lived for countless years, who could make countless supremacies bow their heads with their own strength. At that moment, even the Golden Crow Arch and other extreme grade superpower houses were stunned by demon ancestor Hun Tian's words. This guy actually dared to say such words in front of an extreme grade legend. The Golden Crow, the Arch wasn't killed by Gu Fei's punch. At his cultivation level, it wasn't easy to kill such an existence. Although Gu Fei was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill a super powerhouse who had surpassed the peak of the extreme grade and entered the extreme mystic realm with one punch. Die! Demon ancestor Hun Tian didn't waste time talking nonsense with Gu Fei. He directly punched at Gu Fei. Rumble. Demon ancestor Hun Tian's punch directly shook the entire world, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds. Even the stars in the sky trembled as if they were about to fall from the starry sky. This was a real punch that shook the world. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw demon ancestor Hun Tian's punch. This punch actually made him feel that it was difficult to dodge. This was an invincible fist intent. Humph! Gu Fei also threw a punch. However, there wasn't any energy fluctuation coming from his fist. It was as if he had casually thrown a punch. However, his fist collided with demon ancestor Hun Tian's fist. It was an extremely ordinary punch that blocked demon ancestor Hun Tian's monstrous punch. How is this possible? Demon ancestor Hun Tian was taken aback. Their moves were exactly the same, but their auras were extreme. However, their combat strength was also so powerful that ordinary extreme grade supremes would feel despair. Boom! With a muffled sound, a transparent ripple immediately spread from their fists that collided. In the next moment, the void was annihilated, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The two figures instantly separated. At the same time, a not very loud sound reverberated in the void. The super powerhouses didn't feel much, but the peak extreme grade supremes felt pain in their ears and couldn't hear anything. The beginner extreme grade supremes in the distance were directly shaken to the point that blood oozed out of their ears. They retreated even further away in panic. All the supremes couldn't help but be shocked. A battle between experts of this level was really terrifying. Go! At this moment, Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the myriad god ancestral sword that circled around him immediately turned into a divine, rainbow-like sword light that pierced towards demon ancestor Hun Tian. The sword light instantly illuminated the entire world, as if it was splitting the world into two. The power of the myriad god ancestral sword erupted from the sword light. Ha! You're not the only one with an extreme grade Dao weapon. Demon ancestor Hun Tian laughed loudly. In the next moment, a ball of demonic light rushed out of his body and turned into a demonic saber that directly met the myriad god ancestral sword light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The saber and sword instantly collided, and demon ancestor Hun Tian's demonic saber was directly sent flying. Swoosh! The sword light formed by the myriad god ancestral sword directly pierced through demon ancestor Hun Tian. Demon ancestor Hun Tian's figure instantly became blurry and soon dissipated in the void. He was killed just like that.